I don't usually talk about a book before I start reading it aloud. I'm going to this time around because Lolita is it's his most well-known work, but also um, the impact it had on my life has been pretty significant. So um, my first hearing of it was through the song by Alice Lolita, and it made me think that Lolita was supposed to be French, and then but I didn't really know what it was about. And the music video actually has a lot of themes in it that are very much like the book. Lots of like age gappy kind of thing, and her being really flirty. But it was years later when I was actually doing research before I started writing my very first book, because I had a plot outline already for my first book, but it was an age gap one, and I just wanted to be sure before I wrote it that it didn't fully mimic something already in existence. And I found Lolita and a synopsis of it, and I was like, so this also has an age gap. It also has people wanting to run away together. But unless I read this book, I won't know how many similarities there were. And so I did. I read the book, I watched the 1997 movie, which I prefer to the other movie, and I just, like, I was, at once I was like, okay, this is not like the book that I want to write. But at the same time, it also was like, but this, it's like something in me that like, I was very young at the time, and it just became this kind of comfort book for me. And so it became the book that I would read. And I feel like there was something that was like, that I didn't realize about why it was so comforting until much later. But that hasn't actually marred my seeing it as comforting. I still see it as comforting, in a way. And by comforting, I mean, like, it just makes you feel a lot less alone in the world when you can identify certain things. Of course, like, I identified them without really knowing why. Because it was just so subtle. But anyway, but yeah, that's kind of how trauma works. You sometimes will find things that if you've been through certain things, or life has set up certain things, you look at them and you recognize it, and instead of it being this thing that's like, oh, that's scary because it's unfamiliar, it's like, that's familiar. And it kind of becomes this weird comfort. So like, there was somebody, like, in my childhood who when I was a kid, I formed a great friendship with, and that person ended up being like accused of things, and like just soon after something happened in his family, that person ended up like moving away, and it was like this big question mark from that point. Like, it was like, whatever happened to that person? But that person, it was like, I felt like people looked at the friendship I had with the guy like all wrong, and like he would give me toys, and he would give me jelly beans, and he was just like a super kindly person, I felt. And I felt like, he was going through something. He was going through, I think, a divorce. He missed his kids, and I just kind of felt like I felt sort of like this fatherly, daughterly, like kind of like affection. And so I think maybe that could be why Lolita was so comforting for me in a weird way, but it's like that's how sometimes these things work. But anyway, but like later on, when I remember hearing some of the first album of Lana Del Rey, and her sort of switching narrative, like she was singing in Lolita's voice, seeing Lolita's perspective, it just made me think, like, through the book, like, she really doesn't get much of her voice or her side spoken. Like, in the song Carmen that she has, it's a nod to a song that is mentioned in Lolita, but it's not the same song, obviously. And it's like, that song is actually an interesting, like, what if about Lolita. Like, what if she had survived? Like, what if she had gotten, like, to be this older woman trying to advise younger girls? Like, what would she have said to them? And so it's just an interesting song. And anyway, like, it is more disturbing when you try to read the book from her perspective, for multiple reasons, but you'll see why. I challenged myself to do this one time in a live stream, but the live stream ended up, like, I don't remember what ended up happening, but it ended up crashing. I don't know. And so I didn't try that again. And not only that, I was like trying to live stream from something like a Google Meets or something, and I didn't quite know how to use things like that, like Google Hangout or something, Microsoft, I don't know which one it was, but it didn't really work right. And I eventually just was like, well, maybe that means I shouldn't do that. And I'm thinking, with me rereading these books aloud. Like, I never actually finished reading it that way aloud. And I feel like with all of the negative critique that the book has, where people have this outside knowledge of it, or they just misunderstand it and they don't see it as what it actually is, it certainly doesn't glorify what it is or what it is about. But when you really read it, switching the perspectives, and that's all you're doing, it's super eye-opening about how very little of the imagery that you're being told really applies to her, and how much of it is really just him going on and being sentimental about Annabelle. It's not really Lolita. Like, he's convinced himself it's Lolita, that he's found Annabelle in Lolita, but it's really just he's found somebody who fits enough of her shape and size that he can project this image onto. It's just so tragic. So I'm going to read Lolita. And this is the folio illustrated edition. It's so beautiful. Lolita. Introduction. When first printed in 1955 by Olympia Press, Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita was packaged as volume 66 in that Paris-based publisher's X-rated Traveler's Companion series. The first-person account of a middle-aged man's sexual obsession with a barely pubescent girl, a nymphette in his preferred term, could hardly be anything but pornography, right? No matter that this confession of a white widowed male was coyly presented as a case study in moral leprosy by the eminent authority on sexual aberrations, John Ray, Jr., Ph.D., while its opening lines, Lolita, light of my life, fire my loins, my sin, my soul, might have seemed a tad literary, fire my loins, certainly hinted at hot stuff. A few early purchasers might even have known that Lolita had been rejected by every American publisher to whom Nabokov had shown the manuscript. To bring it out, one editor told its author, would land them both in jail. The impression that one of the world's great novels, the product of 5 years' work, is the pedophilic equivalent of, say, John Cleland's Memoirs of a Woman's Pleasure, aka Fanny Hill, or the Marquis de Sade's Juliet, hasn't yet wholly disappeared. In today's parlance, Lolita is a provocatively dressed schoolgirl and underage sexpot. Yet the unfortunate Dolores Hayes was certainly never that kind of Lolita. Her stepfather, Humbert, an old-fashioned European gentleman, except for his one peccadillo, would never have permitted such vulgarity. There's nothing cheap or meretricious about Nabokov's ultra-subtle book either. Neither graphic descriptions of sexual acts or blunt obscenities will offend its reader. Here one will find, above all, pleasure in the text, the English language, gorgeously employed, aesthetic bliss. Lolita is also very funny, which, given its subject matter, can be disconcerting. In its first half, the narrative parodies the romantic confessional novel. Think of Goethe's Sorrows of Young Werther, or Musset's Confession of a Child of the Century, in depicting a hopeless passion, one in which an amorous protagonist pines for and fetishizes a seemingly unattainable beauty. Addressing an imaginary jury, Humbert pleads for our sympathy, subtly draws us into his confidence, slyly hopes to make us complicit in his schemes and admittedly crimes. Throughout, Nabokov keeps the reader off-kilter, uncertain about how to judge the lecherous H, as he sometimes calls himself, unsure how much the possibility insane murderer with a fancy prose style can be trusted, and even unclear about the final message of the book. Is it, as one early critic declared, the only convincing love story of our time? Or is it the self-portrait of a self-deluding monster? Little Dolly Hayes, after all, is not quite 13, when in late 1940s middle-class America, in the world of Norman Rockwell paintings, she falls prey to semi-incestuous lust. And yet, whatever the darkness at its core, few novels are so exuberant, so high-spirited, so, yes, enchanting as Lolita. Still, one needs to be alert to and suspicious of nearly every element in a narrative replete with riddles, cryptograms, and shady characters. Nabokov is nothing if not an elegant magician, a consummate master of deception and misdirection. A good reader, he believed, rejoices in discovering unobtrusive patterns, slowly apprehending the covert figure woven into the carpet's swirling design, and even, as here, detecting the carefully placed clues to a secondary narrative lurking insidiously beneath the obvious one. Find what the sailor has hidden, a phrase employed for illustrated puzzles in children's magazines, is how his most sophisticated of writers once described his own occult artistry. So while reading Lolita, pay close attention, caress the details, because true art is made of what, upon cursory inspection seem mere trifles. Vladimir Nabokov, 1899 to 1977, was born into a wealthy intellectual family in St. Petersburg, Russia. At one time, the household employed 50 servants. While growing up, Volodya was chauffeured every day to and from the prestigious Tinishev school. At 17, already a wiry, raffish young dandy, a passionate lepidopatrist, a published poet, he inherited a country estate and an equivalent of several $1 million. But in the wake of the Russian Revolution of 1917, the family fled to the Crimea, then traveled to England, where Nabokov attended Cambridge University and finally settled in Berlin. There in 1922, Nabokov's father was shot and killed during an assassination attempt on a colleague. The following year, the young literature met Vera Slomin, whom he married in 1925 and who would devote her life to the man she regarded as a genius. Quite correctly, as it turned out, he appropriately would dedicate all his books to her. Over the next 15 years, V.V. Sirin, the pen name Nabokov adopted, established himself as the leading young novelist of the immigrant community. During this period, Nabokov also tutored and took on literary odd jobs, but never earned much money. At one point, he was reduced to working in a small apartment's bathroom, a suitcase on his bidet for a desk, so as not to disturb the sleep of Dmitri, his baby son, and future translator. When people started to warn him about Hitler, he supposedly replied, "I am writing my novel, I do not read the papers," but Vera was Jewish, and by 1937 the Nabokovs had moved to Paris, where he completed The Gift in 1938, which some scholars regard as the 20th century's greatest novel written in Russian. In May 1940, just before France fell to the invading German armies, the 41-year-old Nabokov and his family sailed to the United States. In New York, he was offered a job as a bicycle messenger. At that point, most of us would have just surrendered to depression and despair. Yet over the next 2 decades, the former Russian wunderkind would coolly transform himself into an American author, create the most brilliant English prose style of his time, and compose a handful of masterpieces, of which Lolita is merely the best known. Luckily, soon after his arrival in the United States, the new immigrant managed to become friends with the critic Edmund Wilson, who connected him with the editors at The Nation, The Atlantic, and The New Yorker. During the next few years, Nabokov, while also working as an occasional college teacher, first at Stanford then at Wellesley, brought out in English his biographical quest romance, The Real Life of Sebastian Knight, 1941, the eccentric, vivacious study Nikolai Gogol in 1944, and a political, actually anti-political fantasy, Ben Sinister, 1947. None, however, sold well. Finally, in 1948, Nabokov landed a full-time professorship at Cornell University in the small town of Ithaca, New York. There he taught Russian literature courses to minuscule classes on his home, and within a few years, masterpieces of European fiction to hundreds of students in a vast lecture hall. This survey was to make him a famous on campus, for in it instructed young people to read with a poet's patience and a scholastic passion the drama of a book he would always maintain took place not among the characters but between the author and his or her reader. As early as 1939, Nabokov had already drafted a long story published posthumously in 1986 as The Enchanter, about a middle-aged man sexually obsessed with a very young girl. Could it be expanded and refreshed into a novel? During the early 1950s, he meditated on his daring subject between work and short stories and a memoir of childhood, first titled Conclusive Evidence in 1951 and later revised as Speak Memory in 1966. As background for Lolita, Nabokov collected preteen slang by riding buses in Ithaca, visited a school principal with the pretext of placing his little daughter, studied the Girl Scout manual and gun catalogs, and kept lists of the dozens of motels he stayed in on his annual butterfly hunts in the Rockies. Much of the novel was in fact composed in the back seat of his old car during long summer evenings out west. His usual technique was to work out a book entirely in his head, then set down on large index cards any section he felt like writing without regard to chronology. The final chapters of Lolita were among the first written. At various times, though, Nabokov nearly destroyed the manuscript. On one occasion, Vera saved it from the flames, and for a long while could only imagine that it would be published anonymously. But when the novel finally appeared in France in 1955 under his own name, Lolita soon began to be talked about, first as a succès de scandale, then as a succès d'estime, after Graham Greene praised it as one of the best books of the year. By 1958, the story goes, showgirl Rosemary Ridgewell insisted to Walter Minton of Putnam's that he bring out an American edition of the book. Rather than lose his girlfriend, Minton took her advice and then gave her a small commission. The rest, as they say, is literary history. Lolita, now in hardback, sold 100,000 copies in the first 3 weeks and was soon acquired for the movies by director Stanley Kubrick. His 1962 film featured James Mason Sue Leon. Its poster of Lolita and sunglasses rapidly became iconic. A somewhat overly romantic remake directed by Adrian Lyne in 1997 starred Jeremy Irons and Dominique Swain. And so, at nearly 60, Nabokov suddenly found himself rich and famous. The story of Humbert Humbert and hapless Dolly Hayes wandering through post-war America was capped a few years later by a second masterpiece, Pale Fire, 1962, the most formally intricate and playful of Nabokov's books. It consists of John Shade's long, rather traditional poem of that title, edited with extensive annotation by his erstwhile colleague, Professor Charles Kimbolt, who, as it turns out, believes himself to be the deposed prince of a country called Zembla. While Lolita might be likened to an intricate chess game with an unknown opponent using the United States as the board, Pale Fire resembles a hall of distorting funhouse mirrors. In late 1960, the Nabokovs moved back to Europe, ultimately to Switzerland, where they resided in luxurious splendor at the Montreux Palace Hotel, attended by waiters and harried by journalists. In his last years, increasingly aloof and seigneurial, Nabokov would bring out a 4-volume translation with commentary of Pushkin's narrative poem Eugene Onegin in 1964, oversee the translations of his own Russian works into English, and produce a series of highly contrived self-reflexive books, from the overlong, almost science-fictional Ada, 1969, to the paradoxically autobiographical Look at the Harlequins, 1974. Following a fall and subsequent complications, Vladimir Nabokov died in hospital in 1977. Though Lolita is now one of the most famous books of the past century, some readers will be coming to it for the first time in this handsome Folio Society edition. What should such a reader expect? First off, one must adjust to the novel's lush, self-conscious prose, literary allusions, wordplay, lyrical effusions, direct addresses to the reader, lists, slang of the post-war era, parodic imitations of medical, legal, and educational jargon, a sprinkling of French and other languages, as well as beautiful, sometimes extended descriptions of people and landscapes. All these should be lingered over and savored. As Nabokov once wrote, "All my stories are webs of style. For me, style is matter." Throughout, Nabokov also regularly invokes earlier works of art, in particular Edgar Allan Poe's haunted poem Annabel Lee and Prosper Mérimée fate-filled romance Carmen, the source for the Bizet's opera. They provide templates for Humbert Humbert's obsession with Lolita, while also subtly reminding us that every woman drawn to H.H. dies prematurely. Even his mother's death is concisely evoked in 2 words set in parentheses, picnic, lightning. In some ways, too, the book resembles a skewed and fractured fairy tale, with regular nods to the Brothers Grimm and Hans Christian Andersen, while one climatic scene takes place at the Pale Palace of the Enchanted Hunters, a mystery-laden hotel that suddenly appears in the darkness marvelously and inexorably under spectral trees. Second, Nabokov plants clues throughout the text to a hidden plot development that no first-time reader is likely to perceive. This is one reason why he insisted to students that a work of literature couldn't be read, only reread. When enjoying a new novel, its details unroll in linear fashion, but only when it is finished can the reader mentally see the whole book as a tableau, its disparate elements connected. Any apparent scramble revealed its artful design. So don't be surprised by unexpected developments that only seem to come out of nowhere. To Humbert, however, such sudden turns of good or bad fortune are initially accounted the work of Aubrey McFate, as he facetiously dubs the capricious divinity that shapes our ends. Yet nothing in this book is actually random or extraneous. Notice, for instance, that one character is named Vivian Darkbloom, or an anagram of Vladimir Nabokov, and when our trickery author replicates a page from Who's Who in the Limelight, the entries from Roland Pym to Dolores Quinn, Nabokov is doing more than just reminding us that his gray-eyed nymphette is theater-mad and starstruck. He is preparing the way for gradual emergence of Humbert's smirking nemesis, a shadowy secret sharer. Third, at the end of his foreword, John Ray Jr., Ph.D., writes that his confession reveals a mixture of ferocity and jocularity that betrays supreme misery, perhaps. He notes that he is suffused with desperate honesty as well as episodes of diabolical cunning. Summarizing H.H.'s story, he nonetheless concludes how magically his singing violin can conjure up a tendresse, a compassion for Lolita that makes us entranced with the book while abhorring its author. Much of Ray's foreword is obviously parodic, heavy with Nabokovian irony, but this description of the novel seems, whatever its tone, shrewdly accurate. It also raises the central question, what do we make of Humbert? At times, this self-confessed murderer and maniac mounts lyrical justifications of his unnatural passion. Nabokov himself once referred to him as a vain and cruel wretch who manages to appear touching. After all, Dolly Hayes is repeatedly raped and cries herself to sleep every night. As Nabokov's biographer Brian Boyd contends, Humbert demonstrates how easy it is to let moral awareness turn into sincere regret after the fact, but how much more difficult to curb the self before it tramples others underfoot. The emphasis throughout Lolita on the contrast between forward and rear view of time is ultimately a moral one. That may be true, yet another reading of the book might be more generous to H.H. Commenting from the prison cell upon his past actions, he refers to himself frequently as a monster, a nasty, miserable cur. Near its end, when Lolita, a nymphet no longer, is beginning to resemble her dowdy mother, Humbert professes what sounds like genuine love, despising the foul lust he had earlier inflicted upon his daughter. There follows a celebrated scene in which he hears the voices of children in the distance and recognizes that he has cruelly, unforgivably deprived Lolita of her childhood. Has H.H. in fact undergone a moral apotheosis, or is he just kidding himself, or could he be trying to elicit an undeserved sympathy from the reader? While much remains deliberately ambiguous in Lolita, the book is unquestionably a love letter to the United States and a showcase for its author's nimble mastery of this new language. Sometimes Nabokov pokes fun at American speech and middle-class conversations, but in the next moment he is celebrating, like an immigrant Walt Whitman, in this lovely, trustful, dreamy, enormous country. The beauty of its western landscapes, the allure of the open road, the rich diversity of the American people. Who else but Nabokov could create a poem out of class roster and joyous Homeric catalogues from the names of motels and tourist sites? There's not a flaccid sentence in the entire book nor a dull character. One relishes every page with kitschy Charlotte Hayes, Lolita's mother, the sex-obsessed Miss Pratt, headmistress of Beardsley's school, and the courtly homosexual Gaston Godin. Only the alcoholic Rita, who comforts a distraught H.H. in one of the book's most enigmatic sections, doesn't quite come into focus. As is Lolita, as some have claimed, as great as Joyce's Ulysses or Proust's In Search of Such a Lost Time? No, but only because the Irish epic and the French Roman fleuve are so much longer. A better comparison might be F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, another inexhaustible and perfect story of yearning and betrayal, violence and recollection, set against the wonder of the American dream. Moreover, like the closing lines of that earlier book, Soy beat on, boats against the current. The final plangent sentences of Nabokov's masterpiece, when we reach their dying fall, never fail to bring a catch to the throat. I am thinking of aurochs and angels, the secret of durable pigments, prophetic sonnets, the refuge of art, and this is the only immortality you and I may share, my Lolita. Michael Durda, Lolita. To Vera. Forward. Lolita, or the Confession of a White Widowed Male, such as were the two titles under which the writer of the present note received the strange pages it preambulates. Humbert Humbert, their author, had died in legal captivity of coronary thrombosis on November 16, 1952, a few days before his trial was scheduled to start. His lawyer, my good friend and relation, Clarence Choate Clark-esque, now of the District of Columbia Bar, in asking me to edit the manuscript, based his request on a clause in his client's will, which empowered my eminent cousin to use for his discretion in all matters pertaining to the preparation of Lolita for print. Mr. Clark's decision may have been influenced by the fact that the editor of his choice had just been awarded by the Polling Prize for a modest work. Do the senses make sense, wherein certain morbid states and perversions had been discussed? My task provided simpler than either of us had anticipated, save for the correction of obvious solecisms and careful suppression of a few tenacious details that, despite H.H.'s own efforts, still subsisted in his text as signposts and tombstones, indicative of places or persons that taste would conceal and compassion spare. This remarkable memoir is printed intact. Its author's bizarre cognomen is his own invention, and of course this mask, through which two hypnotic eyes seemed to glow, had to remain unlifted in accordance with its wearer's wish. While Hayes only rhymes with the heroine's real surname, her first name is too closely interwound with the inmost fiber of the book to allow one to alter it, nor, as the reader will perceive for himself, is there any practical necessity to do so. References to H.H.'s crime may be looked up by the inquisitive in the daily papers for September-October 1952. Its cause and purpose would have continued to remain a complete mystery had not this memoir been permitted to come under my reading lamp. For the benefit of old-fashioned readers who wish to follow the destinies of the real people beyond the true story, a few details may be given as received from Mr. Windmiller of Ramsdale, who desires his identity suppressed, so that the long shadow of this sorry and sordid business should not reach the community to which he is proud to belong. His daughter Louise is by now a college sophomore. Mona Dahl is a student in Paris. Rita has recently married the proprietor of a hotel in Florida. Miss Richard F. Schiller died in childbed, giving birth to a stillborn girl on Christmas Day, 1952, in Graystar, a settlement in the remotest Northwest. Vivian Darkbloom has written a biography, My Q, to be published shortly, and critics who have perused the manuscript call it her best book. The caretakers of the various cemeteries involved report that no ghosts walk. Viewed simply as a novel, Lolita deals with the situations and emotions that would remain exasperatingly vague to the reader had their expression been extollated by means of platitudinous evasions. True, not a single obscene term is to be found in the whole work. Indeed, the robust Philistine, who is conditioned by modern conventions into accepting without qualms a lavish array of four-letter words in a banal novel, will be quite shocked by their absence here. If, however, for this paradoxical prude's comfort, an editor attempted to dilute or omit scenes that a certain type of mind might call aphrodisiac, see in this respect the monumental decision rendered December 6, 1933, by Hon John Wolseley in regard to another considerably more outspoken book. One would have to forego the publication of Lolita altogether, since those very scenes that one might ineptly accuse of a sensuous existence of their own are the most strictly functional ones in the development of a tragic tale, tending unswervingly to nothing less than a moral apotheosis. The cynic may say that commercial pornography makes the same claim. The learned may counter by asserting that H.H.'s impassioned confession is a tempest and attest to that at least 12% of American adult males, a conservative estimate according to Dr. Blanche Schwartzman, verbal communication, enjoy yearly, in one way or another, the special experience H.H. describes with such despair that had our demented diarist gone in the fatal summer of 1947 to a competent psychopathologist, there would have been no disaster, but then neither would there have been this book. The commentator may be excused for repeating what he has stressed in his own book and lectures, namely that offensive is frequently but a synonym for unusual, and a great work of art is of course always original, and thus by its very nature should come out as a more or less shocking surprise. I have no intention to glorify H.H., and no doubt he is horrible. He is abject. He is a shining example of moral leprosy, a mixture of ferocity and jocularity that betrays supreme misery, perhaps, but it is not conducive to attractiveness. He is ponderously capricious. Many of his casual opinions on the people and scenery of this country are ludicrous. A desperate honesty that throbs through his confession does not absolve him from sins of diabolical cunning. He is abnormal. He is not a gentleman. But how magically his singing violin can conjure up a tendresse, a compassion for Lolita that makes us entranced with the book while abhorring its author. As a case history, Lolita will become, no doubt, a classic in psychiatric circles. As a work of art, it transcends its explanatory aspects and is still more important to us than scientific significance and literary worth. Literary worth is the ethical impact the book should have on the serious reader, for in this poignant personal study there lurks a general lesson. The wayward child, the egotistic mother, the panting maniac. These are not only vivid characters in a unique story, they warn us of dangerous trends. They point out potent evils. Lolita should make all of us, parents, social workers, educators, apply ourselves with still greater vigilance and vision to the task of bringing up a better generation in a safer world. Woodworth, Mass., August 5th, 1955, John Ray, Jr., Ph.D. Part 1. Lolita, light of his life, fire of his loins, his sin, his soul. Lolita, the tip of the tongue taking a trip 3 steps down the palate to tap at 3 on the teeth. Lolita. I was low, playing low in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. I was Lola in slacks. I was Dolly at school. I was Dolores on the dotted line, but in his arms, I was always Lolita. Did I have a precursor? I did. Indeed, I did. In point of fact, there might have been no Lolita at all, had he not loved, one summer, a certain initial girl child in a Princeton by the sea. Oh, when? About as many years before I was born as his age was that summer. You can always count on the murderer for our fancy prose style. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, exhibit number 1 is what the seraphs, the misinformed, simple, noble-winged seraphs envied. Look at this tangle of thorns. 2. He was born in 1910 in Paris. His father was a gentle, easygoing person, a salad of racial genes, a Swiss citizen, a mix of French and Austrian descent with a dash of the Danube in his veins. He's going to pass around in a minute some lovely, glossy blue picture postcards. He owned a luxurious hotel on the Riviera. His father and two grandfathers had sold wine, jewels, and silk respectively. At 30, he married an English girl, daughter of Jerome Dunn, the alpinist, and granddaughter of the two Dorset parsons, experts in obscure subjects, paleopodology and aeolian harps, respectively. His very photogenic mother died in a freak accident, picnic, lightning, when he was 3, and save for a pocket of warmth in the darkest past, nothing of her subsists within the hollows and dells of his memory, over which, if you could still stand his style, he's writing under observation. The sun of his infancy had set. Surely you all know those redolent remnants of day suspended with the midges about some hedge in bloom are suddenly entered and traversed by the rambler. At the bottom of a hill in the summer dusk, a furry warmth, golden midges. His mother's elder sister, Sybil, whom a cousin of his father's had married and neglected, served in his immediate family as a kind of unpaid governess and housekeeper. Somebody told him later that she had been in love with his father, and that he had light-heartedly taken advantage of it one rainy day and forgotten it by the time the weather cleared. He was extremely fond of her despite the rigidity, the fatal rigidity of some of her rules. Perhaps she wanted to make of him, in the fullness of time, a better widower than his father. Aunt Sybil had pink-rimmed azure eyes and a waxen complexion. She wrote poetry. She was poetically superstitious. She said she knew she would die soon after my 16th birthday. She knew she would die soon after his 16th birthday, and did. Her husband, a great traveler perfume, spent most of his time in America, where eventually he founded a firm and acquired a bit of real estate. He grew a happy, healthy child in a bright world of illustrated books, clean sand, orange trees, friendly dogs, sea vistas, and smiling faces. Around him the splendid Hotel Marana revolved as a kind of private universe, a whitewashed cosmos within the blue greater one that had blazed outside. From the aproned pot scrubber to the flamed potentate, everybody liked him, everybody petted him. Elderly American ladies leaning on their canes listed toward him like towers of Pisa. Ruined Russian princesses who could not pay his father bought him expensive bonbons. He, mon cher petit papa, took him on boating and biking, taught him to swim and dive and water ski, read to him Don Quixote and Les Miserables, and he adored and respected him, and felt glad for him whenever he overheard the servants discuss his various lady friends, beautiful and kind beings who made much of him, and cooed and shed precious tears over his cheerful motherlessness. He attended an English day school a few miles from home, and there he played rackets and fives and got excellent marks and was on perfect terms with schoolmates and teachers alike. The only definite sexual events that he can remember as having occurred before his 13th birthday, that is, before he first saw his little Annabelle, were a solemn, decorous, and purely theoretical talk about pubertal surprises in the rose garden of the school with an American kid, the son of then celebrated motion picture actress whom he seldom saw in the three-dimensional world, and some interesting reactions on the part of his organism to certain photographs, Pearl and Umbra, with infinitely soft partings in Pichon's sumptuous La Beauté Humaine that he had filched from under a mountain of marble-ground graphics in the hotel library. Later, in his delightful debonair manner, his father gave him all the information he thought he needed about sex. This was just before sending him, in the autumn of 1923, to Lecce in Lyon, where they were to spend 3 winters. But alas, in the summer of that year, he was touring Italy with Madame de R. and her daughter, and he had nobody to complain to and nobody to consult. 3. Annabelle was, like the writer, of mixed parentage, half English, half Dutch in her case. He remembers her features far less distinctly today than he did a few years ago, before he knew me. There are 2 kinds of visual memory, one where you skillfully recreate an image in the laboratory of your mind, with your eyes open, and then he sees Annabelle on such a general terms as honey-colored skin, thin arms, brown-bobbed hair, long lashes, big bright mouth, and the other when you instantly evoke with shut eyes on the dark inner side of your eyelids the objective, absolutely optical replica of a beloved face, a little ghost in natural colors. And this is how he sees me. Let him therefore primly limit himself in describing Annabel to saying she was a lovely child, a few months his junior. Her parents were old friends of his aunt's, and as stuffy as she. They had rented a villa not far from Hotel Murano. Bald, brown Miss Lee and fat powdered Miss Lee, Mr. Lee and fat powdered Miss Lee, born Vanessa Van Ness. How he loathed them! At first, Annabel and him talked of peripheral affairs. She kept lifting handfuls of fine sand and letting it pour through her fingers. Their brains were turned the way of those intelligent European pre-adolescents wherein their day and set, and he doubts if much individual genius should be assigned to their interest in the plurality of inhabited worlds. Competitive tennis, infinity, solipsism, and so on. The softness and fragility of baby animals caused them the same intense pain. She wanted to be a nurse in some famished Asiatic country. He wanted to be a famous spy. All at once they were madly, clumsily, shamelessly, agonizingly in love with each other. Hopelessly, he should add, because that frenzy of mutual possession might have been assuaged only by their actually imbibing and assimilating every particle of each other's soul and flesh. But there they were, unable to even mate as some children would have so easily found any opportunity to do. After one wild attempt, they made to meet at night in her garden, of more which later. The only privacy they were allowed was to be out of earshot but not out of sight of the populous part of the plage. There on the soft sand a few feet away from their elders, they would sprawl all morning in a petrified paroxysm of desire and take advantage of every blessed quirk in space and time to touch each other. Her hand, half hidden in the sand, would creep toward him, its slender brown fingers sleepwalking nearer and nearer, and then her opalescent knee would start on a long, cautious journey. Sometimes a chance rampart built by younger children granted them sufficient concealment to gaze each other's salty lips. These incomplete contacts drove their healthy and inexperienced spying bodies to such a state of exasperation that not even the cold blue water under which still clawed at each other could bring relief. Among some treasures he lost during the wanderings of his adult years, there was a snapshot taken by his aunt which showed Annabel, her parents, and the staid, elderly lame gentleman, Dr. Cooper, who that same summer courted his aunt, grouped around a table in a sidewalk cafe. Annabel did not come out well, caught as she was in the act of bending over her chocolat glacé, and her thin, bare shoulders and the parting of her hair were about all that could be identified, as he remembers that picture, amid the sunny blur into which her lost loveliness graded. But him, sitting somewhat apart from the rest, came out with a kind of dramatic conspicuousness. A moody, beetle-browed boy in a dark sport shirt and well-tailored white shorts, his legs crossed, sitting in profile, looking away. That photograph was taken on the last day of their fatal summer, and just a few minutes before they made their second and final attempt to thwart fate. Under the flimsiest of pretexts that was their very last chance, and nothing really mattered, they escaped from the cafe to the beach and found a desolate stretch of sand, and there in the violet shadow of some red rocks forming a kind of cave, had a brief session of avid caresses with somebody's lost pair of sunglasses for only witness. He was on his knees and on the point of possessing his darling, when two bearded bathers, the old man of the sea and his brother, came out of the sea with exclamations of ribald encouragement, and 4 months later, she died of typhus in Corfu. 4. He leaps again and again through those miserable memories, and keeps asking himself, was it then, in the glitter of that remote summer, that the rift in his life began, or was his excessive desire for that child only the first evidence of an inherent singularity? When he tries to analyze his own cravings, motives, actions, and so forth, he surrenders to a sort of retrospective imagination which feeds the analytic faculty with boundless alternatives, and which causes each visualized route to fork and refork without end in the maddeningly complex prospect of his past. He is convinced, however, that in a certain magic and fateful way, I began with Annabel. He also knows that the shock of Annabel's death consolidated the frustration of that nightmare summer, made of it a permanent obstacle to any further romance throughout the cold years of his youth. The spiritual and physical had been blended in them with a perfection that must remain incomprehensible to the matter-of-fact, crude, standard-brain youngsters of today. Long after her death, he felt her thoughts floating through his. long before they met. He had the same dreams. They compared notes. They found strange affinities. The same June of the same year, 1919, a stray canary had fluttered into her house and his in two widely separated countries. Oh, me, had I loved him thus. He is reserved for the conclusion of his Annabelle phase, the account of their unsuccessful first tryst. One night she managed to deceive the vicious vigilance of her family. In a nervous and slender-leaved mimosa grove at the back of their villa, they found a perch on the ruins of a low stone wall. Through the darkness and tender trees they could see the arabesques of lighted windows which, touched up by the colored inks of sensitive memory, appeared to him now like playing cards, presumably because a bridge game was keeping the enemy busy. She trembled and twitched as he kissed the corner of her parted lips and the hot lobe of her ear. A cluster of stars palely glowed above them. Between the silhouettes of long, thin leaves, that vibrant sky seemed as naked as she was under her light frock. He saw her face in the sky, strangely distinct, as if emitted a first faint radiance of its own. Her legs, her lovely live legs, were not too close together, and when his hand had located what it sought, a dreamy and eerie expression, half pleasure, half pain, came over those childish features. She sat a little higher than him, and whenever in her solitary ecstasy she was led to kiss him, her head would bend with a sleepy, soft, drooping movement that was almost woeful, and her bare knees caught and compressed his wrist and slackened again, and her quivering mouth, distorted by the acridity of some mysterious potion, was a sibilant intake of breath that came near to his face. She would try to relieve the pain of love by first roughly rubbing her dry lips against his. Then his darling would draw away with a nervous toss of her hair, then again come darkly near and let him feed on her open mouth, while with a generosity that was ready to offer her everything, his heart, his throat, his entrails, he gave her to hold in her awkward fist the scepter of his passion. He recalls the scent of some kind of toilet powder. He believes she stole it from her mother's Spanish maid, a sweetish, lowly, musky perfume, and mingled with her own biscuity odor, and his senses were suddenly filled to the brim. A sudden commotion in a nearby bush prevented them from overflowing, and as they drew away from each other and with aching veins attended to what was probably a prowling cat, there came from the house her mother's voice calling her. With a rising frantic note, and Dr. Cooper ponderously limped out into the garden. With that mimosa grove, the haze of stars, the tingle, the flame, the honeydew, and that ache remained with him, and that little girl with her seaside limbs and ardent tongue haunted him, ever since until at last, 24 years later, he broke her spell by incarnating her in another. 5. The days of his youth, as he looks back on them, seem to fly from him, in a flurry of pale, repetitive scraps like those morning snowstorms of used tissue paper that a train passenger sees whirling in the wake of the observation car. In his sanitary relations with women, he was practical, ironical, and brisk. While a college student in London and Paris, paid ladies sufficed him. His studies were meticulous and intense, although not particularly fruitful. At first he planned to take a degree in psychiatry, as many monk talents do. But he was even more monk than that. A peculiar exhaustion. He is so oppressed, doctors set in. And he switched to English literature, where so many frustrated poets and as pipe-smoking teachers in tweeds. Paris suited him. He discussed Soviet movies with expatriates. He sat with Uranus and the Deux Magots. He published tortuous essays in obscure journals. He composed pastiches. Fraulein von Koop may turn her hand upon the door. I will not follow her, nor Fresca, nor that gulp. A paper of his, entitled The Proustian Theme in a Letter from Keats to Benjamin Bailey, was chuckled over by the 6 or 7 scholars who read it. He launched upon an Histoire abrégée de la poésie anglaise for a prominent publishing firm, and then started to compile that manual of French literature for English-speaking students, with comparisons drawn from English writers, which was to occupy him throughout the 40s, and the last volume of which was almost ready for press by the time of his arrest. He found a job teaching English to a group of adults in Auteuil. Then a school for boys employed him for a couple of winters. Now and then he took advantage of the acquaintances he had formed among social workers and psychotherapists to visit in their company various institutions such as orphanages and reform schools, where pale pubescent girls with matted lashes could be stared at in perfect impunity, remindful of that granted one in dreams. Now he wishes to introduce the following idea. Between the age limits of 9 and 14 there occur maidens who, to certain bewitched travelers twice as many times older than they, reveal their true nature, which is not human but nymphic, that is, demonic. And these chosen creatures he proposes to designate as nymphets. It will be marked that he substitutes time terms for spatial ones. In fact, he would have the reader see 9 and 14 as the boundaries, the memory beaches and rosy rocks of an enchanted island haunted by those nymphets of his, surrounded by a vast misty sea. Between those age limits, are all girl children nymphets? Of course not. Otherwise, they who are in the know, they lone village voyagers, they nympholettes, would have long gone insane. Neither are good looks any criterion, and vulgarity, or at least what a given community terms so, does not necessarily impair certain mysterious characteristics. The fey grace, the elusive, shifty, soul-shattering, insidious charm that separates the nymph from such coevals of mind as are incomparably more dependent on the spatial world of synchronous phenomena than on that intangible island of entranced time where I play with my likes. Within the same age limits, the number of true nymphets is strikingly inferior to that of provisionally plain or just nice or cute or even sweet and attractive, ordinary, plumpish, formless, cold-skinned, essentially human little girls with tummies and pigtails who may or may not turn into adults of great beauty. Look at the ugly dumplings in black stockings and white hats that are metamorphosed into stunning stars of the screen. A normal man, given a group of photographs of schoolgirls or Girl Scouts and asked to point out the comeliest one, will not necessarily choose the nymphet among them. He'd have to be an artist and a madman, a creature of infinite melancholy with a bubble of hot poison in your loins, and a super voluptuous flame permanently aglow in his subtle spine. Oh, how they have to cringe and hide, in order to discern at once by ineffable signs the slightly feline outline of a cheekbone, the slenderness of a downy limb, the other indices which despair and shame and tears of tenderness forbid him to tabulate, the deadly demon among wholesome children. She stands unrecognized by them and unconscious herself of her fantastic power. Furthermore, since the idea of time plays such a magic part in the matter, the student should be surprised to learn that there must be a gap of several years, never less than 10, he should say, generally 30 to 40, and as many as 90 in a few known cases between maiden and man to enable the latter to come under an nymphet's spell. It is a question of focal adjustment, of a certain distance that the inner eye thrills to surmount, and a certain contrast that the mind perceives with a gasp of perverse delight. When he was a child, and she was a child, his little Annabel was no nymphet to him. He was her equal, a fauntless in his own right, on that same enchanted island of time. But today, in September 1952, after 29 years have elapsed, he thinks he can distinguish in her the initial fateful elf in his life. They loved each other with a premature love, marked by a fierceness that so often destroys adult lives. He was a strong lad and survived, but the poison was in the wound, and the wound remained ever open. And soon he found himself maturing amid a civilization which allows a man of 25 to court a girl of 16, but not a girl of 12. No wonder when that of his adult life during the European period of his existence proved monstrously twofold. Overtly, he had so-called normal relationships with a number of terrestrial women, having pumpkins or pears for breasts. Inly, he was consumed by a hell furnace of localized lust for every passing nymphet, whom, as a law-abiding poltroon, he never dared approach. The human females he was allowed to wield were but palliative agents. He is ready to believe that the sensations he derived from natural fornication were much the same as those known to normal big males consorting with their normal big mates, in that routine rhythm which shakes the world. The trouble was that those gentlemen had not, and he had, caught glimpses of an incomparably more poignant bliss. The dimmest of his pollutive dreams was 1,000 times more dazzling than all the adultery the most virile writer of genius or the most talented impotent might imagine. His world was split. He was aware of not one but two sexes, neither of which was his. Both would be termed female by the anatomist, but to him, through the prism of his senses, they were as different as mist and mast. All this he rationalized as now. In his 20s and early 30s, he did not understand his throes quite so clearly. While his body knew what it craved for, his mind rejected his body's every plea. One moment he was ashamed and frightened, another recklessly optimistic. Taboo strangulated him. Psychoanalysts wooed him with pseudo-liberations and pseudo-libidos. The fact that to him the only objects of amorous tremor were sisters of Annabel's, her handmaidens and girl pages appeared to him at times of a forerunner of insanity. At other times he would tell himself that it was all a question of attitude, that there was really nothing wrong in being moved to distraction by girl children. Let him remind his reader that in England, with the passage of the Children and Young Person Act in 1933, the term girl child is defined as a girl who is over 8 but under 14 years. After that, from 14 to 17, the statutory definition is young person. In Massachusetts, U.S., on the other hand, a wayward child is technically one between 7 and 17 years of age who, moreover, habitually associates with vicious and immoral persons. Hugh Broughton, a writer of controversy in the reign of James I, has proved that Rahab was a harlot at 10 years of age. This is all very interesting, and he dare says you see him already frothing at the mouth in a fit. But no, he is not. He's just winking happy thoughts into a little tittle cup. Here are some more pictures. Here is Virgil, who could the infant sing in a single tone, but probably preferred a lad's perineum. Here are two of King Actaton's and Queen Nephridi's prenuptial daughters. That royal couple had a litter of 6, wearing nothing but many necklaces of bright beads, relaxed on cushions, intact after 2,000 years, with their soft brown puppy bodies, cropped hair, and long ebony eyes. Here are some brides of tin compelled to seat themselves on the fastinum, the viral ivory of the temples of classical scholarship. Marriage and cohabitation before the age of puberty are still not uncommon in certain East Indian provinces. Let old men of 80 copulate with girls of 8, nobody minds. After all, Dante fell madly in love with Beatrice when she was 9, a sparkling girline, painted and lovely, and bejeweled in a crimson frock, and all this was in 1274 in Florence, at a private feast in the merry month of May. And when Petrarch fell madly in love with his Laurine, she was a fair-haired nymphet of 12, running in the wind, in a pollen of dust, and a flower of flight, in the beautiful plain as described from the hills of Vaucluse. But let us be prim and civilized. Humbert tried hard to be good. Really and truly he did. He had the utmost respect for ordinary children with their purity and vulnerability, and under no circumstances would he have interfered with the innocence of a child if there was the least risk of a row. But know how his heart beat when among the innocent throng he espied a demon child, enfant charmant et fou, dim eyes, bright lips. 10 years in jail if you only show her you are looking at her. So life went. Humbert was perfectly capable of intercourse with Eve, but it was Lily he longed for. The bud stage of breast development appears early, 10.7 years in the sequence of semantic changes accompanying pubescence, and the next maturatal item available is the first appearance of pigmented pubic hair, 11.2 years. His little cup brims with tittles. A shipwreck, an atoll, alone with a drowned passenger, shivering child. Darling, this is only a game. How marvelous were his fancied adventures as he sat on a hard park bench, pretending to be immersed in a trembling book. Around the quiet scholar, nymphets played very freely, as if he were a familiar statue or part of an old tree's shadow and sheen. Once a perfect little beauty in a tartan frock with a clatter put her heavily armed foot near him, on the bench to dip her slim bare arms into him and tighten the strap of her roller skate, and he dissolved in the sun with his book for fig leaf, as her auburn ringlets fell all over her skinned knee, and the shadow of leaves he shared pulsated and melted under her radiant limb next to his chameleonic cheek. Another time, a red-haired schoolgirl hung over him in the metro, and a revelation of axillary russet he obtained remained in his blood for weeks. He could list a great number of these one-sided diminutive romances. Some of them ended in a rich flavor of hell. It happened, for instance, that from his balcony he would notice a lighted window across the street and what looked like a nymphette in the act of undressing before a cooperative mirror. Thus isolated, thus removed, the vision acquired an especially keen charm that made him race with all the speed toward his lone gratification. But abruptly, fiendishly, the tender pardon of nudity he adored would be transformed into the disgusting lamp-lit bare arm of a man in his underclothes reading his paper by the open window of a hot, damp, hopeless summer night. Rope-skipping hopscotch, that old woman in black who sat down next to him on his bench. On his rack of joy, a nymphette was groping under him for a lost marble, and asked if he had a stomach ache, the insolent hag. I'll leave him alone in his pubescent park, in his mossy garden, let them play around him forever, never grow up. 6. Apropos. He has often wondered What became of those nymphets later? In this wrought iron world of crisscross cause and effect, could it be that the hidden throb he stole from them did not affect their future? He had possessed her and she never knew it. All right, but would it not tell some time later? Had he not somehow tampered with her fate by embalming her image in his voluptuous? Oh, it was and remains a source of great and terrible wonder. He learned, however, what they looked like, those lovely, maddening, thin-armed nymphets when they grew up. He remembered walking along an animated street on a gray spring afternoon somewhere near the Madeleine. A short, slim girl passed him at a rapid, high-heeled, tripping step. They glanced back at the same moment. She stopped, and he accosted her. She came hardly up to his chest hair, and had the kind of dimpled, round little face French girls so often have, and he liked her long lashes and tight-fitting tailored dress, sheathing in pearl gray her young body, which still retained, and that was the nymphic echo, the chill of delight, the leap in his loins, a childish something mingling with the professional pétillement of her small, agile rump. He asked her price, and she promptly replied with melodious, silvery precision, "A bird, a very bird. Can't, sorry, sont." He tried to haggle, but she saw the awful lone longing in his lower eyes, directed so far down at her round forehead and rudimentary hat, a band, a posy, and with one beat of her lashes, "Tant pis," she said, and made as if to move away. Perhaps only 3 years earlier he might have seen her coming home from school. The application settled the matter. She led him up the usual steep stairs with the usual bell, clearing the way for the monsieur, who might not care to meet another monsieur, on the mournful climb to the abject room, all bed and bidet. As usual, she asked at once for her petit cadeau, and as usual he asked her name, Monique, and her age, 18. He was pretty well acquainted with the banal way of streetwalkers. They all answer 18, a trim twitter, a note of finality and wistful deceit, which they emit up to 10 times per day, the poor little creatures. But in Monique's case, there would be no doubt she was, if anything, adding 1 or 2 years to her age. This he deduced from having many details of her compact, neat, cautiously immature body. Having shed her clothes with fascinating rapidity, she stood for a moment partly wrapped in the dingy gauze of the window curtain, listening with infantile pleasure as pat a pat could be to an organ grinder in the dust-brimming courtyard below. When he examined her small hands and drew her attention to their grubby fingernails, she said with a naive frown, "Oui, ce n'est pas bien," and went to the wash-basin. But he said it did not matter at all. With her brown-bobbed hair, luminous gray eyes, and pale skin, she looked perfectly charming. Her lips were no bigger than those of a squatting lad. In fact, he does not hesitate to say, and indeed this is the reason why he lingers gratefully in that gauze-gray room of memory with little Monique, that among the 80 or so grus he had operate upon him, she was the only one that gave him a pang of genuine pleasure. "Il était malin, celui qui a invité ce truc-là," she commented amiably, and got back into her clothes with the same high-style speed. He asked for another more elaborate assignment later the same evening, and she said she would meet him at the corner cafe at 9, and swore she had never posé un lapin in all her life. We returned to the same room. They returned to the same room, and he could not help saying how very pretty she was, to which she answered demurely, "Tu es bien gentil de dire ça," and then, noticing what he noticed too in the mirror reflecting their small Eden, the dreadful grimace of clenched teeth tenderness that distorted his mouth, dutiful little Monique, oh, she had been an infant all right, wanted to know if she could remove the layer of red from her lips, avant qu'on se couche, in case he planned to kiss her. Of course he planned it. He let himself go with her more completely than he had with any young lady before, and his last vision that night of long-lashed Monique is touched up with a gaiety that he finds seldom associated with any event. In his humiliating, sordid, taciturn love-line, she looked tremendously pleased with the bonus of 50 he gave her as she trotted out into the April night drizzle with Humbert lumbering in her narrow wake. Stopping before a window display, she said with great gusto, "Je vais me jeter de bas," and never may I forget the way her Parisian childish lips exploded on pas, pronouncing it with an appetite that all but changed the ah into a brief buoyant bursting o, as in boat. He had a date with her the next day, 2:15, in his own rooms, but it was less successful, and she seemed to have grown less juvenile, more of a woman under her night. A cold he had caught from her led him to cancel a 4th assignment, Nor was he sorry to break an emotional series that threatened to burden him with heart-rending fantasies and peter out in dull disappointment. So let her remain sleek, slender Monique, as she was for a minute or two, a delinquent nymphette shining through the matter-of-fact young whore. His brief acquaintance with her started a train of thought that may seem pretty obvious to the reader who knows the ropes. An advertisement in a lewd magazine landed him one brave day in the office of M. Edith, who began by offering him to choose a kindred soul from a collection of rather formal photographs in a rather soiled album. Regardez-moi cette belle brune. When he pushed the album away and somehow managed to blurt out his criminal craving, she looked as if about to show him the door. However, after asking him what price he was prepared to disperse, she condescended to put him in touch with a person qui pourrait arranger la chose. Next day, an asthmatic woman, coarsely painted, garrulous, garlicky, with an almost partial provincial accent and a black mustache above a purple lip, took him to what is apparently for her own domicile, and there, after explosively kissing the bunched tips of her fat fingers to signify the delectable rosebud quality of her merchandise, she theatrically drew aside a curtain to reveal what he judged was that part of the room where a large and unfastidious family usually slept. It was now empty save for a monstrously plump, sallow, repulsively plain girl of at least 15 with red-ribboned, thick black braids, who sat on a chair perfunctorily nursing a bald doll. When he shook his head and tried to shuffle out of the trap, the woman, talking fast, began removing the dingy woolen jersey from the young giantess's torso. Then, seeing his determination to leave, she demanded son agent. A door at the end of the room was opened, and two men who had been dining in the kitchen joined in the squabble. They were misshapen, bare-necked, very swarthy, and one of them wore dark glasses. A small boy and begrimed, bow-legged toddler lurked behind them. With the insolent logic of a nightmare, the enraged procuress, indicating the man in the glasses, said he had served the police, Louis, so that he had better do as he was told. He went up to Marie, for that was her stellar name, who by then had quietly transferred her heavy haunches to a stool at the kitchen table and resumed her interrupted soup, while the toddler picked up the doll. With a surge of pity dramatizing his idiotic gesture, he thrust a banknote into her indifferent hand. She surrendered his gift to the ex-detective, whereupon he was suffered to leave. 7. He does not know if the pimp's album may not have been another link in the daisy chain, but soon after, for his own safety, he decided to marry. It occurred to him that regular hours, home-cooked meals, all the conventions of marriage, the prophylactic routine of its bedroom activities, and who knows, the eventual flowering of certain moral values, of certain spiritual substitutes might help him, if not purge himself of the degrading and dangerous desires, at least keep them under pacific control. A little money had come his way after his father's death, nothing very grand. The Marana had been sold long before. In addition to his striking of somewhat brutal good looks, allowed him to enter upon his quest with equanimity. After considerable deliberation, his choice fell on the daughter of a Polish doctor. The good man happened to be treating him for spells of dizziness and tachycardia. They played chess. His daughter watched him from behind her easel, and inserted eyes or knuckles borrowed from him into the cubistic trash that accompanied misses, and then painted instead of lilacs and lambs. Let him repeat with quiet force. He was, and still is, despite mes malheurs, an exceptionally handsome male, slow-moving, tall, with soft dark hair and a gloomy but all the more seductive cast of demeanor. Exceptional virility often reflects in the subject's displayable features a sullen and congested something that pertains to what he has to conceal, and this was his case. Well did he know, alas, that he could obtain, at the snap of his fingers, any adult female he chose. In fact, it had become quite a habit with him of not being too attentive to women, lest they come toppling blood-ripe into his cold lap. Had he been a Francois Moyen with a taste for flashy ladies, he might have easily found among the many crazed beauties that lashed his grim rock creatures far more fascinating than Valeria. His choice, however, was prompted by considerations whose essence was, as he realized too late, a piteous compromise, all of which goes to show how dreadfully stupid poor Humbert always was in matters of sex. 8. Although he told himself he was looking merely for a soothing presence, a glorified pot de feu, an animated merkin, what really attracted him to Valeria was the imitation she gave of the little girl. She gave it not because she had divined something about him. It was just her style, and he fell for it. Actually, she was at least in her late 20s. He never established her exact age, for even her passport lied, and had mislaid her virginity under circumstances that changed with her reminiscent moods. He, on his part, was as naive as only a pervert can be. She looked fluffy and frolicsome, dressed a la gamine, showed a generous amount of smooth leg, knew how to stress the white of a bare instep by the black of a velvet slipper, and pouted and dimpled and romped and dirndled, and shook her short curly blonde hair in the cutest and tritest fashion imaginable. After a brief ceremony at the mairie, he took her to the new apartment he had rented, and somewhat to her surprise had her wear, before he touched her, a girl's plain nightshirt that he had managed to filch from the linen closet of an orphanage. He derived some fun from that nuptial night, and had the idiot in hysterics by sunrise, but in reality soon asserted itself. The bleached curl revealed its melanic root. The down turned to prickles on shaved skin. The mobile, moist mouth, no matter how he stuffed it with love, disclosed ignominiously its resemblance to the corresponding part and treasured portrait of her toad-like dead mamma. And presently, instead of a pale little gutter girl, Humbert had on his hands a large, puffy, short-legged, big-breasted, practically brainless baba. The state of affairs lasted from 1935 to 1939. Her only asset was a muted nature, which did help to produce an odd sense of comfort in their small, squalid flat. 2 rooms, a hazy view in one window, a brick wall in the other, a tiny kitchen, a shoe-shaped bathtub within which he felt like Marat, but with no white-necked maiden to stab him. They had quite a few cozy evenings together, she deep in her Paris soie, he working at a rickety table. They went to the movies, bicycle races, and boxing matches. He appealed to her steel flesh very seldom, only in cases of great urgency and despair. The grocer opposite had a little daughter whose shadow drove him mad, but with Valeria's help he did find after some legal outlets to his fantastic predicament. As to cooking, they tacitly dismissed pot-de-feu and had most of their meals at a crowded place in Rue Bonaparte, where there were the wine stations on the tablecloth and a good deal of foreign babble, and next door an art dealer displayed in his cluttered window a splendid flamboyant green, red, golden, and inky blue ancient American estampe, a locomotive with a gigantic smokestack, great baroque lamps, and a tremendous cowcatcher, hauling its mauve coaches through the stormy prairie night and mixing a lot of spark-studded black smoke with the furry thunderclouds. These burst. In the summer of 1939, Monaco de Merc died, bequeathing him an annual income of a few $1,000s on condition he came to live in the States and showed some interest in his business. This prospect was most welcome to him. He felt in his life needed a shake-up. There was another thing, too. Mothholes had appeared in the plush of matrimonial comfort. During the last weeks he had kept noticing that his fat Valeria was not her usual self, had acquired a queer restlessness, even showed something like irritation at times, which was quite out of keeping with the stock character she was supposed to impersonate. When he informed her they were shortly to sail for New York, she looked distressed and bewildered. There were some tedious difficulties with her papers. She had a Nansen, or better say nonsense, passport, which for some reason a share in her husband's solid Swiss citizenship could not easily transcend, and he decided it was the necessity of queuing in the prefecture and other formalities that made her so listless, despite his patiently describing to her America, the country of rosy children and great trees, where life would be such an improvement on dull dingy Paris. They were coming out of some office building one morning with their papers almost in order when Valeria, as she waddled by his side, began to shake her poodle head vigorously without saying a word. He let her go for a while, then asked if she thought she had something inside. She answered. He translates from her French, which was, he imagined, a translation in its turn from some Slavic platitude, "There is another man in my life." Now these are ugly words for a husband to hear. They dazed him, he confesses. To beat her up in the street then and there, as an honest Bulgarian might have done, was not feasible. Years of secret sufferings had taught him superhuman self-control. So he ushered her into a taxi which had been invitingly creeping along the curb for some time, and in this comparative privacy he quietly suggested she comment her wild talk. A mounting fury was suffocating him, not because he had any particular fondness for that figure of fun, but because matters of illegal and legal conjunction were for him alone to decide, and here she was, Valeria, the comedy of wife, brazenly preparing to dispose in her own way of his comfort and fate. He demanded her lover's name. He repeated his question, but she kept up a burlesque babble, discoursing on her unhappiness with him, and announcing plans for an immediate divorce. "Ma cuisse?" he shouted at last, striking her on the knee with his fist, and she, without even wincing, stared at him, as if the answer were too simple for words, then gave a quick shrug and pointed at the thick neck of the taxi driver. He pulled up at a small cafe and introduced himself. He does not remember this ridiculous name, but after all those years he still sees him quite clearly, a stocky white Russian ex-colonel, with a bushy mustache and a crew cut. There were thousands of them playing that fool's trade in Paris. They sat down at the table, the Tsarist ordered wine, and Valeria, after applying a wet napkin to her knee, went on talking into him rather than to him. She poured words into his dignified receptacle with a volubility he had never suspected she had in her, and every now and then she would volley a burst of Slavic at her stolid lover. The situation was preposterous and became even more so when the taxi colonel, stopping Valeria with a possessive smile, began to unfold his views and plans. With an atrocious accent to his careful French, he delineated the world of love and work into which he proposed to enter hand in hand with his child wife, Valeria. She by now was preening herself between him and him. Between the two men, rouging her pursed lips, tripling her chin to pick at her blouse bosom, and so forth, and he spoke of her as if she were absent, and also if she were a kind of a little ward that was in the act of being transferred for her own good, from one of those wise guardian to another even wiser one, and although his helpless wrath may have exaggerated and disfigured certain impressions, he swears that he actually consulted him on such things as her diet, her periods, her wardrobe, and the books she had read or should read. I think, he said, she will like Jean-Christophe. Oh, he was quite a scholar, Mr. Taxovich. He put an end to this gibberish by suggesting Valeria pack up her few belongings immediately, upon which the platitudinous colonel gallantly offered to carry them into the car. Reverting to his professional state, he drove the Humberts to their residence, and all the way Valeria talked, and Humbert the Terrible deliberated with Humbert the Small, where Humbert should kill her or her lover, or both, or neither. He remembers once handling an automatic belonging to a fellow student in the days he has not spoken of them, he thinks. But never mind, when he toyed with the idea of enjoying his little sister, a most diaphanous nymphet with a black hair bow, and then shooting himself. He now wondered if Valachka, as the colonel called her, was really worth shooting, or strangling, or drowning. She had very vulnerable legs, and he decided he would limit himself to hurting her very horribly as soon as they were alone. But they never were. Valachka, by now shedding torrents of tears, tinged with this mess of her rainbow makeup, started to fill anyhow a trunk, 2 suitcases, a bursting carton, and visions of putting on his mountain boots and taking a running kick at her rump, and were of course impossible to put into execution, and the cursed colonel hovering around all the time. He cannot say he behaved insolently or anything like that. On the contrary, he displayed, as a small sideshow in the theatricals he had been inveigled in, a discreet old-world civility, punctuating his movements with all sorts of mispronounced apologies. Je demande pardon, excuse me, est-ce que je puis, may I, and so forth. And turning away tactfully when Valachka took down with a flourish her pink panties from the clothesline above the tub. But he seemed to be all over the place at once, agreeing his frame with the anatomy of the flat, reading in his chair his newspaper, untying a knotted string, rolling a cigarette, counting the teaspoons, visiting the bathroom, helping his mull to wrap up the electric fan her father had given her, and carrying Streetbird her luggage. He sat with his arms folded, one hip in the window-sill, dying of hate and boredom. At last both were out of the quivering apartment. The vibration of the door he had slammed after them still rang in him every nerve. A poor substitute for the black-hand slap with which he ought to have hit her across the cheekbone according to the rules of the movies. Clumsily playing his part, he stomped to the bathroom to check if they had taken his English toilet water. They had not, but he noticed with a spasm of fierce disgust that the former consular of the Tsar, after thoroughly easing his bladder, had not flushed the toilet. That solemn pool of alien urine with soggy, tawny cigarette butt disintegrating at it struck me as a crowning insult, and he wildly looked around for a weapon. Actually, he dare say it was nothing but a middle-class Russian courtesy, with an oriental tang, perhaps, that had prompted the good Colonel Maximovich, his name suddenly taxis back to him, a very formal person, as they all were, to muffle his private need in decorous silence, so as not to underscore the small size of the host's domicile, with the rush of a gross cascade upon top of his own hushed trickle. But this did not enter his mind at the moment, as groaning with rage, he ransacked the kitchen for something better than a broom. Then, cancelling his search, he dashed out of the house with a heroic decision of attacking him barefisted, despite his natural vigor. He is no pugilist, while the short but broad-shouldered Maximovich seemed made of pig iron. The void of the street, revealing nothing but his wife's departure except a rhinestone button she had dropped in the mud after preserving it for 3 unnecessary years in a broken box, may have spared him a bloody nose, but no matter. He had his little revenge in due time. A man from Pasadena told him one day that Mr. Maximovich, née Zabrovsky, had died in childbirth around 1945. The couple had somehow got over to California and had been used there for an excellent salary and a year-long experiment conducted by a distinguished American ethnologist. The experiment dealt with human and racial reactions to a diet of bananas and dates and a constant position on all fours. His informant, a doctor, swore that he had seen with his own eyes obese Waakshka and her colonel, by then gray-haired and also quite corpulent, diligently crawling about the well-swept floors of a brightly lit set of rooms, fruit in one, water in the other, mats in a third, and so on, in the company of several other hired quadrupeds, selected from indigent and helpless groups. He tried to find the results of these tests in the Review of Anthropology, but they appear not to have been published yet. These scientific products take, of course, some time to fructuate. He hopes they will be illustrated with good photographs when they do get printed, although it is not very likely that a prison library will harbor such erudite works. The one to which he is restricted these days, despite his lawyer's favors, is a good example of the inane eclecticisms governing the selection of books in prison libraries. They have the Bible, of course, and Dickens, an ancient set, NY, Diligent, Publisher, NDCCCLXXXVII, and the Children's Encyclopedia with some nice photographs of sunshine-haired Girl Scouts in shorts, and a murder is announced by Agatha Christie. So they also have such coruscating trifles as A Vagabond in Italy by Percy Elphinstone, author of Venice Revisited, Boston, 1868, and a comparatively recent 1946, Who's Who in the Limelight, actors, producers, playwrights, and shots in the static scenes. In looking through the latter volume, he was treated last night to one of those dazzling coincidences that logicians loathe and poets love. He transcribes most of the page. Pym Roland, born in London, Mass., 1922, received stage training in Elsinore Playhouse, Derby, New York. Made debut in Sunburst. Among his many appearances are 2 blocks from here, The Girl in Green, Scrambled Husbands, The Strange Mushroom, Touch and Go, John Lovely, I Was Dreaming of You, Quilty Clare, American dramatist, born in Ocean City, NJ, 1911, educated at Columbia University, started a commercial career but turned into playwriting. Author of The Little Nymph, The Lady Who Loved Lightning, in collaboration with Vivian Darkbloom, Dark Age, The Strange Mushroom, Fatherly Love, and others. His many plays for children are notable. Little Nymph, 1940, traveled 14,000 miles and played 280 performances on the road during the winter before ending in New York. Hobbies, fast cars, photography, pets. Quinn Dolores, born in 1882 in Dayton, Ohio, studied for stage at American Academy, first played in Ottawa in 1900, made New York debut in 1904, and never talked to strangers. Has disappeared since. In a list of some 30 plays follows. How the book of his dear love's name, even affixed to some old hag of an actress, still makes him rock with helpless pain. Perhaps she might have been an actress too. Perhaps I might have been an actress too. Born in 1935, appeared. He noticed the slip of his pen in the preceding paragraph, but please do not correct it, Clarence. In The Murdered Playwright, Quine the Swine, guilty of killing Quilty. Oh, his me. He has only words to play with. Nine. Divorce proceedings delayed his voyage, and the gloom of yet another world war had settled upon the globe when, after a winter of ennui and pneumonia in Portugal, he at last reached the States. In New York, he eagerly accepted the soft job fate offered him. It consisted mainly of thinking up and editing perfume ads. He welcomed its desultory character and literary aspects, attending to it whenever he had nothing better to do. On the other hand, he was urged by Wartime University in New York to complete his comparative history of French literature for English-speaking students. The first volume took him a couple of years, during which he put seldom less than 15 hours of work daily. As he looked back on those days, he saw them divided tidily into ample light and narrow shade, the light pertaining to the solace of research in palatial libraries, the shade to his excruciating desires and insomnias, of which enough has been said. Knowing him by now, the reader can easily imagine how dusty and hot he got, trying to catch a glimpse of nymphets, alas always remote, playing in Central Park, and how repulsed he was by the glitter and deodorized career girls that a gay dog in one of the offices kept uploading upon him. Let us skip all that. A dreadful breakdown sent him into a sanatorium for more than a year. He went back to his work, only to be hospitalized again. Robust outdoor life seemed to promise him some relief. One of his favorite doctors, a charming, cynical chap with a little brown beard, had a brother, and this brother was about to lead an expedition into Arctic Canada. He was attached to it as a recorder of psychic reactions with two young botanists. An old carpenter, he shared now and then, never successfully, the favors of one of their nutritionists, a Dr. Anita Johnson, who was soon flown back, he is glad to say. He had little notion of what object the expedition was pursuing, judging by the number of meteorologists upon it. They may have been tracking to its lair somewhere in Prince of Wales Island, he understands, the wandering and wobbly North Magnetic Pole. One group, jointly with the Canadians, established a weather station Pierre Point in Melville Sound. Another group, equally misguided, collected plankton. A third studied tuberculosis in the tundra. Bert, a film photographer, an insecure fellow with whom at one time he was made to partake in a good deal of menial work, he too had some psychic troubles, maintained that the big men on their team, the real leaders we never saw, were mainly engaged in checking the influence of the climatic amelioration on the coats of the Arctic fox. They lived in prefabricated timber cabins amid a pre-Cambrian world of granite. They had heaps of supplies, the Reader's Digest, an ice cream mixer, chemical toilets, paper caps for Christmas. His health improved wonderfully in spite or because of all the fantastic blankness of boredom, surrounded by such dejected vegetation as willow scrub and lichens permeated, and he supposed cleansed by whistling gales, seated on a boulder under a completely translucent sky through which, however, nothing of importance showed. He felt curiously aloof from his own self. No temptations maddened him. The plump, glossy little Eskimo girls with their fish smell, hideous raven hair, and guinea pig faces evoked even less desire in him than Dr. Johnson and nymphets do not occur in polar regions. He left his betters the task of analyzing glacial drifts, drumlins and gremlins and kremlins, and for the time tried to jot down what he fondly thought were reactions. He noticed, for instance, the dreams under the midnight sun tended to be highly colored, and this his friend the photographer confirmed. He was also supposed to quiz his various companions on a number of important matters, such as nostalgia, fear of unknown animals, food fantasies, nocturnal emissions, hobbies, choice of radio programs, changes in outlook, and so forth. Everybody got so fed up with this that he soon dropped the project completely, and only toward the end of his 20 months of cold labor, as one of the botanists jocosely put it, concocted a perfectly spurious and very recent report that the reader will find published in the Annals of Adult Psychophysics for 1945 and 1946, as well as in the issue of Arctic Explorations devoted to that particular expedition, which in conclusion was not really concerned with Victoria Island copper or anything like that, as he learned later from his genial doctor, for the nature of its real purpose was what was termed hush-hush, and so let him add merely that whatever it was, the purpose was admirably achieved. The reader will regret to learn that soon after his return to civilization he had another bout of insanity, if to melancholia and a sense of insufferable oppression that cruel term must be applied. He owes his complete restoration to a discovery he made while being treated at that particular very expensive sanatorium. He discovered there was an endless source of robust enjoyment in trifling with psychiatrists, cunningly leading them on, never letting them see that you know all the tricks of the trade, inventing for them elaborate dreams, pure classics in the style which make them the dream extortionists, dream and wake up shrieking, teasing them with fake primal scenes, and never allowing them the slightest glimpse of one's real sexual predicament. By bribing the nurse, he won access to some files and discovered with glee cards calling him potentially homosexual and totally impotent. The sport was so excellent, its results, in his case, so ready that he stayed on for a whole month after he was quite well, sleeping admirably and eating like a schoolgirl. And then he added another week just for the pleasure of taking on a powerful newcomer, a displaced and surely deranged celebrity known for his knack of making patients believe they had witnessed their own conception. 10. Upon signing out, he cast around for some place in New England countryside or sleepy small town, Elm's White Church, where he could spend a studious summer subsisting on a compact box full of notes he had accumulated and bathing in some nearby lake. His work had begun to interest him again. He means his scholarly exertions. The other thing, his active participation in his uncle's posthumous perfumes, had by then been cut down to a minimum. One of his former employees, a scion of distinguished family, suggested he spend a few months in the residence of his impoverished cousins, a Mr. McCoo, retired, and his wife, who wanted to let their upper story, where a late aunt had delicately dwelt. He said they had two daughters, one baby, the other a girl of 12 in a beautiful garden not far from a beautiful lake, and he said it sounded perfectly perfect. He exchanged letters with those people, satisfying them he was housebroken, and spent a fantastic night on the train imagining all possible detail the enigmatic nymphette he would coach in French and fondle in Humbertish. Nobody met him at the toy station, where he alighted with his new expensive bag, and nobody answered the telephone. Eventually, however, a distraught McCoo in wet clothes turned up at the Holy Hotel in green and pink Ramsdale with the news that his house had just burned down, possibly owing to the synchronous conflagration that had been raging all night in his veins. His family, he said, had fled to a farm he owned, and had taken the car of a friend of his wife's, a grand person, Miss Hayes, of 342 Lawn Street, offered to accommodate him. A lady who lived opposite Miss Hayes had lent McCoo her limousine, a marvelously old-fashioned, square-topped affair manned by a cheerful person. Now, since the only reason for his coming at all had vanished, the aforesaid arrangement seemed preposterous. All right, his house would have to be completely rebuilt. So what? Had he not insured it sufficiently? He was angry, disappointed, and bored, but being a polite European could not refuse to be sent off to Lawn Street in that funeral car, feeling that otherwise McCoo would devise an even more elaborate means of getting rid of him. He saw him scamper away, and his chauffeur shook his head with a soft chuckle. En route, he swore to himself that he would not dream of staying in Ramsdale under any circumstance, but would fly that very day to the Bermudas or the Bahamas or the Blazes. Possibilities of sweetness on technicolored beaches had been trickling through his spine for some time before, and McCoo's cousin had in fact sharply diverted that train of thought with his well-meaning, but, as it transpired now, absolutely inane suggestion. Speaking of sharp turns, we almost ran over a meddlesome suburban dog, one of those who lie in wait for cars. Speaking of sharp turns, they almost ran over a meddlesome suburban dog, one of those who lie in wait for cars, as they swerved into Lawn Street. A little further, the Hayes house, a white frame horror, appeared looking dingy and old, more gray than white, the kind of place you know will have a rubber tube affixable to the tub faucet in lieu of a shower. He tipped the chauffeur and hoped he would immediately drive away so that he might double back unnoticed to his hotel and bag. But the man merely crossed to the other side of the street, where an old lady was calling to him from the porch. What could he do? He pressed the bell button. A maid let him in, and left him standing on the mat while she rushed back to the kitchen, where something was burning that ought not to burn. The front hall was graced with door chimes, a white-eyed wooden thingamabob of commercial Mexican origin, and that banal darling of the arty middle class, Van Gogh's Arlequin. A door ajar to the right afforded a glimpse of a living room, with some more Mexican trash in a corner cabinet, and a striped sofa along the wall. There was a staircase at the end of the hallway, and as he stood mopping his brow, only now did he realize how hot it had been out of doors, and staring to stare at something, at an old gray tennis ball that lay on an oak chest, there came from the upper landing the contralto voice of Miss Hayes, who, leaning over the banister, inquired melodiously, "Is that Monsieur Humbert?" A bit of cigarette ash dropped from her there in addition. Presently the lady herself, sandals, maroon slacks, yellow blouse, squarish face, in that order, came down the steps, her index finger still tapping upon her cigarette. He thinks he had better describe her right away to get it over with. The poor lady was in her middle 30s. She had a shiny forehead, plucked eyebrows, and quite simple but not unattractive features of the type that may be defined as weak solution of Marlene Dietrich. Patting her bronze brown bun, she led him into the parlor, and they talked for a minute about the McCoo fire, and the privilege of the living in Ramsdale. Her very wide-set sea-green eyes had a funny way of traveling all over him, carefully avoiding his own eyes. Her smile was but a quizzical jerk of one eyebrow, and uncoiling herself from the sofa as she talked, she kept making spasmodic dashes at 3 ashtrays and the near fender where lay the brown core of an apple, whereupon she would sink back again, one leg folded under her. She was obviously one of those women whose polished words may reflect a book club or bridge club, or any other deadly conventionality, but never her soul. Women who are completely devoid of humor, women utterly indifferent at heart to the dozen or so possible subjects of a parlor conversation, but very particular about the rules of such conversations, though the sunny cellophane of which not very appetizing frustrations can be readily distinguished. He was perfectly aware that if by any wild chance he became her lodger, she would methodically proceed to do in regard to him what taking a lodger probably meant to her all along, and he would again be enmeshed in one of those tedious affairs he knew so well. But there was no question of his settling there. He could not be happy in that type of household, with bedraggled magazines on every chair and kind of horrible hybridization between the comedy of so-called functional modern furniture and the tragedy of decrepit rockers and rickety lamp tables with dead lamps. He was led upstairs to the left, into his room. He inspected it as through the mist of his utter rejection of it, but he did discern above his bed Renée Prenet's Kreutzer Sonata, and she recalled that the servant-maid's room a semi-studio. "Let's get out of here at once," he firmly said to himself, as he pretended to deliberate over the absurdly and ominously low price that his wistful hostess was asking for a board and bed. Old-world politeness, however, obliged him to go on with the ordeal. They crossed the landing to the right side of the house, where I and Lo have our rooms. Lo, being presumably the maid, and the lodger-lover could hardly conceal a shudder when he, a very fastidious male, was granted a preview of the only bathroom, a tiny oblong between the landing and Lo's room, with limp wet things overhanging the dubious tub, the question mark of a hair inside, and there were the expected coils of rubber snake and its complement, pinkish cozy coiling covering the toilet lid. "I see you are not too favorably impressed," said the lady, letting her hand rest for a moment upon his sleeve. She combined a cool forwardness, the overflow of what he thinks is called poise, with a shyness and sadness that caused her detached way of selecting her words to seem as unnatural as the intonation of a professor of speech. "This is not a neat household, I confess," the doomed dear continued. "But I assure you," she looked at her lips, "you will be very comfortable indeed. Let me show you the garden," the last more brightly, with a kind of winsome toss of her voice. Reluctantly he followed her downstairs again, then through the kitchen at the end of the hall, on the right side of the house, the side where also the dining room and the parlor were. Under his room on the left, there is nothing but a garage. In the kitchen, the maid, a plump youngish woman, sat as she took her large glossy black purse from the knob of the door leading to the back porch. "I'll go now, Miss Hayes." "Yes, Louise," answered Miss Hayes with a sigh. "I settle with you Friday." They passed on to a small pantry and entered the dining room, parallel to the parlor they had already admired. He noticed a white sock on the floor. With a deprecatory grunt, Miss Hayes stooped and, without stopping, threw it into a closet next to the pantry. They cursily inspected a mahogany table, with a fruit vase in the middle, containing nothing but the still glistening stone of the plum. He groped for that timetable he had in his pocket, and surreptitiously fished it out to look as soon as possible for a train. He was still walking behind Miss Hayes through the dining room when beyond it there came a sudden burst of greenery. "The piazza!" sang out his leader, and then, without the least warning, a blue sea wave swelled under his heart, and from about in a pool of sun, half naked, kneeling, turning about on my knees. There was his Riviera love, peering at him over dark glasses. It was the same child, the same frail, honey-hued shoulders, the same silky supple bare back, the same chestnut head of hair, a polka-dot black kerchief tied around my chest hid from his gaping ape eyes, but not from the gaze of young memory. The juvenile breasts he had fondled one immortal day, and as if he were the fairy tale nurse of some little princess, lost, kidnapped, discovered in gypsy rags, through which my nakedness smiled at the king and his hounds. He recognized the tiny dark brown mole on my side. With awe and delight, the king crying for joy, the trumpets blaring, the nurse struck, he saw again my lovely indrawn abdomen with my where his southbound mouth had briefly paused, and those puerile hips on which he had kissed the crenulated imprint left by the band of my shorts. That last mad immortal day behind the Roche's roses, the 25 years he had lived since then, tapered to a palpitating point and vanished. He finds it most difficult to express with adequate force that flash, that shiver, that impact of passionate recognition, in the course of the sun-shot moment that his glance slithered over the kneeling child, my eyes blinking over those stern dark spectacles, the little air doctor who was to cure him of all his aches. While he passed by me in his adult disguise, a great big handsome hunk of a movie-land manhood, the vacuum of his soul managed to suck in every detail of my bright beauty, and those he checked against the features of his dead bride. A little later, of course, this Novelle, this Lolita, his Lolita, was to eclipse completely my prototype. All he wants to stress is that his discovery of me was a fatal consequence of that princedom by the sea in his tortured past. Everything between the two events was but a series of gropings and blunders and false rudiments of joy. Everything they shared made one of them. He has no illusions, however. His judges will regard all this as a piece of mummery on the part of a madman with a gross liking for the fruit vert. Au fond, ça me bien égal. All he knows is that while the haze woman and him went down the steps into the breathless garden, his knees were like the reflection of knees in rippling water, and his lips were like sand, and that was my low, she said, and these are my lilies. Yes, he said, yes, they are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 11. Exhibit number 2 is a pocket diary bound in black imitation leather with the golden year 1947 in Escalier in its upper left-hand corner. He speaks of this neat product of a blank blanked in mass, as if it were really before him. Actually, it was destroyed 5 years ago, and what they examine now, by courtesy of a photographic memory, is but a brief materialization, a puny unfledged phoenix. He remembers the thing so exactly because he wrote it really twice. First, he jotted down each interest in pencil, with many erasures and corrections, on the leaves of what is commercially known as a typewriter tablet. Then he copied it out with obvious abbreviations in his smallest, most satanic hand in the little black book just mentioned. May 30 is a fast day by proclamation in New Hampshire, but not in the Carolinas. That day, an epidemic of abdominal flu, whatever that is, forced Ramsdale to close its schools for the summer. The reader may check the weather data in the Ramsdale Journal for 1947. A few days before that, he had moved into the Hayes house, and the little diary which he now proposed to reel off, much as spy delivers to the heart of the contents of the note he swallowed, covers most of June. Thursday. Very warm day. From a vantage point bathroom window, saw Dolores taking things off a clothesline in the apple-green light behind the house. Strolled out. I wore a plaid shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers. Every movement I made in the dappled sun plucked at the most secret and sensitive chord of his abject body. After a while I sat down next to him on the lower step of the back porch and began to pick up the pebbles between my feet. Pebbles, his god. Then a curled bit of milk bottle glass, resembling a snarling lip, and chuck them at a can. Ping! You can't a second time. You can't hit it. This is agony. A second time. Ping. Marvelous skin. Oh, marvelous. Tender and tanned, not the least blemish. Sundays cause acne. The excess of the oily substance called sebum, which nourishes the hair follicles in the skin, creates, when too profuse, an irritation that opens the way to infection. But nymphets do not have acne, although they gorge themselves on rich food. God, what agony! That silky shimmer above my temple, grading into bright brown hair, and the little bone twitching at the side of my chest, of my dust-powdered ankle. The McCoo girl, Jenny McCoo? Oh, she's a fright, and mean, and lame, nearly died of polio, pink. The glistening tracery of down on my forearm. When I got up to take in the wash, he had a chance of adoring from afar the faded seat of my rolled-up jeans. Out of the lawn land Miss Hayes, complete with camera, grew up like a Thacker's fig tree, and after a heliotropic fussing, sad eyes up, glad eyes down, had the cheek of taking his picture while he sat blinking on the steps. Humbert LaBelle. Friday. Saw me going somewhere with a dark girl called Rose. Why does the way I talk, a child, mind you, a mere child, excite him so abominably? Analyze it. A faint suggestion of turned-in toes, a kind of wiggly looseness below the knee prolonged to the end of each footfall, the ghost of a drag, very infantile, infinitely meretricious. Humbert is also infinitely moved by the little one's slangy speech, by my harsh, high voice, later heard her volley crude nonsense at Rose across the fence, twanging through him, and arising with him. Pause. I must go now, kiddo. Saturday. Beginning perhaps amended. He knows it is madness to keep this journal, but it gives him a strange thrill to do so, and only a loving wife could decipher his microscopic script. Let him state with a sob that today his L was sunbathing on the so-called piazza, but my mother and some other woman were around all the time. Of course, he might have sat there in the rocker and pretended to read. Playing safe, he kept away, for he was afraid that the horrible, insane, ridiculous, and pitiful tremor that palsied him might prevent him from making his entree with any semblance of casualness. Sunday, heat ripples still with us. A most Favonian week. This time he took up a strategic position with obese newspaper and new pipe in the piazza rocker before L arrived. To his intense disappointment, I came with my mother, both in toothpiece bathing suits, black as new as his pipe. His darling, his sweetheart, stood for a moment near him. One of the funnies. And I smell almost exactly like the other one, the Riviera one, but more intensely so, with rubber overtones, a torrid odor that at once set his manhood astir. But I'd already yanked out of him the coveted section and retreated to my mat near my Phocine mamma. There his beauty lay down on my stomach, showing the thousand eyes wide open in his eyed blood, my slightly raised shoulder blades, and the bloom along the incurvation of my spine, and the swellings of my tense narrow nates clothed in black, and the seaside of my schoolgirl thighs. Silently, the seventh grader enjoyed my red, green, blue comics. I was the loveliest nymph green, red, blue Priap himself could think up. As he looked on through prismatic layers of light, dry-lit, focusing his lust and rocking slightly under his newspaper, he felt that his perception of me, if properly concentrated upon, might be sufficient to have him attain a beggar's bliss immediately, but like some predator that prefers a moving prey to a motionless one, he planned to have this pitiful attainment coincide with one of the various girlish movements I made now and then, as I read, such as trying to scratch the middle of my back and revealing a stippled armpit. But Fat Hayes suddenly spoiled everything by turning to him and asking him for a light, and starting a make-believe conversation about a fake book and some popular fraud. I don't know if you can see it well or not. It should auto-adjust. There we go. Monday. Delectatio Morosa. He spent his doleful days in dumps and Dolores. They, Mother Hayes, Dolores. Mother Hayes, me, and him, were to go to Hourglass Lake this afternoon and bathe and bask, but a nacreous morn degenerated at noon into rain, and I made a scene. The median age of pubescence for girls has been found to be 13 years and 9 months in New York and Chicago. The age varies for individuals from 10 or earlier to 17. Virginia was not quite 14 when Harry Edgar possessed her. He gave her lessons in algebra. J'imagine cela. They spent their honeymoon at St. Petersburg, Fla. Monsieur Popo, as that boy in one of Monsieur Humbert's classes in Paris called the poet. I have all the He has all the characteristics which, according to writers on the sex interests of children, start the responsive stirring of a little girl: clean-cut jaw, muscular hand, deep sonorous voice, broad shoulder. Moreover, he is said to resemble some crooner actor chap on whom I have a crush. Tuesday. Rain. Lake of the Rains. Mama out shopping. Me, he knew, was somewhere quite near. In result of some stealthy maneuvering, he came across me in the mother's bedroom. Prying my left eye open to get rid of a speck of something. Checked frock. Although he does love that intoxicating brown fragrance of mine, he really thinks I should wash my hair once in a while. For a moment, we were both in the same warm green bath of the mirror that reflected the top of the poplar, with us in the sky. He held me roughly by the shoulders, then tenderly by the temples, and turned me about. "It's right there," I said. "I can feel it." Swiss peasant would use the tip of her tongue. "Lick it out?" "Yeah. Shall I try?" "Sure," I said. Gently he pressed his quivering sting along my rolling salty eyeball. "Goody, goody," I said, dictating. "It is gone." "Now the other?" "You dope," I began. "There's nothing—" But here I noticed the pucker of his approaching lips. "Okay," I said cooperatively, and bending toward my warm, upturned, russet face, somber Humbert pressed his mouth to my fluttering eyelid. I laughed and brushed past him out of the room. His heart seemed everywhere at once. Never in his life, not even when fondling his love-child in France, never has he experienced such agony. He would like to describe my face, my ways, but he cannot, because his own desire for me blinds him when I am near. He is not used to being with nymphets, darn it. If he closes his eyes, he sees but an immobilized fraction of me, a cinematographic still, a sudden smooth nether loveliness, as with one knee up under my tartan skirt, I sit tying my shoe. Dolores Hayes, no montrons pas vos jambes. This is my mother who thinks she knows French. A poet, à mes heures. He composed a madrigal to the soot-black lashes of my pale gray vacant eyes, to the 5 asymmetrical freckles on my bobbed nose, to the blonde down of my brown limbs. But he tore it up and cannot recall it today. Only in the tritest of terms, diary resumed, can he describe my features. He might say my hair is auburn, and my lips as red as licked red candy, the lower one prettily plump. Oh, that he were a lady writer who could have me pose naked in a naked light, but instead he is a lanky, big-boned, woolly-chested Humbert, with thick black eyebrows and a queer accent, and a cesspool of rotting monsters behind his slow boyish smile. And neither am I the fragile child of a feminine novel. What drives him insane is the twofold nature of this nymphet, of every nymphet perhaps. The mixture in me of tender, dreamy childishness is a kind of eerie vulgarity, stemming from the snub-nosed cuteness of ads and magazine pictures, from the blurry pinkness of adolescent maidservants in the old country, smelling of crushed daisies and sweat, and from very young harlots disguised as children in provincial brothels. And then again, all this gets mixed up with the exquisite stainless tenderness seeping through the musk and the mud, through the dirt and the death. Oh God, oh God. And what is most singular is that this Lolita, his Lolita, has individualized the writer's ancient lust, so that above and over everything there is me. Wednesday. Look, make Mother take you and me to Hourglass Lake tomorrow." These were the textual words said to him by his 12-year-old flame in a voluptuous whisper as we happened to bump into one another on the front porch. Him out, me in. The reflection of the afternoon sun, a dazzling white diamond with innumerable iridescent spikes, quivered on the round back of a parked car. The leafage of a voluminous elm played its mellow shadows upon the clapboard wall of the house. Two poplars shivered and shook. You could make out the formless sounds of remote traffic, a child calling "Nancy, Nancy" in the house. I had put on my favorite Little Carmen record, which he used to call Dwarf Conductors, making me snort and mock derision at his mock wit. Thursday. Last night we sat on the piazza, the Hayes woman, me, and him. Warm dusk had deepened into a Morris darkness. The old girl had finished relating in great detail to the plot of a movie that she and me had seen sometime in the winter. The boxer had fallen extremely low when he met the good old priest who had been a boxer himself in his robust youth and could still slug a sinner. We sat on the cushions heaped on the floor, and I was between the woman and him. I had squeezed myself in, his pet. In his turn, he launched upon a hilarious account of his Arctic adventures. The muse of invention handed him a rifle, and he shot a white bear who sat down and said, "Aha!" All the while he was acutely aware of my nearness, and he gestured in the merciful dark and took advantage of those invisible gestures of his to touch my hand, my shoulder, and a ballerina of wool and gauze, which I played with and kept sticking into his lap, and finally, when he had completely enmeshed his glowing darling in this weave of ethereal caresses, he dared stroke my bare leg along the gooseberry fuzz of my shin, and he chuckled at his own jokes, and trembled, and concealed his tremors, and once or twice felt with his rapid lips the warmth of my hair as he treated me to a quick nuzzling, humorous aside, and caressed my plaything. I too fidgeted a good deal, so that finally my mother told me sharply to quit it, and sent the doll flying into the dark. And he laughed and addressed himself to Hayes across my legs to let his hand creep up his nymphets, then back, and feel my skin through my boy's shirt. But he knew it was all helpless, and sick with longing, and his clothes felt miserably tight, and he was almost glad when my mother's quiet voice announced in the dark, "And now we all think that Lo should go to bed." "I think you stink," I said. "Which means there will be no picnic tomorrow," said Hayes. "This is a free country," I said, when angry me with a Bronx cheer had gone. He stayed on from sheer inertia while Hayes smoked her 10th cigarette of the evening and complained of me. I had been spiteful, if you please, at the age of 1, when I used to throw my toys out of my crib so that her poor mother should keep picking them up, the villainous infant. Now at 12 I was a regular pest, said Hayes. All I wanted from life was to one day a strutting and prancing baton twirler or a jitterbug. My grades were poor, but I was better adjusted in my new school than in Piskey. Piskey was the Hayes hometown in the Middle West. The Ramsdale house was my late mother-in-law's. We had moved to Ramsdale less than 2 years ago. Why was she unhappy there? Oh, said Hayes, poor me should know. I went through that when I was a kid. Boys twisting one's arm, banging into one with loads of books, pulling one's hair, hurting one's breasts, flipping one's skirt. Of course, moodiness is a common concomitant of growing up. But I exaggerate. Sullen and evasive, rude and defiant, stuck Viola, an Italian schoolmate in the seat with a fountain pen. Know what I would like? If you, monsieur, happened to still be here in the fall, I'd ask you to help her with her homework. You seem to know everything, geography, mathematics, French. Oh, everything, answered monsieur. That means, said Hayes quickly, you'll be here. He wanted to shout that he would stay on eternally if only he could hope to caress, now and then, his incipient pupil. But he was wary of Hayes, so he grunted and stretched his limbs non-committedly, le mot juste, and presently went up to his room. The woman, however, was evidently not prepared to call it a day. He was already lying upon his cold bed, both hands pressing to my face, my fragrant ghost, when he heard his indefatigable landlady creeping stealthily up to his door and whisper through it, "Just to make sure," she said. Just to make sure, she said. He was through with the Glance and Gulp magazine he had borrowed the other day. From my room, I yelled that I had it. We have quite a lending library in this house. Thunder of God. Friday. I wonder what his academic publishers would say if I were to quote... Oof. Friday. He wonders what his academic publishers would say if he were to quote in his textbook Ronsard's La Vermilette Finte, or Remy Bellot's Un petit mot fait de mousse délicate, sur le milieu de frulette escarlate, and so forth. He shall probably have another breakdown if I stay any longer. He shall probably have another breakdown if he stays any longer in this house, under the strain of this intolerable temptation, by the side of his darling, his life and his bride. Have I already been initiated by Mother Nature to the mystery of the monarch? Bloated feeling, the curse of the Irish, falling from the roof, Grandma is visiting Mr. Uterus. He quotes from a girl's magazine, starts to build a thick, soft wall on the chance a possible baby may have to be bedded down there. The tiny madman is padded cell. Incidentally, if he ever commits a serious murder, mark the if, the urge should be something more than the kind of thing that happened to him with Valeria. Carefully mark that then he was rather inept. If and when you wish to sizzle him to death, remember that only a spell of insanity could ever give him the simple energy to be a brute. All this omitted, perhaps, sometimes he attempted to kill in his dreams. But do you know what happens? For instance, he holds a gun. For instance, he aims at a bland, quietly interested enemy. Oh, he presses the trigger all right, but one bullet after another feebly drops on the floor from his sheepish muzzle. In those dreams, his only thought is to conceal the fiasco from his foe, who is slowly growing annoyed. At dinner time, the old cat said to me with a sidelong gleam of motherly mockery directed at me. He had just been describing in a flippant vein the delightful little toothbrush mustache he had not quite decided to grow. Better don't, if somebody is not to go absolutely dotty. Instantly, I pushed my plate and boiled fish away, all but knocking my milk over, and bounced out of the dining room. Would it bore you very much, quoth Hayes, to come with us tomorrow for a swim in our glass lake, if she apologizes for her manners? Later, I heard a great banging of doors. Oh my God. Later, he heard a great banging of doors and other sounds coming from quaking caverns where the two rivals were having a ripping row. I have not apologized. The lake is out. It might have been fun. Saturday. For some days already he had been leaving the door ajar while he wrote in his room, but only today did the trap work, with a good deal of additional fidgeting, shuffling, scrapping, to disguise my embarrassment at visiting him without having been called. I came in after pottering around, became interested in the nightmare curlicues he had pinned on a sheet of paper. Oh no, they were not the outcome of a Bellatrix-inspired pause between two paragraphs. They were the hideous hieroglyphics, which I should not decipher, of his fatal lust. As I bent my brown curls over the desk at which he was sitting, Humbert the horse put his arm around me, in a miserable imitation of blood relationship, and still studying, somewhat short-sightedly, the piece of paper I held. His innocent little visitor slowly sank to a half-sitting position upon his knee. My adorable profile, parted lips, warm hair were some 3 inches from his bared eye-tooth, and he felt the heat of my limbs through my rough tomboy clothes. All at once, he knew he could kiss me. He knew he could kiss my throat or the wick of my mouth with perfect impunity. He knew I would let him do so, and even closed my eyes as Hollywood teaches. A double vanilla with hot fudge, hardly more unusual than that. He cannot tell my learned reader, whose eyebrows, he suspects, have by now traveled all the way to the backs of their bald head. He cannot tell him how the knowledge came to him. Perhaps his ape ear had consciously caught some slight change in the rhythm of my respiration, for now I was not really looking at his scribble, but waiting with curiosity and composure. Oh, his limpid limpet, for the glamorous lodger to do what he was dying to do. A modern child, an avid reader of movie magazines, an expert in slow close-ups, might not think it too strange, he guessed, if a handsome, intensely virile grown-up friend, too late. The house was suddenly vibrating with voluble Louisa's voice, telling Miss Hayes, who had just come home, about a dead something she and Leslie Thompson had found in the basement, and little me was not one to miss such a tale. Sunday. Changeful, bad-tempered, cheerful, awkward, graceful, with the tart grace of my coltish sub-teens, excruciatingly desirable from head to foot, all New England for a lady writer's pen, from the black ready-made bow and bobby pins holding my hair in place to the little scar on the lower part of my meat calf, where a roller skater kicked me in Pisky, a couple of inches above my rough white sock. Gone with my mother to the Hamiltons, a birthday party or something, full-skirted gingham frock. My little doves seem well-formed already. Precocious pet. Monday, raining morning. Ce matin gris chidu. His white pajamas have a lilac design on the back. He is like one of those inflated pale spiders you see in old gardens, sitting in the middle of a luminous web and giving little jerks to this or that strand. His web is spread all over the house as he listens from his chair, where he sits like a wily wizard would. Am I in my room? Gently he tugs on the silk. I am not. Just heard the toilet paper cylinder make its staccato sound as it turned, and no footfalls has his outflung filament traced from the bathroom back to my room. Am I still brushing my teeth? The only sanitary act I perform with real zest? No. The bathroom door has just slammed, so one has to feel elsewhere about the house for the beautiful warm-colored prey. Let us have a strand of silk descend the stairs. He satisfies himself by this means that I am not in the kitchen, not banging the refrigerator door or screeching at my detested mamma, who he supposes enjoying her third cooing and subduedly mirthful telephone conversation of the morning. Well, let him grope in hope. Ray-like, he glides in thought to the parlor to find the radio silent, and Mamma still talking to Miss Chatfield and Miss Hamilton, very softly, flushed, smiling, cupping the telephone with her free hand, denying by implication that she denies those amusing rumors. Rumor, whispering intimately as she never does, the clear-cut lady in face-to-face talk. So his nymphette is not in the house at all. Gone. What he thought was a prismatic weave turns out to be but an old gray cobweb. The house is empty, is dead. And then comes my soft, sweet chuckle through his half-open door. Don't tell Mother, but I've eaten all your bacon. Gone when he scuttles out of my room. Where am I? His breakfast tray, lovingly prepared by his landlady, leers at him toothlessly, ready to be taken in. Lolita, Tuesday. Clouds again interfered with that picnic on that unattainable lake. Is it fate scheming? Yesterday, he tried on before the mirror a new pair of bathing trunks. Wednesday. In the afternoon, Hayes' commonsensical shoes, tailor-made dress, said she was driving downtown to buy a present for a friend of hers, and would he please come too, because he has such a wonderful taste in textures and perfumes. Choose your favorite seduction, she purred. What could Humbert, being in the perfume business, do? She had me cornered between the front porch and her car. Hurry up, she said, as he laboriously doubled up his large body in order to crawl in, still desperately devising a means of escape. She had started the engine, and was genteelly swearing at a backing and turning trunk in front that had just brought old invalid Miss Opposite a brand new wheelchair, when my sharp voice came from the parlor window. "You, where are you going? I'm coming too. Wait." "Ignore her," yelped Hayes, killing the motor. Alas for my fair driver. I was already pulling... Oh my gosh. Alas for his fair driver. I was already pulling at the door on his side. "This is intolerable," began Hayes, but I had scrambled in, shivering with glee. "Move your bottom, you," I said. "Hello," cried Hayes, side-glancing at him, hoping that he would throw rude me out. "And behold," I said, not for the first time, as he jerked back as the car leapt forward. "It is intolerable," said Hayes, violently getting into second, "that a child should be so ill-mannered, and so very persevering, when she knows that she is unwanted and needs a bath." His knuckles lay against the child's blue jeans. I was barefooted. My toenails showed remnants of cherry red polish, and there was a bit of adhesive tape across my big toe, and God, what he would not have given to kiss then and there those delicate-boned, long-toed, monkeyish feet. Suddenly, my hand slipped into his, and without our chaperone seeing, he held and stroked and squeezed that little hot paw all the way to the store. The wings of the driver's Marlinesque nose shone, having shed or burned up their ration of powder, and she kept up an elegant monologue anent the local traffic, and smiled in profile, and pouted in profile, and beat her painted lashes in profile, while he prayed we would never get to the store. But we did. I have nothing else to report. He has nothing else to report, save Primo. The big Hayes had little Hayes sit behind on our way home, and Secundo, that the lady decided to keep Humbert's choice for the backs of her own shapely ears. Thursday. We are praying with hail and gale for the tropical beginning of the month. In a volume of the Young People's Encyclopedia, he found a map of the states that a child's pencil had started copying out on a sheet of lightweight paper, upon the other side of which, counter to the unfinished outline of Florida and the Gulf, there was a mimeographed list of names referring evidently to my class at the Ramsdale School. It is a poem he knows already by heart. Angel, Grace, Austin, Floyd, Beale, Jack, Beale, Mary, Buck, Daniel, Byron, Marguerite, Campbell, Alice, Carmen, Rose, Chatfield, Phyllis, Clark, Gordon, Cohen, John, Cohen, Marion, Duncan, Walter, Falter, Ted, Fantasia, Stella, Flashman, Irving, Fox, George, Glaive, Mabel, Gooddale, Donald, Green, Lucinda, Hamilton, Mary Rose, Hayes, Dolores, Honeck, Rosaline, Knight, Kenneth, McCoo, Virginia, McChrystal, Vivian, McFate, Aubrey, Miranda, Anthony, Miranda, Viola, Rosada, Emil, Schlenker, Elena, Scott, Doug, Donald, Sheridan, Agnes, Sherva, Oleg, Smith, Hazel, Talbot, Edgar, Talbot, Edwin, Wayne, Lowell, Williams, Ralph, Windmuller, Louise. A poem forsooth! So strange and sweet was it to discover this Hayes Dolores, me, in a special bower of names, with its bodyguard of roses, a fairy princess between my two maids of honor. He is trying to analyze the spine thrill of delight it gives him, this name among all those others. What is it that excites him almost to tears, hot opalescent thick tears that poets and lovers shed? What is it? The tender anonymity of this name with its formal veil, Dolores, and that abstract transposition of first name and surname, which is like a pair of new pale gloves or a mask. Is mask the key word? Is it because there is always delight in the semi-translucent mystery, the flowing chair shaft, through which the flesh and the eye, you alone, are elected to know, smiling passing at you alone? Or is it because he can imagine so well the rest of the colorful classroom around his Dolores and hazy darling, Grace and her ripe pimples, Ginny and her lagging leg, Gordon the haggard masturbator, Duncan the foul-smelling clown, nail-biting Agnes, Viola of the blackheads and the bouncing bust, pretty Rosaline, dark Mary Rose, adorable Stella, who has let strangers touch her, Ralph, who bullies and steals, Irving, for whom he is sorry. And there I am, there lost in the middle, gnawing a pencil, detested by teachers, all the boys' eyes on my hair and neck. His Lolita. Friday. He longs for some terrific disaster, earthquake, spectacular explosion. My mother is messily but instantly and permanently eliminated along with everybody else for miles around. I whimper in his arms. A free man, he enjoys me among the ruins, my surprise, his explanations, demonstrations, ululations, idle and idiotic fancies. A brave Humbert would have played with me most disgustingly yesterday, for instance, when I was again in my room to show him my drawings, school artware. He might have bribed me and got away with it. A simpler and more practical fellow would have soberly stuck to various commercial substitutes. If you know where to go, I don't. If you know where to go, he doesn't. Despite his manly looks, he is horribly timid. His romantic soul gets all clammy and shivery at the thought of running into some awful, indecent unpleasantness. Those ribald sea monsters. Malaise. Annabelle skipping on the foot to get into her shorts. Him seasick with rage, trying to screen her. Same date, later, quite late. He has turned on the light to take down a dream. It had an evident antecedent. Hayes at dinner had benevolently proclaimed that since the Weather Bureau promised a sunny weekend, we would go to the lake Sunday after church. As he lay in bed erotically musing before trying to go to sleep, he thought of a final scheme how to profit by the picnic to come. He was aware that Mother Hayes hated his darling for me being sweet on him, so he planned his lake day with a view to satisfying the mother. To her alone would he talk, but at some appropriate moment he would say he had left his wristwatch or his sunglasses in that glade yonder, and plunge with his nymphette into the wood. Reality at this juncture withdrew, and quest for the glasses turned into a quiet little orgy with a singularly knowing, cheerful, corrupt, and compliant me, behaving as reason knew I could possibly have not behaved. At 3 a.m., he swallowed a sleeping pill, and presently a dream that was not a sequel but a parody revealed to him, with a kind of meaningful clarity, the lake he had never yet visited. It was glazed over with a sheet of emerald ice, and a pock-marked Eskimo was trying in vain to break it with a pickaxe, although imported mimosas and oleanders flowed on its gravelly banks. He is sure Dr. Blanche Schwartzman would have paid him a sack of shillings for adding such a livid dream to her files. Unfortunately, the rest of it was frankly eclectic. Big Hayes and little me rode on horseback around the lake, and he rode too, dutifully bobbing up and down, bowlegs astraddle, although there was no horse between them, only elastic air, one of those little omissions due to the absent-mindedness of the dream agent. Saturday. His heart is still thumping. He still squirms and emits low moans of remembered embarrassment. Dorsal view, glimpse of shiny skin between t-shirt and white gym shorts. Bending over a windowsill in the act of tearing off leaves from a poplar outside while engrossed in torrential talk with a newspaper boy below, Kenneth Knight, he suspects, who had just propelled the Ramsdale Journal with a very precise thud onto the porch. He began creeping up to me, crippling up to me, as pantomimes say. His arms and legs were convex surfaces between which, rather than upon which, he slowly progressed by some neutral means of locomotion. Humbert the wounded spider. He must have taken hours to reach me. He seemed to see me through the wrong end of a telescope, and toward my taut little rear he moved like some paralytic on soft distorted limbs in terrible concentration. At last he was right behind me, when he had the unfortunate idea of blustering a trifle, shaking me by the scruff of the neck, and that sort of thing to cover his real menage. But I said in a shrill brief whine, "Cut it out," most coarsely. The little wench. And with a ghastly grin, the Humbert beat a gloomy retreat, while I went on wisecracking streetward. But now listen what happened next. After lunch, he was reclining in a low chair trying to read. Suddenly, two deft little hands were over his eyes. I had crept up from behind as if reenacting in a ballet sequence his morning maneuver. My fingers were a luminous crimson as they tried to blot out the sun, and I uttered hiccups of laughter and jerked this way and that as he stretched his arms sideways and backwards without otherwise changing his recumbent position. His hand swept over my agile, giggling legs, and the book, like a sleigh, left his lap. And Miss Hay strolled up and said indulgently, "Just slap her hard if she interferes with your scholarly meditations." "How I love this garden!" No exclamation mark in her tone. Isn't it divine in the sun? No question mark either. And with a sigh of feigned content, the obnoxious lady sank down on the grass and looked up at the sky as she leaned back on her splayed-out hands, and presently an old gray tennis ball bounced over her, and my voice came from the house haughtily. "Pardonnez, mother. I was not aiming at you." "Of course not." His hot, dowdy darling. Okay, can you see it? "12. This proved to be the last of 20 entries or so. It will be seen from them that for all the devil's inventiveness, the scheme remained daily the same. First, he would tempt him, and then thwart him, leaving him with a dull pain in the very root of his being. He knew exactly what he wanted to do and how to do it without impinging on a child's chastity. After all, he had some experience in his life of pederosis, had visually possessed dappled nymphets in parks, had wedged his wary and bestial way into the hottest, most crowded corner of a city bus full of strap-hanging schoolchildren. But for almost 3 weeks he had been interrupted in all his pathetic machinations. The agent of these interruptions was usually the Hayes woman, who, as the reader will mark, was more afraid of my deriving some pleasure from him than of his enjoying me. The passion he had developed for that nymphette, for the first nymphette in his life that could be reached at least by his awkward, aching, timid claws, would have certainly landed him again in a sanatorium, had not the devil realized that he was to be granted some relief if he wanted to have him as a plaything for some time longer. The reader who has also marked the curious mirage of the lake, it would have been logical on the part of Aubrey McFate, as he would like to dub that devil of his, to arrange a small treat for him on the promised beach in the presumed forest. Actually, the promise Miss Hayes had made was a fraudulent one. She had not told him that Mary Rose Hamilton, a dark little beauty in her own right, was to come too, and that the two nymphettes would be whispering apart and playing apart and having a good time all by themselves, all by ourselves, while Miss Hayes and her handsome lodger conversed sedately in the simny nude, far from prying eyes. Incidentally, eyes did pry and tongues did wag. How queer life is! We hastened to alienate the very fates we intended to woo. Before his actual arrival, his landlady had planned to have an old spinster, a Miss Fallon, whose mother had been cook in Miss Hayes's family, come to stay in the house with me and him, while Miss Hayes, a career girl at heart, sought some suitable job in the nearest city. Miss Hayes had seen the whole situation very clearly. The bespectacled, round-backed Herr Humbert, coming with his Central European trunks to gather dust in his corner, behind a heap of old books, the unloved, ugly little daughter, firmly supervised by Miss Phelan, who had already once had me under her buzzard wing. I recalled that 1944 summer with an indignant shudder, and Miss Hayes herself engaged as a receptionist in a great elegant city. But a not too complicated event interfered with that program. Miss Phelan broke her hip in Savannah, Georgia, on the very day he arrived in Ramsdale. The Sunday after the Saturday already described proved to be as bright as the weatherman had predicted. When putting the breakfast things back onto the chair outside his room for his good landlady to remove at her convenience, he gleaned an following situation by listening from the landing, across which he had softly crept to the banisters in his old bedroom slippers, the only odd things about him. There had been another row. Miss Hamilton had telephoned that her daughter was running a temperature. Miss Hayes informed her daughter that the picnic would have to be postponed. Hot little Hayes informed big cold Hayes, if so, I would not go with her to that church. Mother said very well and left. He had come out onto the landing straight after shaving, soapy, earlobed, still in his white pajamas and the cornflower blue not the lilac design on the back. He now wiped off the soap, perfumed his hair and armpits, slipped on a purple silk dressing gown, and humming nervously went downstairs in quest of me. He wants his learned readers to participate in the scene he is about to replay. He wants them to examine its every detail, see for themselves how careful, how chaste the whole wine-sweet event is, if viewed with what his lawyer called, in a private talk they have had, impartial sympathy. So let us get started. He has a difficult job before him. Main character, Humbert the Hummer. Time, Sunday morning in June. Place, sunlit living room. Props, old candy-striped Davenport. Magazines, photograph, Mexican knickknacks, the late Mr. Harold E. Hayes. God bless this good man. Had engendered me with a siesta hour in a blue-washed room on a honeymooned trip to Veracruz, and mementos among these me are all over the place. I wore that day a pretty print dress that he had seen on me once before, ample in the skirt, tight in the bodice, short sleeve, pink checkered with darker pink, and to complete the color scheme, I had painted my lips and was holding in my hollowed hands a beautiful, banal, Eden-red apple. I was not shod, however, for church, and my white Sunday purse lay discarded near the phonograph. His heart beat like a drum as I sat down, cool skirt ballooning, subsiding on the sofa next to him, and played with my glossy fruit. I tossed it up into the sun-dusted air and caught it. It made a cupped, polished plop. Humbert intercepted the apple. "Give it back," I pleaded, showing the marbled flesh of my palms. He produced delicious. I grasped at it and bit into it, and his heart was like snow under thin crimson skin, and with the monkeyish nimbleness that was so typical of that American nymphet, I snatched out of my abstract grip the magazine he had opened. Pity no film had recorded the curious pattern, the monogrammatic linkage of our simultaneous or overlapping moves. Rapidly, hardly hampered by the disfigured apple I held, I flipped violently through the pages in search of something I wished Humbert to see. Found it at last. He faked interest by bringing his head so close to my hair, touched my temple, and my arm brushed his cheek as I wiped my lips with my wrist. Because of the burnished mist through which he peered at the picture, he was slow in reacting to it, and my bare knees rubbed and knocked impatiently against each other. Dimly there came into view a surrealist painter relaxing supine on a beach, and near him, likewise supine, a plaster replica of the Venus de Milo, half buried in sand. "Picture of the week," said the legend. He whisked the whole obscene thing away. Next moment, in a sham effort to retrieve it, I was all over him, caught by my thin, knobby wrist. The magazine escaped to the floor like a flustered fowl. I twisted myself free, recoiled, and lay back in the right-hand corner of the Davenport. Then, with perfect simplicity, the impudent child extended my legs across his lap. By this time, he was in a state of excitement bordering on insanity, but he also had the cunning of the insane. Sitting there on the sofa, he managed to attune by a series of stealthy movements his masked lust to my guileless limbs. It was no easy matter to divert the little maiden's attention while he performed the obscure adjustments necessary for the success of the trick, talking fast, lagging behind his own breath, catching up with it, mimicking a sudden toothache to explain the breaks in his patter, and all the while keeping a maniac's inner eye on his distant golden goal. He cautiously increased the magic friction that was doing away in an illusional, if not factual sense, with the physically irremovable but psychologically very friable texture of the material divide, pajamas and robe, between the weight of two sunburnt legs resting athwart his lap, and the hidden tumor of an unspeakable passion. Having in the course of his patter hit upon something nicely mechanical, he recited, garbling them slightly, the words of a foolish song that was then popular. "Oh, my Carmen, my little Carmen, something, something, those something nights, and the stars and the cars and the bars and the barmen." He kept repeating this automatic stuff and holding me under its special spell because of the garbling, and all the while he was mortally afraid that some act of God might interrupt him, might remove the golden load, in the sensation of which all his being seemed concentrated, and this anxiety forced him to work, for the first minute or so, more hastily than was consensual with deliberately modulated enjoyment. The stars that sparkled, the cars that parkled, and the bars and the barmen were presently taken over by me. My voice stole and corrected the tune that he had been mutilating. I was musical and apple sweet. My legs twitched a little as they lay across his live lap. He stroked them There I lolled in the right-hand corner, almost a sprawl, Lola the bobby socker, devouring my immemorial fruit, singing through its juice, losing my slipper, rubbing the heel of my slipperless foot and its sloppy anklet against the pile of old magazines heaped on his left on the sofa, and every movement I made, every shuffle and ripple, helped him to conceal and to improve the secret system of tactile correspondence between beast and beauty, between his gagged, bursting beast and the beauty of my dimpled body and its innocent cotton frock. Under his glancing fingertips, he felt the minute hairs bristle ever so slightly along my shins. He lost himself in the pungent but healthy heat which, like summer haze, hung around Little Hayes. Let me stay, let me stay. As I strained to chuck the core of my abolished apple into the fender, my young weight, my shameless, innocent shanks and round bottoms shifted in his tense, tortured, surreptitiously laboring lap, and all of a sudden a mysterious change came over his senses. He entered a plane of being where nothing mattered save the infusion of joy brewed within his body. What had begun as a delicious distension of his innermost roots became a glowing tingle which now had reached the state of absolute security, confidence, and reliance not found elsewhere in conscious life. With a deep, hot sweetness thus established and well on its way to the ultimate convulsion, he felt he could slow down in order to prolong the glow. I had already been safely solipsized. The implied sun pulsated in the supplicated poplars. We are fantastically and divinely alone. He watched me, rosy, gold-dusted, beyond the veil of his controlled delight, unaware of it, alien to it, and the sun was on my lips, and my lips were apparently still forming the words of the Carmen Barman ditty that no longer reached his consciousness. Everything was now ready. The nerves of pleasure had been laid bare. The corpuscles of cross were entering the phase of frenzy. The least pressure would suffice to set all paradise loose. He had ceased to be Humbert the Hound, the sad-eyed degenerate cur clasping the boot that would presently kick him away. He was above the tribulations of ridicule, beyond the possibilities of retribution. In his self-made scoraglio, he was a radiant and robust Turk, deliberately in the full consciousness of his freedom, postponing the moment of actually enjoying the youngest and frailest of his slaves, suspended on the brink of that voluptuous abyss, a nicety of physiological equipoise comparable to certain techniques in the arts. He kept repeating chance words after me. Barman, alarmin, my charmin, my Carmen, ahaman, ahahaman, as one talking and laughing in his sleep, while his happy hand crept under my sunny leg as far as the shadow of decency allowed. The day before, I had collided with a heavy chest in the hall, and look, he gasped. Look what you've done. Look what you've done to yourself. Ah, look. For there it was, he swore, a yellowish-violet bruise on my lovely nymphet thigh, which his huge-haired hand massaged and slowly enveloped, and because of my very perfunctory underthings, there seemed to be nothing to prevent his muscular thumb from reaching the hot hollow of my groin, just as you might tickle and caress a giggling child, just that, and "Oh, it's nothing at all," she cried with a sudden shrill note in her voice, and I cried with a sudden shrill note in my voice, and I wriggled and squirmed and threw my head back, and my teeth rested on my glistening underlip as I half turned away, and his moaning mouth, gentlemen of the jury, almost reached my bare neck, while he crushed out against my left buttock the last throb of the longest ecstasy man or monster had ever known. Immediately afterward, as if we had been struggling and now my grip had ceased, I rolled off the sofa and jumped to my foot, in order to attend to the formidably loud telephone that may have been ringing for ages as far as he was concerned. There I stood and blinked, cheeks aflame, hair awry, my eyes passing over him as lightly as they did over the furniture, and as I listened or spoke to my mother, who was telling me to come to lunch with her at Shatterfield's, neither me nor him knew yet what busybody Hayes was plotting. I kept tapping the edge of the table with the slipper I held in my hand. Blessed be the Lord, I had noticed nothing. With a handkerchief of multicolored silk, on which my listening eyes rested in passing, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, and immersed in a euphoria of release, rearranged his royal robes. I was still at the telephone, haggling with my mother, wanting to be fetched by the car, his little Carmen, when, singing louder and louder, he swept up the stairs and set a deluge of streaming water roaring into the tub. At this point, he may as well give the words of that song hit in full. To the best of his recollection, at least, he doesn't think that he ever had it right. Here it goes. Oh, my Carmen, my little Carmen, something, something, those something nights, and the stars, and the cars, and the bars, and the barmen. And oh, my charmin, our dreadful fights. And the something town where so gaily arm in arm we went in our final row, and the gun I killed you with, oh, my Carmen, the gun I am holding now. Drew his .32 automatic, he guesses, and put a bullet through his small's eye. He had lunch in town, had not been hungry for years. The house was still me-less when he strolled back. He spent the afternoon musing, scheming, blissfully digesting his experience of the morning. He felt proud of himself. He had stolen the honey of a spasm without impairing the morals of a miner. Absolutely no harm done. The conjurer had poured milk, molasses, foaming champagne into a young lady's new white purse, and lo, the purse was intact. Thus he had delicately constructed his ignoble, ardent, sinful dream, and still I was safe, and he was safe. What he had madly possessed was not me, but his own creation, another, fanciful Lolita, perhaps more real than Lolita, overlapping, encasing me, floating between him and me, and having no will, no consciousness. Indeed, no life of my own. The child knew nothing. He had done nothing to me, and nothing prevented him from repeating a performance that affected me as little as if I were a photographic image rippling upon a screen, and him a humble hunchback abusing himself in the dark. The afternoon drifted on in rapt silence, and the sappy tall trees seemed to be in the know, and desire, even stronger than before, began to afflict him again. Let me come soon, he prayed, addressing alone to God. And while Mama is in the kitchen, let a repetition of the Davenport scene be staged, please. He adores me so horribly. No, horribly is the wrong word. The elation with which the vision of new delights filled him was not horrible, but pathetic. He qualifies it as pathetic, because despite the insatiable fire of his venereal appetite, he intended with the utmost fervent force and foresight to protect the purity of that 12-year-old child, and now he sees how he was repaid for his pains. No, I did not come home. I had gone with the Chatfields to a movie. The table was laid with more elegance than usual, the candlelight, if you please, and this mawkish aura. Miss Hayes gently touched the silver on both sides of her plate as if touching piano keys, and smiled down on her empty plate, which was on a diet, and said she hoped that he liked the salad recipe lifted from a woman's magazine. She hoped he liked the cold cuts, too. It had been a perfect day. Miss Chatfield was a lovely person. Phyllis, her daughter, was going to a summer camp tomorrow for 3 weeks. It was decided, would go on Thursday, instead of waiting till July as had been initially planned, and stay there after Phyllis had left, till school began. A pretty prospect. His heart. Oh, how he was taken aback, for did it not mean he was losing his darling, just when he had secretly made me his? To explain his grim mood, he had to use the same toothache he had already simulated in the morning. Must have been an enormous molar with an abscess as big as a maraschino cherry. We have, said Hayes, an excellent dentist, our neighbor, in fact. Dr. Quilty, uncle or cousin, I think, of the playwright. Think it'll pass? Well, just as you wish. In the fall I shall have him brace her, as my mother used to say, and make her blow a little. I'm afraid she has been bothering you frightfully all these days, and we are in for a couple of stormy ones before she goes. She has flatly refused to go, and I confess I left her with the Chatfields because I dreaded to face her alone just yet. The movie may mollify her. Phyllis is a very sweet girl, and there is no earthly reason for Lo to dislike her. Really, monsieur, I'm really sorry about that tooth of yours. It will be so much more reasonable to let me contact Ivor Quilty first thing tomorrow morning if it still hurts. And I think a summer camp is so much healthier and, well, it is all so much more reasonable, as I say, than to mope on a suburban lawn and use Mama's lipstick and pursue shy, studious gentlemen and go into tantrums at the least provocation. Are you sure, he said at last, that she will be happy there? Lame, lamentably lame. She'd better, said Hayes, and it won't be all play either. The camp is run by Shirley Holmes, the woman who wrote Campfire Girl. Camp will teach Dolores Hayes to grow in many things, health, knowledge, temper, and particularly in a sense of responsibility toward other people. Shall we take those candles with us and sit for a while on the piazza, or do you want to go to bed and nurse that tooth? Nurse that tooth. Next day they drove downtown to buy things needed for the camp. Any wearable purchase worked wonders with me. I seemed my usual sarcastic self at dinner. Immediately afterwards, I went up to my room to plunge into the comic books acquired for rainy days at Camp Q. They were so thoroughly sampled by Thursday that I left them behind. He too retired to his lair and wrote letters. His plan now was to leave for the seaside, and then when school began, resume his existence in the Hayes household, for he knew already that he could not live without the child. On Tuesday they went shopping again, and he was asked to answer the phone if the camp mistress rang. Up during their absence. She did, and a month or so later they had occasion to recall their pleasant chat. That Tuesday, I had dinner in my room. I had been crying after a routine row with my mother, and as had happened on former occasions, had not wished him to see me with swollen eyes. I had one of those tender complexions that after a good cry get all blurred and inflamed, and morbidly alluring. He regretted keenly my mistake about his private aesthetics, for he simply loves that tinge of Botticellian pink, that raw rose about the lips, those wet matted eyelashes, and naturally my bashful whim deprived him of many opportunities of specious consolation. There was, however, more to it than he thought. As we sat in the darkness of the veranda, a rude wind had put on her red candles. Hayes, with a dreary laugh, said she had told Lo that our beloved Humbert thoroughly approved of the whole camp idea, and now, added Hayes, the child throws a fit. Pretext, you and I want to get rid of her. Actual reason, I told her we would exchange tomorrow for plainer stuff, some much too cute night things that she bullied me into buying for her. You see, she sees herself as a starlet. I see her as a sturdy, healthy, but decidedly homely kid. This, I guess, is at the root of our troubles. On Wednesday, he managed to waylay me for a few seconds. I was on the landing in a sweatshirt and green-stained white shorts, rummaging in a trunk. He said something meant to be friendly and funny, but I only emitted a snort without looking at him. Desperate, dying Humbert patted me clumsily on my coccyx, and I struck him quite painfully with one of the late Mr. Hayes' shoe trees. Double-crosser, I said as he crawled downstairs, rubbing his arm with a great show of rue. I did not condescend to have dinner with Hum and Mum, washed my hair, and went to bed with my ridiculous books. And on Thursday, quiet Miss Hayes drove me to Camp Q. As greater authors than he have put it, let readers imagine, etc. On second thought, he may as well give those imaginations a kick in the pants. He knew that he had fallen in love with me forever, but he also knew that I would not be forever Lolita. I would be 13 on January 1st. In 2 years or so, I would cease being a nymphette and would turn into a young girl, and then into a college girl. That horror of horrors. The word forever referred only to his own passion, to the eternal Lolita as reflected in his blood. The me whose iliac crests had not yet flared. The me that today he could touch and smell and hear and see. The me of strident voice and the rich brown hair, of the bangs and swirls at the sides and the curls at the back, and the sticky hot neck and the vulgar vocabulary. Revolting, super, luscious goon, drip. That, Lolita. His Lolita. Poor Catalyst would lose forever. So how could he afford not to see me for 2 months of summer insomnias? 2 whole months out of the 2 years of my remaining nymphage. Should he disguise himself as a somber, old-fashioned girl, gawky Milhamburg, and put up his tent on the outskirts of Camp Q in the hope that its russets nymphets would clamor, "Let us adopt that deep-voiced DP," and drag the sad, shyly smiling Berth owl Gripide to our rustic hearth? Berth will sleep with Dolores Hayes. Idle dry dreams, 2 months of beauty, 2 months of tenderness, would be squandered forever, and he could do nothing about it, but nothing but rien. 1 drop of rare honey, however, that Thursday did hold in its acorn cup. Hayes was to drive me to the camp in the early morning. Upon sundry sounds of departure reaching him, he rolled out of bed and leaned out of the window. Under the poplars the car was already throbbed. On the sidewalk, Louise stood, shading her eyes with her hand, as if the little traveler were already riding into the low morning sun. The gesture proved to be premature. "Hurry up," shouted Hayes. His Lolita, who was half in and about to slam the car door, wind down the glass, waved to Louise and the poplars, whom and which I was never to see again, interrupted the motion of fate. I looked up and dashed back into the house, Hayes furiously calling after me. A moment later he heard his sweetheart running up the stairs. His heart expanded with such force that it almost blotted him out. He hitched up the pants of his pajamas, flung the door open, and simultaneously I arrived, in my Sunday frock, stamping, panting, and then I was in his arms, my innocent mouth melting under the ferocious pressure of dark male jaws, his palpitating darling. The next instant he heard me, alive, unraped, clatter downstairs. The motion of fate was resumed. The blonde leg was pulled in. The car door was slammed and re-slammed. The driver, Hayes, at the violent wheel, rudder red lips writhing and angry, inaudible speech, swung his darling away, while unnoticed by them or Louise, old Miss Opposite, an invalid, feebly but rhythmically waved from her vined veranda. 16. The hollow of his hand still ivory full of me, full of the feel of my pre-adolescently young curved back, that ivory smooth sliding sensation of my skin through the thin frock that he had worked up and down while he held me. He marched into my tumbled room, threw open the door of the closet, and plunged into a heap of crumpled things that had touched me. There was a particularly one pink texture, sleazy, torn, with a faintly acrid odor in the seam. He wrapped it in Humbert's huge engorged heart. A poignant chaos was welling within him, but he had to drop those things and hurriedly regain his composure, as he became aware of the maid's velvety voice calling him softly from the stairs. She had a message for me, she said, and topping his automatic thanks with a kindly, "You're welcome," good Louise left an unstamped, curiously clean-looking letter in his shaking hand. "This is a confession. I love you," so the letter began, and for a distorted moment he mistook its hysterical scrawl for a schoolgirl's scribble. "Last Sunday in church, bad you who refused to come to see our beautiful new windows. Only last Sunday, my dear one, when I asked the Lord what to do about it, I was told to act as I am acting now. You see, there is no alternative. I have loved you from the minute I saw you. I am a passionate and lonely woman, and you are the love of my life. Now, my dearest, mon cher monsieur, you have read this, now you know. So will you please at once pack and leave? This is a landlady's order. I am dismissing a lodger. I am kicking you out. Go, scram, departes. I shall be back by dinner time, if I do 80 both ways, and don't have an accident. But what would it matter? And I do not wish to find you in the house. Please, please, leave at once. Now, do not even read this absurd note to the end. Go, adieu. The situation, Sherry, is quite simple. Of course, I know with absolute certainty that I am nothing to you, nothing at all. Oh, yes, you enjoy talking to me and kidding poor me. You have grown fond of our friendly house, of the books I like, of the lovely garden, even of Lo's noisy ways, but I am nothing to you, right? Right. Nothing to you whatever, but if after reading my confession you decided in your dark, romantic European way that I am attractive enough for you to take advantage of my letter and make a pass at me, then you would be a criminal, worse than a kidnapper who rapes a child. You see, Sherry, if you decide to stay, if I found you at home, which I know I won't, and that's why I'm able to go on like this, the fact of you remaining would only mean one thing, that you want me as much as I do you, as a lifelong mate, and that you are ready to link up your life with mine forever and be a father to my little girl. Let me rave and ramble on for a teeny little while more, my dearest, since I know this letter has been by now torn by you, and its pieces illegible in the vortex of the toilet. My dearest, mon très très cher, what a world of love I have built up for you during this miraculous June. I know how reserved you are, how British. Your old world reticence, your sense of decorum may be shocked by the boldness of an American girl. You who conceal your strongest feelings must think me a shameless little idiot for throwing open my poor bruised heart like this. In years gone by, many disappointments came my way. Mr. Hayes was a splendid person, a sterling soul, but he happened to be 20 years my senior, and well, let's not gossip about the past, my dearest. Your curiosity must be well satisfied if you have ignored my request, and read this letter to the bitter end. Never mind, destroy it and go. Do not forget to leave the key on the desk in your room, and some scrap of address, so that I could refund the $12 I owe you till the end of the month. Goodbye, dear one. Pray for me, if you ever pray. C.H. What he presents here is what he remembers of the letter, and what he remembers of the letter he remembers verbatim, including that awful French. It was at least twice longer. He has left out a lyrical passage in which he more or less skipped at the time, concerning my brother who died at 2 when she was 4. Oh. My brother who died at 2 when I was 4, and how much he would have liked him. Let me see, what else can he say? Let him see what else he can say. Yes, there is just a chance that the vortex of the toilet where the letter did go is his own matter-of-fact contribution. She probably begged him to make a special fire to consume it. His first movement was one of repulsion and retreat. His second was like a friend's calm hand falling upon his shoulder and bidding him to take his time. He did. He came out of his daze and found himself still in my room. A full-page ad ripped out of a slick magazine was affixed to the wall above the bed, between a crooner's mug and the lashes of a movie actress. It represented a dark-haired young husband with a kind of drained look in his Irish eyes. He was modeling a robe by so-and-so and holding a bridge-like tray by so-and-so with a breakfast for 2. The legend by the Rev. Thomas Morell called him a conquering hero. The thoroughly conquered lady, not shown, was presumably propping herself up to receive her half of the tray. How her bedfellow was to get under the bridge without some messy mishap was not clear. I had drawn a jocose arrow to the haggard lover's face and put in block letters, H.H. And indeed, despite a difference of a few years, the resemblance was striking. Under this was another picture, also a colored ad. A distinguished playwright was solemnly smoking a drum. He always smoked drums. The resemblance was slight. Under this was my chaste bed, littered with comics. The enamel had come off the bedstead, leaving black, more or less rounded marks on the white. Having convinced himself that Louise had left, he got into my bed and reread the letter. 17. Gentlemen of the jury, he cannot swear that certain motions pertaining to business in hand, if he may coin an expression, had not been drifted across his mind before. His mind had not retained them in any logical form or in any relation to definitely recollected occasions, but he cannot swear, let him repeat, that he had not toyed with them to rig up yet another expression in his dimness of thought, in his darkness of passion. There may have been times, if I know my Humbert, when he had brought up for detached inspection the idea of marrying a mature widow, say Charlotte Hayes, with not one relative left in the wide grey world, merely in order to have his way with her child, Lolita. He is even prepared to tell his tormentors that perhaps once or twice he had cast an appraiser's cold eye at Charlotte's coral lips and bronze hair and dangerously low neckline, and had vaguely tried to fit her into a plausible daydream. This he confesses under torture, imaginary torture perhaps, but all the more horrible. He wishes he might digress and tell you more of the pavor nocturnus that would rack him at night hideously after a chance term had struck him in the random readings of his boyhood, such as Peine for et dur. What a genius of pain must have invented that, or the dreadful, mysterious, insidious words of trauma, traumatic event, and transom, but his tale is sufficiently incondite already. After a while he destroyed the letter, and went to his room, and ruminated, and rumpled his hair, and mottled his purple robe, and moaned through the clenched teeth, and suddenly, gentlemen of the jury, he felt a Dostoevskian grin droning through the very grimace that twisted his lips. Like a distant and terrible sun, he imagined under conditions of new and perfect visibility all the casual caresses my mother's husband would be able to lavish on his Lolita. He would hold me against him 3 times a day, every day. All his troubles would be expelled. He would be a healthy man, to hold thee lightly on a gentle knee and print on that soft cheek a parent's kiss. Well read, Humbert. Then, with all possible caution, on mental tiptoe, so to speak, he conjured up Charlotte as a possible mate. By God, he could make himself bring her that economically calved grapefruit, that sugarless breakfast. Humbert, sweating in the fierce white light, and howled at, and trodden upon by sweating policemen, is now ready to make a further statement, calmement, as he turns his conscience inside out and rips off its innermost lining. He did not plan to marry poor Charlotte in order to eliminate her in some vulgar, gruesome, and dangerous manner, such as killing her by placing 5 bichloride of mercury tablets in her pre-pandial sherry or anything like that, but a deliciously allied pharmacopoeial thought did tinkle in his sonorous and clouded brain. Why limit himself to the modest masked caress he had tried already? Other visions of venery presented themselves to him, swaying and smiling. He saw himself administering a powerful sleeping potion to both mother and daughter, so as to fondle the latter through the night with perfect impunity. The house was full of Charlotte's snore, while mine hardly breathed in my sleep. As still as a painted girl-child. Mother, I swear Kitty never even touched me. You either lie, Dolores Hayes, or it was an incubus. No, he would not go that far. So Humbert the cubist schemed and dreamed, and the red sun of desire and decision, the 2 things that create a live world, rose higher and higher, where upon succession of balconies, a succession of libertines, sparkling glass in hand, toasted the bliss of the past and future nights. Then, figuratively speaking, he shattered the glass and boldly imagined, where he was drunk on those visions by then and underrated the gentleness of his nature, how eventually he might blackmail. No, that is too strong a word. Mauve-mail Big Hayes into letting him consort with Little Hayes by gently threatening the poor doting Big Dove with desertion if she tried to bar him from playing with his legal stepdaughter. In a word, before such an amazing offer, before such a vastness and variety of vistas, he was as helpless as Adam at the preview of early Oriental history, miraged in his apple orchard. And now take down the following important remark. The artist in him has been given the upper hand over the gentleman. It is with great effort of will that in his memoir he has managed to tune his style to the tone of the journal that he kept when Miss Hayes was to him but an obstacle. That journal of his is no more, but he has considered it his artistic duty to preserve its intonations, no matter how false and brutal they may seem to him now. Fortunately, his story has reached a point where he can cease insulting poor Charlotte for the sake of retrospective verisimilitude. Wishing to spare poor Charlotte, 2 or 3 hours of suspense on a winding road, and avoid perhaps a head-on collision that would shatter their different dreams. He made a thoughtful but abortive attempt to reach her at camp by telephone. He had left half an hour before, and getting me instead. He told me, trembling and brimming with his mastery over fate, that he was going to marry my mother. He had to repeat it twice because something was preventing me from giving him my attention. "Gee, that's swell," I said, laughing. "When is the wedding? Hold on a sec, that pup there has got hold of my sock. Listen." I guessed I was going to have loads of fun, and he realized as he hung up a couple of hours at that camp had been sufficient to blot out with new impressions the image of handsome Humbert from little Lolita's mind. But what did it matter now? He would get me back as soon as a decent amount of time after a wedding had elapsed. The orange blossom would have scarcely withered on the grave, as a poet might have said. But he is no poet. He is only a very conscientious recorder. After Louise had gone, he inspected the icebox, finding it much too puritanic. Walked to town and bought the richest foods available. He also bought some good liquor and 2 or 3 kinds of vitamins. He was pretty sure that with the aid of these stimulants and his natural resources, he would avert any embarrassment that his indifference might incur when called upon to display a strong, impatient flame. Again and again, resourceful Humbert evoked Charlotte as seen in the rare show of a manly imagination. She was well-groomed and shapely, but this he could say for her, and she was his, Lolita's, big sister. This notion, perhaps, he could keep up if only he did not visualize too realistically her heavy hips, round knees, right bust, the coarse pink skin of her neck, coarse by comparison with silk and honey, and all the rest of that sorry and dull thing, a handsome woman. The sun made of its usual round of the house as the afternoon ripened into evening. He had a drink, and another, and yet another. Gin and pineapple juice, his favorite mixture, always double his energy. He decided to busy himself with their unkempt lawn. Une petite attention. It was crowded with dandelions, and a cursed dog, he loathed dogs, had defiled the flat stones where the sundial had once stood. Most of the dandelions had changed from suns to moons. The gin and me were dancing in him, and he almost fell over the folding chairs that he attempted to dislodge. Incarnadine zebras. There are some eructations that sound like chairs, or at least his did. An old fence at the back of the garden separated them from the neighbors' garbage receptacles and lilacs, but there was nothing between the front end of their lawn, where it sloped along one side of the house and the street. Therefore he was able to watch with the smirk of one about to perform a good action for the return of Charlotte. That tooth should be extracted at once. As he lurched and lunged with the hand mower, bits of grass optically twittering in the low sun, he kept an eye on that section of suburban street. It curved in from under an archway of huge shade trees, then sped toward them, down, quite sharply, past old Miss Opposite's ivied brick house and high-sloping lawn, much trimmer than theirs, and disappeared behind their front porch, which he could not see from where he happily belched and labored. The dandelions perished, a reek of sap mingled with the pineapple, 2 little girls, Mary and Mabel, whose comings and goings he had mechanically followed of late, but who could replace me, went toward the avenue from which our long street cascaded, one pushing a bicycle, the other feeding from a paper bag, both talking at the top of their sunny voices. Leslie, old Ma Opposite's gardener and chauffeur, a very amiable and athletic person, grinned at him from afar, and shouted, re-shouted, commented by gesture, that he was a mighty energetic today. The fool of the dog prosperous junk dealer next door ran after a blue car, not Charlotte's. The prettier of the 2 little girls, Mabel, I think, short halter with little to halt, bright hair, an infant by pen, ran back down the street, crumpling her paper bag, and was hidden from the Green Goat by the frontage of Mr. and Miss Humbert's residence. A station wagon popped out of the leafy shade of the avenue, dragging some of it on its roof before the shadow snapped and swung by an idiotic pace, the sweat-shirted driver roof-holding with his left hand and Junkman's dog tearing alongside. There was a smiling pause, and then, with a flutter in his breast, he witnessed the return of the blue sedan. He saw it glide downhill and disappear behind the corner of the house. He had a glimpse of her calm, pale profile. It occurred to him that until she went upstairs she would not know whether he had gone or not. A minute later, with an expression of great anguish on her face, she looked down at him from the window of my room. By sprinting upstairs, he managed to reach that room before she left it. 18. When the bride is a widow and the groom is a widower, when the former has lived in our great little town for hardly 2 years, and the latter for hardly a month, when Monsieur wants to get the whole darn thing over with as quickly as possible, and Madame gives in with a tolerant smile, then, my reader, the wedding is generally a quiet affair. The bride may dispense with a tiara of orange blossoms, securing her fingertip veil, nor does she carry a white orchid and a prayer book. The bride's little daughter might have added to the ceremonies uniting H and H a touch of vivid vermeil, but he knew he would not dare be too tender with cornered me yet, and therefore agreed it was not worth tearing me away from my beloved Camp Q. His soi-distant, passionate, and lonely Charlotte was in everyday life matter-of-fact and gregarious. Moreover, he discovered that although she could not control her heart or her cries, she was a woman of principle. Immediately after she had become more or less his mistress, despite the stimulants, her nervous, eager chérie, a heroic chérie, had some initial trouble, for which, however, he amply compensated her by a fantastic display of old-world endearments. Good Charlotte interviewed him about relations with God. He could have answered that on that score his mind was open. He said instead, paying his tribute to a pious platitude, that he believed in a cosmic spirit. Looking down at her fingernails, she also asked him, had he not in his family a certain strange strain? He countered by inquiring whether she would still want to marry him if his father's maternal grandfather had been, say, a Turk. She said it did not matter a bit, but that if she ever found I did not believe in our Christian God, she would commit suicide. She said it so solemnly that it gave him the creeps. It was then he knew she was a woman of principle. Oh, she was very genteel. She said, excuse me, whenever a slight burp interrupted her flowing speech, called an envelope, and when talking to her lady friends, referred to him as Mr. Humbert. He thought it would please her if he entered the community trailing some glamour after him. On the day of their wedding, a little interview with him appeared in the society column of the Ramsdale Journal, with a photograph of Charlotte, one eyebrow up and a misprint in her name, Hazer. Despite this contretemps, the publicity warmed the porcelain cockles of her heart, and made his rattles shake with awful glee. By engaging in church work, as well as by getting to know the better mothers of my schoolmates, Charlotte, in the course of 20 months or so, had managed to become, if not a prominent, at least an acceptable citizen, but never before had she come under that thrilling rubrique. And it was he who put her there, Mr. Edgar H. Humbert. He threw in the Edgar just for the heck of it, writer and explorer, the Coux's brother. When taking it down, asked him what he had written. Whatever he told him came out as several books on Peacock, Rainbow, and other poets. It was also noted that Charlotte and he had known each other for several years, and that he was a distant relation of her first husband. He hinted that he had had an affair with her 13 years ago, but this was not mentioned in print. To Charlotte, he said that society columns should contain a shimmer of errors. Let us go on with this curious tale. When called upon to enjoy his promotion from lodger to lover, did he experience only bitterness and distaste? No, Mr. Humbert confesses to a certain titillation of his vanity, to some faint tenderness, even to a pattern of remorse daintily running along the steel of his conspiratorial dagger. Never had he thought the rather ridiculous, though rather handsome, Miss Hayes, and her blind faith and wisdom of her church and book club, her mannerisms of elocution, her harsh, cold, contemptuous attitude toward an adorable, downy-armed child of 12, could turn into such a touching, helpless creature. as soon as he laid his hand upon her, which happened on the threshold of my room, whether she tremulously backed, repeating, "No, no, please no." The transformation improved her looks. Her smile had been such a contrived thing, thenceforth became the radiance of utter adoration, a radiance having something soft and moist about it, in which with wonder he recognized resemblance to the lovely, inane, lost look that I had when gloating over a new kind of concoction at the soda fountain, or mutely admiring his expensive, always tailor-fresh clothes. Deeply fascinated, he would watch Charlotte while she swapped with parental woes with some other lady, and made that astral grimace of feminine resignation, eyes rolling up, mouth drooping sideways, which in an infantile form he had seen me making myself. They had highballs before turning in, and with their help he would manage to evoke the child while caressing the mother. This was the white stomach within which his nymphette had been a little curved fish in 1934. This carefully dyed hair, so sterile to his sense and smell and touch, acquired at certain lamplit moments in the poster bed tinge, if not the texture, of my curls. He kept telling himself as he wielded his brand new largest life wife that biologically this was the nearest he could get to me, that at my age Lot had been as desirable a schoolgirl as her daughter was, and as Lolita's daughter, as my daughter would be someday. He had his wife unearthed from under a collection of shoes. Mr. Hayes had a passion for them, it appears, a 30-year-old album, so that he might see how Lot had looked as a child, and even though the light was wrong and the dresses graceless, he was able to make out a dim first version of my outline: legs, cheekbones, bob nose, Lolita, Lolichin. So he tom-peeped across the hedges of years into wan little windows, and when, by means of pitifully ardent, naively lascivious caresses, she of the noble nipple and massive thigh prepared him for the performance of his nightly duty, it was still a nymphet scent that in despair he tried to pick up, so as he bathed through the undergrowth of dark decaying forest. He simply cannot tell you how gentle, how touching his poor wife was at breakfast in the depressingly bright kitchen, with its chrome glitter and Hardware and Co. calendar and cute breakfast nook, simulating that coffee shop where in their college days Charlotte and Humbert used to coo together. She would sit robed in red, her elbow on a plastic-topped table, her cheek propped on her fist, and stare at him with intolerable tenderness as he consumed his ham and eggs. Humbert's face might twitch with neuralgia, but in her eyes it feed in beauty and animation with the sun and shadows of leaves rippling on the white refrigerator. His solemn exasperation was to her the silence of love. His small income, added to her even smaller one, impressed her as brilliant in fortune, not because of the resulting sum now sufficed for most middle-class needs, but because even his money shone in her eyes with the magic of his manliness, and she saw their joint account as one of those southern boulevards at midday that have solid shade on one side and smooth sunshine on the other, all the way to the end of a prospect where pink mountains loom. Into the 50 days of their cohabitation, Charlotte crammed the activities of as many years. The poor woman busied herself with a number of things she had foregone long before or had never been much interested in, as if to prolong these Proustian intonations by his marrying the mother of the child he loved. He had enabled his wife to regain an abundance of youth by proxy. With the zest of a now young bride, she started to glorify the home, knowing as he did its every cranny by heart since those days when, from my chair, he mentally mapped out my course through the house. He had long entered into a sort of emotional relationship with it, with its very ugliness and dirt, and now he could almost feel the wretched thing cower in its reluctance to endure the bath of ecru and ochre and putty buff and snuff that Charlotte planned to give it. She never got as far as that, thank God, but she did use up a tremendous amount of energy in washing window shades, waxing the slats of Venetian blinds, purchasing new shades and new blinds, returning them to the store, replacing them by others, and so on, in a constant chiaroscuro of smiles and frowns, doubts and pouts. She dabbled in cretins and chintzes. She changed the colors of the sofa, the sacred sofa where a bubble of paradise had once burst in slow motion within him. She arranged the furniture and was so pleased when she found, in a household treatise, that it's permissible to separate a pair of sofa commodes and their companion lamps. When the authoress of Your Home is You, she developed a hatred for little lean chairs and spindle tables. She believed that a room having a generous expanse of glass and lots of rich wood paneling was the example of masculine type of room, whereas the feminine type was characterized by lighter-looking windows and frailer woodwork. The novels he had found her reading when he moved in were now replaced by illustrated catalogs and homemaking guides from a firm located at 4640 Roosevelt Boulevard, Philadelphia. She ordered for their double bed a damask-covered 312-coil mattress, although the old one seemed to him resilient and durable enough for whatever it had to support. A Midwesterner, as her late husband had also been, she had lived in Coy Ramsdale, the gem of an eastern state, not long enough to know the nice people. She knew slightly the jovial dentist who lived in a kind of ramshackle wooden chateau behind their lawn. She had met at church tea the snooty wife of the local junk dealer who owned the colonial white horror at the corner of the avenue. Now and then she visited with old Miss Opposite, but the more patrician matrons among those she called upon or met at lawn functions or at telephone chats with such dainty ladies as Miss Glave, Miss Sheridan, Miss McChrystal, Miss Knight, and others, seldom seemed to call on his neglected Charlotte. Indeed, the only couple with whom she had relations of real cordiality, devoid of any arrière-pensée or practical foresight, were the Farlows, who had just come back from a business trip to Chile in time to attend their wedding, with the Chatfields, McCoos, and a few others, but not Miss Junk or even the prouder Miss Talbot. John Farlow was a middle-aged, quietly successful dealer in sporting goods, who had an office at Parkington 40 miles away. It was he who had got him the cartridges for that Colt, and showed him how to use it during a walk in the woods one Sunday. He was also what he called, with a smile, a part-time lawyer, and had handled some of Charlotte's affairs. Jean, his youngish wife and first cousin, was a long-limbed girl in harlequin glasses, with 2 boxer dogs, 2 pointed breasts, and a big red mouth. She painted landscapes and portraits, and vividly does he remember praising over cocktails the picture she had made of a niece of hers, little Rosaline Honeck, a rosy honey in a Girl Scout uniform, beret of green worsted, belt of green webbing, charming shoulder-long curls, and John removed his pipe and said it was a pity Dolly, his Lolita, and Rosaline were so critical of each other at school, but he hoped they would get on better when they returned from their respective camps. They talked of the school. It had its drawbacks, and it had its virtues. Of course, too many of the tradespeople here are Italian, said John, but on the other hand we are still spared. I wish, interrupted Jean with a laugh, Dolly and Rosaline were spending the summer together. Suddenly he imagined me returning from camp, brown, warm, drowsy, drugged, and was ready to weep with passion and impatience. 19. A few words more about Miss Humbert while the going is good. A bad accident is to happen quite soon. He had been always aware of the possessive streak in her, but he never thought she would be so crazily jealous of anything in his life that had not been she. She showed a fierce, insatiable curiosity for his past. She desired him to resuscitate all his loves so that she might make him insult them, to trample upon them, and revoke them apostolically and totally, thus destroying his past. She made him tell her about his marriage to Valeria, who was of course a scream, but he also had to invent or pad atrociously a long series of mistresses for Charlotte's morbid delectation. To keep her happy, he had to present her with an illustrated catalogue of them, all nicely differentiated according to the rules of those American ads where school children are pictured in a subtle ratio of races, with only one, but as cute as they make them, chalk-colored, round-eyed little lad, almost in the very middle of the front row. So he presented his women, and had them smile and sway, the languorous blonde, the fiery brunette, the sensual copperhead, as if on parade in a bordello. The more popular and platitudinous he made them, the more Miss Humbert was pleased with the show. Never in his life had he confessed so much or received so many confessions. The sincerity and alertness with which she discussed what she called her love life, or the first necking to the communal catch as a can, were ethically in striking contrast with his glib compositions, but technically the two sets were congeneric, since both were affected by the same stuff, soap operas, psychoanalysis, and cheap novelettes, upon which he drew for his characters and she for her mode of expression. He was considerably amused by certain remarkable sexual habits that the good old Harold Hayes had, according to Charlotte, who thought his mirth improper, but otherwise her autobiography was as devoid of interest as her autopsy would have been. He never saw a healthier woman than she, despite thinning diets. Of me she seldom spoke, more seldom, in fact, than she did of the blurred blonde male baby whose photograph, to the exclusion of all others, adorned their bleak bedroom. In one of her tasteless reveries she predicted that the dead infant's soul would return to earth in the form of the child she would bear in her present wedlock, and although he felt no special urge to supply the Humbert line with a replica of Harold's production, me with an incestuous thrill he had grown to regard as his child, it occurred to him that a prolonged confinement, with a nice Caesarean operation and other complications in a safe maternity ward sometime next spring, would give him a chance to be alone with me for weeks, perhaps, and gorge the nymphette with sleeping pills. Oh, she simply hated her daughter. What he thought especially vicious was that she had gone out of her way to answer with great diligence the questionnaires in a fool's book she had, A Guide to Your Child's Development, published in Chicago. The rigmarole went year by year, and Mom was supposed to fill out a kind of inventory at each of her child's birthdays. On mine, 12th, January 1st, 1947, Charlotte Hayes, née Becker, had underlined the following epithets, 10 out of 40 under your child's personality: aggressive, boisterous, critical, distrustful, impatient, irritable, inquisitive, listless, negativistic, underlined twice, and obstinate. She had ignored the 30 remaining adjectives, among which were cheerful, cooperative, energetic, and so forth. It was really maddening. With a brutality that otherwise never appeared in his loving wife's mild nature, she attacked and rooted such as my little belongings that had wandered to various parts of the house to freeze there, like so many hypnotized bunnies. Little did the good lady dream that one morning, with an upset stomach, the result of his trying to improve on her sauces, had prevented him from accompanying her to church. He deceived her with one of my inklets. And then her attitude toward his saporous darling's letters. Dear Mummy and Hummy, hope you are fine. Thank you very much for the candy. I crossed out and rewritten again. I lost my new sweater in the woods. It has been cold here for the last few days. I'm having a time. Love, Dolly. The dumb child, said Miss Humbert, has left out a word before time. The sweater was wool, and I wish you would not send her candy without consulting me. 20. There was a wood lake, Hourglass Lake, not as I had thought it was spelled, a few miles from Ramsdale, and there was 1 week of... Hourglass Lake, not as he had thought it was spelled, a few miles from Ramsdale, and there was 1 week of great heat at the end of July when they drove there daily. He is now obliged to describe in some tedious detail of their last swim there together, one tropical Tuesday morning. They had left the car in the parking area not far from the road and were making their way down a path cut through the pine forest to the lake, when Charlotte remarked that Jean Farlow, in quest of rare light effects, Jean belonged to the old school of painting, had seen Leslie taking a dip in the Ebony, as John had quipped, at 5 o'clock in the morning last Sunday. The water, he said, must have been quite cold. That is not the point, said the logical doomed dear. He is subnormal, you see. And, she continued, in that carefully phrased way of hers that was beginning to tell on his health, I have a very definite feeling our Louise is in love with that moron. Feeling. We feel Dolly is not doing as well, etc. From an old school report. The Humberts walked on, sandaled and robed. Do you know, Hum, I have one most ambitious dream, pronounced Lady Hum, lowering her head. Shy of that dream, and communing with the tawny ground, I would love to get hold of a real trained servant maid, like that German girl the Talbot spoke of, and have her live in the house. No room, he said. Come, she said with her quizzical smile. Surely, Cherie, you underestimate the possibilities of the Humbert home. We could put her in my room. Sorry, in Lo's room. I intended to make a guest room of that hole anyway. It's the coldest and meanest in the whole house. What are you talking about? He asked, the skin of his cheekbones tensing up. This he takes the trouble to know only because his daughter's skin did the same when she felt that way. Disbelief, disgust, irritation. Are you bothered by romantic associations? Queried his wife, in allusion to her first surrender. Hell no, said he. I just wonder where you will put your daughter when you get your guest or your maid. Ah, said Miss Humbert, dreaming, smiling, drawing out the ah simultaneously with a raise of one eyebrow and a soft exhalation of breath. Little Lo, I'm afraid, does not enter the picture at all. At all. Little Lo goes straight from camp to a good boarding school with strict discipline and some sound religious training. And then Beardley College. I have it all mapped out, you need not worry. She went on to say that she, Miss Humbert, would have to overcome her habitual sloth and write to Miss Fallon's sister, who taught at St. Algebra. The dazzling lake emerged. He said he had forgotten his sunglasses in the car and would catch up with her. He had always thought that the wringing of one's hands was a fictional gesture, the obscure outcome, perhaps, of some medieval ritual, but as he took to the woods for a spell of despair and desperate meditation, this was the gesture. Look, Lord, at these chains. It would have come nearest to the mute expression of his mood. Had Charlotte been Valeria, he would have known how to handle the situation, and handle is the word he wants. In the good old days, by merely twisting fat Valechka's brittle wrist, the one she had fallen upon from a bicycle, he could make her change her mind instantly, but anything of the sort in regard to Charlotte was unthinkable. Bland American Charlotte frightened him. His light-hearted dream of controlling her through her passion for him was all wrong. He dared not do anything to spoil the image of him she had set up to adore. He had toadied to her when she was the awesome duenna of his darling, and a groveling something still persisted in his attitude toward her. The only ace he held was her ignorance of his monstrous love for me. She had been annoyed by me liking him, but his feelings she could not divine. To Valeria he might have said, Look here, you fat fool, c'est moi qui décide what is good for Dolores Humbert. To Charlotte he could not even say, with ingratiating calm, Excuse me, my dear, I disagree. Let us give the child one more chance. Let me be her private tutor for a year or so. You once told me yourself. In fact, he could not say anything at all to Charlotte about the child without giving himself away. Oh, you cannot imagine, as he had ever imagined, what these women of principle are. Charlotte, who did not notice the falsity of the everyday emotions or in rules of behavior and foods and books and people she doted upon, would distinguish at once a false intonation in anything he might say with a view to keeping me near. She was like a musician who may be an odious vulgarian in ordinary life, devoid of tact and taste, but who will hear a false note in music with diabolical accuracy of judgment. To break Charlotte's will, he would have to break her heart. If he broke her heart, her image of him would break too. If he said, Either I have my way with Lolita, or you help me to keep the matter quiet, or we part at once, she would have turned as pale as a woman of clouded glass and slowly replied, All right, whatever you add or retract, this is the end. And the end of it would be. Such then was the mess. He remembers reaching the parking area and pumping a handful of rust-tasting water and drinking it as avidly as if it could give him magic wisdom, youth, freedom, and a tiny concubine. For a while, purple-robed, heel-dangling, he sat on the edge of one of the rude tables under the whooshing pines. In the middle distance, two little maidens in shorts and halters came out of the sun-dappled privy, marked women. Gum-chewing Mabel, or Mabel's understudy, laboriously, absent-mindedly straddled a bicycle, and Marion, shaking her hair because of the flies, settled behind legs wide apart, and wobbling, they slowly, absently merged with the light and shade. Lolita. Father and daughter melting into these woods. The natural solution was to destroy Miss Humbert, but how? No man can bring about the perfect murder. Chance, however, can do it. There was the famous dispatch of Madame Lecoeur in Arles, southern France, at the close of last century. An unidentified bearded six-footer, who was later conjectured had been the lady's secret lover, walked up to her in a crowded street soon after her marriage to Colonel Lecoeur, and mortally stabbed her in the back 3 times, while the colonel, a small bulldog of a man, hung on to the murderer's arm. By a miraculous and beautiful coincidence, right at the moment when the operator was in fact loosening the angry little husband's jaws, while several onlookers were closing in upon the group, a cranky Italian in the house nearest to the scene set off by sheer accident some kind of explosive he was tinkering with, and immediately the street was turned into a pandemonium of smoke, falling bricks, and running people. The explosion hurt no one except that it knocked out game Colonel Lecoeur. But the lady's vengeful lover ran when the others ran, and lived happily ever after. Now look what happens when the operator himself plans a perfect removal. He walked down to Hourglass Lake. The spot from which they and a few other nice couples, the Farlows, the Chatfields, bathed was a kind of small cove. His Charlotte liked it because it was almost a private beach. The main bathing facilities, or drowning facilities, as the Ramsdale Journal had occasion to say, were in the left, eastern part of the Hourglass, and could not be seen from their coverlet. To their right, the pines soon gave way to a curve of marshland, which turned again into a forest on the opposite side. He sat down beside his wife so noiselessly that she startled. "Shall we go in?" she asked. "We shall in a minute. Let me follow a train of thought." He thought. More than a minute passed. "All right, come on." "Was I on that train?" "You certainly were." "I hope so," said Charlotte, entering the water. It soon reached the goose-flesh on her back, of her thick thighs, and then joining her outstretched hands, shutting her mouth tight, very plain-faced in her black rubber headgear, Charlotte flung herself forward with a great splash. Slowly they swam out into the shimmer of the lake. On the opposite bank, at least 1,000 paces away, if one could walk across water, he could make out the tiny figures of 2 men working like beavers on their stretch of shore. He knew exactly who they were, a retired policeman of Polish descent, and the retired plumber who owed him most of the timber on that side of the lake. He also knew how they were engaged in building, just for the dismal fun of the thing, a wharf. The knocks that reached them seemed so much bigger than what could be distinguished of the dwarf's arms and tools. Indeed, one suspected the director of those acrosonic effects to have been at odds with the puppet master, especially since the hefty crack of each diminutive blow lagged behind its visual version. The short white sand strip of our beach, from which by now they had gone a little way to reach deep water, was empty on weekday mornings. There was nobody around except those 2 tiny, very busy figures on the opposite side, and a dark red private plane that droned overhead and then disappeared in the blue. The setting was really perfect for a brisk, bubbling murder. And here was the subtle point. The man of law and the man of water were just near enough to witness an accident and just far enough to not observe a crime. They were near enough to hear a distracted bather thrashing about and bellowing for somebody to come and help him save his drowning wife, and they were too far to distinguish if they happened to look too soon that the anything but distracted swimmer was finishing to tread his wife underfoot. He was not yet at that stage. He merely wanted to convey the ease of the act, the nicety of the setting. So there was Charlotte swimming on with dutiful awkwardness. She was a very mediocre mermaid, but not without a certain solemn pleasure, for was not her merman by her side? And as he watched, with the stark lucidity of a future recollection, trying to see things as you will remember having seen them, the glossy whiteness of her wet face, so little tanned despite all her endeavors, and her pale lips, and her naked, convex forehead, and the tight black cap, and the plump wet neck, he knew that all he had to do was drop back, take a deep breath, then grab her by the ankle and rapidly dive with his captive corpse. He says corpse because surprise, panic, and inexperience would cause her to inhale at once a lethal gallon of lake. while he would be able to hold on for at least a full minute open-eyed underwater. The fatal gesture passed like the tail of a falling star across the blackness of the contemplated crime. It was like some dreadful silent ballet, the male dancer holding the ballerina by her foot and streaking down through watery twilight. He might come up for a mouthful of air while still holding her down, and then would dive again as many times as would be necessary, and only when the curtain came down on her for good would he permit himself to yell for help. And when some 20 minutes later the two puppets, steadily growing, arrived in a rowboat, one half newly painted, poor Miss Humbert, the victim of a cramp or coronary occlusion, or both, would be standing on her head in the inky ooze some 30 feet below the smiling surface of Hourglass Lake. Simple, was it not? But what do you know, folks? He just could not make himself do it. She swam beside him, a trustful and clumsy seal, and all the logic of passion screamed in his ear. Now is the time. And, folks, he just couldn't. In silence he turned shoreward, and gravely, dutifully, she also turned, and still hell screamed its counsel, and still he could not make himself drown the poor, slippery, big-bodied creature. His scream grew more and more remote, as he realized the melancholy fact that neither tomorrow nor Friday, nor any other day or night, could he make himself put her to death. Oh, he could visualize himself slapping Larry's breast out of alignment, or elsewise hurting her, and he could see himself no less clearly shooting her lover in the underbelly, and making him say "Ach!" and sit down. But he could not kill Charlotte, especially when things were on the whole not quite as hopeless, perhaps, as they seemed at first, whence on that miserable morning. Were he to catch her by the strong kicking foot, were he to see her amazed look, hear her awful voice, were he still to go through with that ordeal, her ghost would haunt him all his life. Perhaps if the year were 1447 instead of 1947, he might have hoodwinked his gentle nature by administering her some classical poison from the hollow agate, some tender filter of death. But in our middle-class, nosy era, it would not have come off the way it used to in the brocaded palaces of the past. Nowadays, you have to be a scientist if you want to be a killer. No, he was neither. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the majority of sex offenders that hanker for some throbbing, sweet-moaning, physical but not necessarily coital relation with a girl-child are innocuous, inadequate, passive, timid strangers who merely ask the community to allow them to pursue their practically harmless, so-called aberrant behavior, their little hot, wet, private acts of sexual deviation without the police and society cracking down upon them. They are not sex fiends. They do not rape as good soldiers do. They are unhappy, mild, dog-eared gentlemen, sufficiently well integrated to control their urge in the presence of adults, but ready to give years and years of life for one chance to touch an infant. Emphatically, no killers are they. Poets never kill. Oh, his poor Charlotte. Do not hate him in your central heaven among an eternal alchemy of asphalt and rubber and mental stone, but thank God, not water, not water. Nonetheless, it was a very close shave, speaking quite objectively, and now comes the point of his perfect crime parable. They sat down at their towels on the thirsty sun. She looked around, loosened her bra, turned over on her stomach to give her back a chance to be feasted upon. She said she loved me. She sighed deeply. She said she loved him. She sighed deeply. She extended one arm and groped in the pocket of her robe for her cigarettes. She sat up and smoked. She examined her right shoulder. She kissed him heavily with open, smoky mouth. Suddenly, down the sandbank behind them, from under the bushes and pines, a stone rolled, then another. "Those disgusting prying kids," said Charlotte, holding up her big bra to her breast and turning prone again. "I shall have to speak about that to Peter Krestovsky." From the debouchement of the trial came a rustle of footfall, and Jean Farlow marched down with her easel and things. "You scared us," said Charlotte. Jean said she had been up there in a place of green concealment spying on nature. Spies are generally shot, trying to finish a lakescape, but it was no good. She had no talent whatever, which was quite true. "And have you ever tried painting, Humbert?" Charlotte, who was just a little jealous of Jean, wanted to know if Jean was coming. He was. He was coming home for lunch today. He had dropped her on the way to Parkton, and should be picking her up any time now. It was a grand morning. She always felt a traitor to Cavall and Melampus for leaving them roped on such gorgeous days. She sat down on the white sand between Charlotte and him. She wore shirts. Her long brown legs were about as attractive to him as those of a chestnut mare. She showed her gums when she smiled. "I almost put both of you into my lake," she said. "I even noticed something you overlooked. You," addressing Humbert, "had your wristwatch on in." "Yes, sir, you had. Waterproof," said Charlotte softly, making a fish mouth. Jean took his wrist upon her knee and examined Charlotte's gift, and then put back Humbert's hand on the sand, palm up. "You could see anything that way," remarked Charlotte coquettishly. Jean sighed. "I once said," she said, "2 children, male and female at sunset, right here, making love. Their shadows were giants. And I told you about Mr. Thompson at daybreak. Next time I expect to see fat old Ivor in the ivory. He really is a freak, that man. Last time he told me a completely indecent story about his nephew. It appears—" "Hello there," said John's voice. "21. His habit of being silent when displeased, or more exactly, the cold and scaly quality of his displeased silence, used to frighten Valeria out of her wits. She used to whimper and wail, saying, "Ce qui me rend folle, c'est que je ne sais à quoi tu penses quand tu es comme ça." He tried being silent with Charlotte, and she just chirped on or chucked his silence under the chin. An astonishing woman. He would retire to his former room, now a regular studio, mumbling. He had, after all, learned an opus to write. And cheerfully Charlotte went on beautifying the home, warbling on the telephone and writing letters from his window through the lacquered shiver of poplar leaves. He could see her crossing the street and contentedly mailing her letter to Miss Phelan's sister. The week of scattered showers and shadows which elapsed after their last visit to the motionless sands of Hourglass Lake was one of the gloomiest he can recall. Then came 2 or 3 dim rays of hope before the ultimate sunburst. It occurred to him that he had a fine brain in beautiful working order, and that he might as well use it. If he dared not meddle with his wife's plans for her daughter, getting warmer and browner every day in the fair weather of hopeless distance, he could surely devise some general means to assert himself in a general way that might be later directed toward a particular occasion. One evening Charlotte herself provided him with an opening. "I have a surprise for you," she said, looking at him with fond eyes over a spoonful of soup. "In the fall we 2 are going to England." He swallowed his spoonful, wiped his lips with pink paper, the cool rich linens of Marana Hotel, and said, "I have also a surprise for you, my dear. We 2 are not going to England." "Why, what is the matter?" she said, looking, with more surprise than he had counted upon, at his hands. He was involuntarily folding and tearing and crushing and tearing again the innocent pink napkin. His smiling face set her somewhat at ease, however. "The matter is quite simple," he replied. "Even in the most harmonious of households, as ours is, not all decisions are taken by the female partner. There are certain things that the husband is there to decide. I can well imagine the thrill that you, a healthy American gal, must experience at crossing the Atlantic on the same ocean liner with Lady Bumble or Sam Bumble, the frozen meat king, or a Hollywood harlot. And I doubt not that you and I would make a pretty ad for the traveling agency when portrayed looking, you frankly star-eyed, I controlling my envious admiration at the palace sentries, or scarlet guards, or beaver eaters, or whatever they are called. But I happen to be allergic to Europe, including merry old England, and you well know I have nothing but very sad associations with the old and rotting world. No colored ads in your magazines will change the situation." "My darling," said Charlotte, "I really— Now wait a minute, the present matter is only incidental. I am concerned with a general trend. When you wanted me to spend my afternoons sunbathing on the lake instead of doing my work, I gladly gave in and became a bronze glamour boy for your sake, instead of remaining a scholar and, well, an educator. When you led me to bridge and bourbon with the charming Farlows, I meekly follow. No, please, wait. When you decorate your home, I do not interfere with your schemes. When you decide all kinds of matters, I may be in complete or in partial, let us say, disagreement, but I say nothing. I ignore the particular. I cannot ignore the general. I love being bossed by you, but even every game has its rules. I am not cross. I am not cross at all. Don't do that. But I am one half of this household, and have a small but distinct voice. She had come to his side and had fallen on her knees, and was slowly but very vehemently shaking her head and clawing at his trousers. She said she had never realized. She said he was her ruler and her god. She said Louise had gone and let them make love right away. She said he must forgive her or she would die. This little incident filled him with considerable elation. He told her quietly that it was a matter of not of asking forgiveness, but of changing one's ways, and he resolved to press his advantage and spend a good deal of time aloof and moody, working at his book, or at least pretending to work. The studio bed of his former room had long been converted into a sofa, and it had always been at heart, and Charlotte had warned him since the very beginning of their cohabitation that gradually the room would be turned into a regular writer's den. A couple days after the British incident, he was sitting in a new and very comfortable easy chair, with a large volume in his lap, when Charlotte rapped with her ring finger and sauntered in. How different were her movements from those of me when I used to visit him in my dear dirty blue jeans, smelling of orchards and Nymphetland, awkward and fey, and dimly depraved, the lower buttons of my shirt unfastened. Let him tell you, however, something. Behind the brashness of little Hayes and the poise of big Hayes, a trickle of shy life ran, that tasted the same, that murmured the same. A great French doctor once told his father that in near relatives the faintest gastric gurgle has the same voice. So Charlotte sauntered in. She felt all was not well between them. He had pretended to fall asleep the night before, and the night before that, as soon as they had gone to bed, and had risen at dawn. Tenderly she inquired if she were not interrupting. Not at the moment, he said, turning volume C of the Girl's Encyclopedia around to examine a picture printed bottom edge, as printers say. Charlotte went up to a little table of imitation mahogany with a drawer. She put her hand upon it. The little table was ugly, no doubt, but it had done nothing to her. I have always wanted to ask you, she said, businesslike, not coquettish, why is this thing locked up? Do you want it in this room? It is so abominably uncouth. Leave it alone, he said. He was camping in Scandinavia. Is there a key? Hidden. Oh, locked up love letters. She gave him one of those wounded doe looks that irritated him so much, and then, not quite knowing if he was serious or how to keep up the conversation, stood for several slow pages, Campus Canada, Candid Camera, Candy, peering at the window pane rather than through it, drumming upon it with sharp almond and rose fingernails. Presently, at canoeing and canvasback, she strolled up to his chair and sank down tweedily-wadily on its arm, inundating him with the perfume that his first wife had used. Would his lordship like to spend the fall here? She asked, pointing with her little finger at an autumn view in a conservative eastern state. Why? Very distinctly and slowly. She shrugged. Probably Harold used to take a vacation at that time. Open season. Conditional reflex on her part. I think I know where that is, she said, still pointing. There is a hotel. I remember. Enchanted Hunders. Quaint, isn't it? And the food is a dream, and nobody bothers anybody. She rubbed her cheek against his temple. Valeria soon got over that. Is there anything special you would like for dinner, dear? Jean and John will drop in later. He answered with a grunt. She kissed him on his underlip, and brightly saying she would bake a cake, a traditional subsisted from his lodging days that he adored her cakes, left him to his idleness. Carefully putting down the open book where she had sat, it attempted to send forth a rotation of waves, but an inserted pencil stopped the pages. He checked the hiding place of the key. Rather self-consciously, it lay under the old expensive safety razor he had used before. She bought him a much better and cheaper one. Was it the perfect hiding place there under that razor, in the groove of its velvet-lined case? The case lay in a small trunk where he kept various business papers. Could he improve upon this? Remarkable how difficult it is to conceal things, especially when one's wife keeps monkeying with the furniture. 22. I think it was... Whew. He thinks it was exactly a week after their last swim that the noon mail brought a reply from the second Miss Fallon. The lady wrote she had just returned to St. Algebra from her sister's funeral. Euphemia had never been the same after breaking that hip. As to the matter, Miss Humbert's daughter, she wished to report that it was too late to enroll her this year, but that she, the surviving Phelan, was practically certain that if Mr. and Miss Humbert brought me over in January, her admittance might be arranged. Next day after lunch, he went to see our doctor, a friendly fellow whose perfect bedside manner and complete reliance on a few patented drugs adequately masked his ignorance of and indifference to medical science. The fact that I would have to come back to Ramsdale was a treasure of anticipation. For this event, he wanted to be fully prepared. He had in fact begun his campaign earlier, before Charlotte made that cruel decision of hers. He had to be sure when his lovely child arrived, that very night, and then night after night, until St. Algebra took me away from him. He would possess the means of putting two creatures to sleep so thoroughly that neither sound nor touch should rouse them. Throughout most of July he had been experimenting with various sleeping powders, trying them out on Charlotte, a great taker of pills. The last dose he had given her, she thought it was a tablet of mild bromides to anoint her nerves, had knocked her out for 4 solid hours. He had put the radio at full blast. He had blazed in her face an Olympus-like flashlight. He had pushed her, pinched her, prodded her. Nothing had disturbed the rhythm of her calm and powerful breathing. However, when he had done such a simple thing as kiss her, she awakened at once, as fresh and strong as an octopus. He barely escaped. This would not do, he thought. Had to get something still safer. At first Dr. Byron did not seem to believe him when he said his last prescription was no match for his insomnia. He suggested he try again, and for a moment diverted his attention by showing him photographs of his family. He had a fascinating child of Dolly's age, but he saw through his tricks, and instead he prescribed the mightiest pill extant. He suggested he play golf, but finally agreed to give him something that he said would really work, and going to a cabinet, he produced a vial of violet blue capsules, banded with dark purple on one end, which he said had just been placed on the market, and were intended not for neurotics, whom a draught of water could calm if properly administered, but only for the great sleepless artist who had to die for a few hours in order to live for centuries. He loved to fool doctors, and though inwardly rejoicing, pocketed the pills with a skeptical shrug. Incidentally, he had to be careful with him. Once in another connection, a stupid lapse on his part made him mention that his last sanatorium, and he thought of the tips of his ears twitch. Being not at all keen for Charlotte or anybody else to know that period of his past, he had hastily explained that he had once done some research among the insane for a novel. But no matter, the old rogue certainly had a sweet girline. He left in great spirits, steering his wife's car with one finger. He contentedly rolled homeward. Ramsdale had, after all, lots of charm. The cicadas whirred. The avenue had been freshly watered. Smoothly, almost silkily, he turned down into our steep little street. Everything was somehow so right that day. The blue and green. So blue and green. He knew the sun shone because his ignition key was reflected in the windshield, and he knew it was exactly 3:30 because the nurse who came to massage Miss opposite every afternoon was tripping down the narrow sidewalk in her white stockings and shoes. As usual, Junk's hysterical setter attacked him as he rolled downhill. And as usual, the local paper was lying on the porch where it had just been hurled by Kinney. The day before he had ended the regime of aloofness he had imposed upon himself, and now uttered a cheerful homecoming call as he opened the door of the living room. With her cream white nape and bronze bun to him, wearing the yellow blouse and maroon slacks she had on when he first met her, Charlotte sat at the corner bureau writing a letter. His hand still on the doorknob, he repeated his hearty cry. Her writing hand stopped. She sat still for a moment, then slowly turned in her chair and rested her elbow on its curved back. Her face, disfigured by her emotion, was not a pretty sight as she stared at his legs and said, "The Hayes woman. The big bee. The old cat. The obnoxious mamma, the stupid old Hayes is no longer your dupe. She has... His fair accuser stopped, swallowing her venom and her tears. Whatever Humbert said or attempted to say is inessential. She went on. You're a monster. You're a detestable, abominable, criminal fraud. If you come near, I'll scream out the window. Get back. Again, whatever H.H. murmured may be omitted, I think. I am leaving tonight. This is all yours. Only you'll never, never see that miserable brat again. Get out of this room. Reader, he did. He went up to the ex-Simi's studio. Arms akimbo, he stood for a moment quite still and self-composed, surveying from the threshold the raked little table with its open drawer, a key hanging from the lock, 4 other household keys on the tabletop. He walked across the landing into the Humbert's bedroom and calmly removed his diary from under the pillow into his pocket. Then he started to walk downstairs, but stopped halfway. She was talking on the telephone, which happened to be plugged just outside the door of the living room. He wanted to hear what she was saying. She cancelled an order for something or other and returned to the parlor. He rearranged his respirations and went through the hallway to the kitchen. There he opened a bottle of scotch. She could never resist scotch. Then he walked into the dining room, and from there, through the half-open door, contemplated Charlotte's broad back. You are ruining my life and yours, he said quietly. Let us be civilized people. It is all your hallucination. You are crazy, Charlotte. The notes you found were fragments of a novel. Your name and hers were put in mere by chance, just because they come handy. Think it over. I shall bring you a drink. She neither answered nor turned, but went on writing and scorching scrawl whatever she was writing. A third letter, presumably 2 in stamped envelopes, were already laid out on the desk. He went back to the kitchen. He set out 2 glasses. To Saint Algebra? Too low? To me? And opened the refrigerator. It roared at him viciously while he removed the ice from its heart. Rewrite. Let her read it again. She will not recall details. Change, forge, write a fragment, and show it to her, or leave it lying around. Why do faucets sometimes whine so horribly? A horrible situation, really. The little pillow-shaped blocks of ice. Pillows for polar teddy bear, me, emitted rasping, crackling, tortured sounds as the warm water loosened them in their cells. He bumped down the glasses side by side. He poured in the whiskey and a dram of soda. She had tabooed his pen. Bark and bang went the icebox. Carrying the glasses, he walked through the dining room and spoke through the parlor door, which was a fraction ajar, not quite space enough for his elbow. I have made you a drink, he said. She did not answer the mad bee, and he placed the glasses on the sideboard near the telephone, which had started to ring. Leslie speaking. Leslie Thompson, said Leslie Thompson, who favored a dip at dawn. Miss Humbert, sir, has been run over, and you'd better come quick. He answered, perhaps a bit testily, that his wife was safe and sound and still holding the receiver. He pushed open the door and said, There's this man saying you've been killed, Charlotte. But there was no Charlotte in the living room. "23. He rushed out. The far side of their steep little street presented a peculiar sight. A big, black, glossy Packard had climbed Miss Opposite's sloping lawn at an angle from the sidewalk, where a tartan lap-robe had dropped in a heap, and stood there shining in the sun, its doors open like wings, its front wheels deep in evergreen shrubbery. To the anatomical right of the car, on the trim turf of the lawn slope, an old gentleman with a white mustache, well-dressed, double-breasted, gray suit, polka-dotted bow tie lay supine, his long legs together, like a dead-size wax figure. He has to put the impact of the instantaneous vision into a sequence of words. Their physical accumulation in the page impairs the actual flash, the sharp unity of impression. Rug heap, car, old man doll, Miss O's nurse running with a rustle, a half-empty tumbler in her hand, back to the screened porch, where the propped-up, imprisoned, decrepit lady herself may be imagined screeching, but not loud enough to drown the rhythmical yaps of the junk-setter, walking from the group to group, from a bunch of neighbors already collected on the sidewalk near the bit of checked stuff, and back to the car, which he had finally run to earth, and then to another group on the lawn, consisting of Leslie, 2 policemen, and a sturdy man with tortoiseshell glasses. At this point, he should explain that the prompt appearance of the patrolmen, hardly more than a minute after the accident, was due to their having been ticketing the illegally parked cars in a cross lane 2 blocks down the grade. That the fellow with the glasses was Frederick Beale, Jr., driver of the Packard, that his 79-year-old father, whom the nurse had just watered on Green Bank where he lay, a banked banker, so to speak, was not in dead faint, but was comfortably and methodically recovering from a mild heart attack or its possibility, and finally the lap robe on the sidewalk, where she had so often pointed out to him with disapproval the crooked green cracks, concealed the mangled remains of Charlotte Humbert, who had been knocked down and dragged several feet by the Beale car as she was hurrying across the street to drop 3 letters in the mailbox at the corner of Miss Opposite's lawn. These were picked up and handed to him by a pretty child in a dirty pink frock, and he got rid of them by clawing them to fragments in his trouser pocket. 3 doctors and the Farlows presently arrived on the scene and took over. The widower, a man of exceptional self-control, neither wept nor raved. He staggered a bit, that he did, but he opened his mouth only to impart such information or issue such directions as were strictly necessary in connection with the identification, examination, and disposal of a dead woman. The top of her head, a porridge of bone, brains, booze, hair, and blood. Brains, bronze, hair, and blood. The sun was still a blinding red when he was put to bed in Dolly's room by his 2 friends, Gentle John and Dewy-eyed John, who to be near retired to the Humbert's bedroom for the night, which, for all he knew, they might not have spent as innocently as the solemnity of the occasion required. He has no reason to dwell in this very special memoir on the pre-funeral formalities that had to be attended to, or on the funeral itself, which was as quiet as the marriage had been. But a few incidents pertaining to those 4 or 5 days after Charlotte's simple death have to be noted. His first night of widowhood, he was so drunk that he slept as soundly as the child who had slept in that bed. Next morning, he hastened to inspect the fragments of letters in his pocket. They had got so thoroughly mixed up to be sorted into 3 complete sets. He assumed that, and you had better find it because I cannot buy, came from a letter to me. Another fragment seemed to point to Charlotte's intention of fleeing with me to Parkington, or even back to Pisky, lest the vulture snatch her precious lamb. Other tatters and shreds. Never had he thought he had such strong talons, obviously referred to an application not to St. A., but to another boarding school, which was said to be so harsh and grey and gaunt in its methods, although supplying croquet and under the elms, as to have earned the nickname of reformatory for young ladies. Finally, the 3rd epistle was obviously addressed to him. He made out such items as, after a year of separation we may, oh my dearest, oh my, worse than if it had been a woman you kept, or maybe I shall die. But on the whole his gleanings made little sense. The various fragments of those 3 hasty missives were as jumbled in the palms of his hands as their elements had been in poor Charlotte's head. That day John had to see a customer, and John had to feed her dogs, so he was to be deprived temporarily of his friends' company, the dear people who were afraid he might commit suicide if left alone, and since no other friends were available, Miss Opposite was incommunicado. The McCoos were busy building a new house miles away, and the Chatfields had been recently called to Maine by some family trouble of their own. Leslie and Louise were commissioned to keep him company, under the pretense of helping him to sort out and pack a multitude of orphaned things. In a moment of superb inspiration, he showed a kind and credulous Farlows. They were waiting for Leslie to come for his paid tryst with Louise. A little photograph of Charlotte he had found among her affairs. From a boulder she smiled through blown hair. It had been taken in April 1934, a memorable spring. While on a business visit to the States, he had occasion to spend several months in Pisky. They met, and had a mad love affair. He was married, alas, and she was engaged to Hayes, but after he returned to Europe, they corresponded through a friend, now dead. John whispered she had heard some rumors, and looked at the snapshot, and still looking, handed it to John, and John removed his pipe, and looked at lovely and fast Charlotte Becker, and handed it back to him. Then they left for a few hours. Happy Louise was gurgling and scolding her swain in the basement. Hardly had the Farlows gone to the blue-chinned cleric called, and he tried to make the interview as brief as was consistent with neither hurting his feelings nor arousing his doubts. Yes, he would devote all his life to the child's welfare. Here, incidentally, was a little cross that Charlotte Becker had given him when they were both young. He had a female cousin, a respectable spinster in New York. There they would find a good private school for Dolly. Oh, what a crafty Humbert! For the benefit of Leslie and Louise, who might and did report it to John and John, he made a tremendously loud and beautifully enacted long-distance call and simulated a conversation with Shirley Holmes. When John and John returned, he completely took them in by telling them in a deliberately wild and confused manner that I had gone with the intermediate group on a 5-day hike and could not be reached. Good Lord, said John, what shall we do? John said it was perfectly simple. He would get the Climax police to find the hikers. It would not take them an hour. In fact, he knew the country, and look, he continued, why don't I drive there right now? And you may sleep with Jean. He did not really add that, but Jean supported his offer so passionately that it might be implied. He broke down. He pleaded with John to let things remain the way they were. He said he could not bear to have the child all around me, sobbing, clinging to him. All around him, sobbing, clinging to him. I was so high-strung the experience might react on my future. The psychiatrists have analyzed such cases. There was a sudden pause. Well, you are the doctor, said John a little bluntly. But after all, I was Charlotte's friend and adviser. One would like to know what you are going to do about the child anyway. John, cried Jean, she is his child, not Harold Hayes's. Don't you understand? Humbert is Dolly's real father. I see, said John. I am sorry. Yes, I see. I did not realize that. It simplifies matters, of course, and whatever you feel is right. The distraught father went on to say that he would go and fetch his delicate daughter immediately after the funeral, and would do his best to give her a good time in totally different surroundings, perhaps a trip to New Mexico or California, granted, of course, he lived. So artistically did he impersonate the calm of ultimate despair that hushed before some crazy outburst that the perfect Farlows removed him to their house. They had a good cellar, as cellars go in this country, and that was helpful, for he feared insomnia and a ghost. Now he must explain his reasons for keeping Dolores away. Naturally, at first, when Charlotte had just been eliminated, and he re-entered the house a free father and gulped down the 2 whiskey and sodas he had prepared, and topped with a pint of 2 of his pin, and went to the bathroom to get away from the neighbors and friends, there was but one thing in his mind and pulse, namely the awareness that a few hours hence, warm, brown-haired, and his Lolita would be in his arms, shedding tears that he would kiss away faster than they could well. But as he stood, wide-eyed and flushed before the mirror, John Farlow tenderly tapped to inquire if he was okay, and immediately realized that it would be madness on his part to have her in the house with all those busybodies milling around and scheming. It would madness on his part to have me in the house with all those busybodies milling around and scheming to take me away from him. Indeed, unpredictable me myself might, who knows, show some foolish distrust of him, a sudden repugnance, vague fear, and the like, and gone would be the magic prize at the very instant of triumph. Speaking of busybodies, he had another visitor, friend Beale, the fellow who eliminated his wife. Stodgy and solemn, looking like a kind of assistant executioner, with his bulldog jowls, small black eyes, thickly rimmed glasses, and conspicuous nostrils, he was ushered in by John, who then left them, closing the door upon them with the utmost tact, suavely saying he had twins in his stepdaughter's class. His grotesque visitor unrolled a large diagram he had made of the accident. It was, as his stepdaughter would have put it, a beaut, with all kinds of impressive arrows and dotted lines and varicolored inks. Miss H.H.'s trajectory was illustrated at several points by a series of those little outline figures, doll-like Wee Career Girl, or WAC, used in statistics as visual aids. Very clearly and conclusively, this route came into contact with a boldly traced, sinuous line representing 2 consecutive swerves, one in which the Beale car made to avoid the junk dog not shown, and the second a kind of exaggerated continuation of the first, meant to avert the tragedy. A very black cross indicated the spot where the trim, little outline figure had at last come to rest on the sidewalk. He looked for some similar mark to denote the place on the embankment where his visitor's huge wax father had reclined, but there was none. That gentleman, however, had signed the document as a witness underneath the name of Leslie Thompson, Miss Opposite, and a few other people. With his hummingbird pencil deftly and delicately flying from one point to another, Frederick demonstrated his absolute innocence in the recklessness of his wife. Meanwhile, he was in the act of avoiding the dog. She had slipped on the freshly watered asphalt and plunged forward, whereas she should have flung herself not forward, but backward. Fred showed how by a jerk of his padded shoulder. He said it was certainly not his fault, and the inquest upheld his view. Breathing violently through jet-black, tense nostrils, he shook his head and his hand, and then with an air of perfect savoir-vivre and gentlemanly generosity, he offered to pay the funeral home expenses. He expected him to refuse his offer. With a drunken sob of gratitude, he accepted it. This took him aback. Slowly, incredulously, he repeated what he had said. He thanked him again, even more profusely than before. In result of that weird interview, the numbness of his soul was for a moment resolved, and no wonder. He had actually seen the agent of fate. He had palpated the very flesh of fate at its padded shoulder. A brilliant and monstrous mutation had suddenly taken place, and here was the instrument, within the intricacies of the pattern, hurrying housewife, slippery pavement, a pest of a dog, steep grade, big car, baboon at its wheel. He could dimly distinguish his own vile contribution. Had he not been such a fool, or such an intuitive genius, to preserve that journal, fluids produced by vindictive anger and hot shame would not have blinded Charlotte in her dash to the mailbox. But even had they blinded her, still nothing might have happened, had not precise fate, that synchronizing phantom, mixed within its alembic the car and the dog and the sun and the shade and the wet and the weak and the strong and stone. Adieu, Marlene. Fat Fate's formal handshake, as reproduced by Beale before leaving the room, brought him out of his torpor, and he wept. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he wept. "24. The elms and the poplars were turning their ruffled backs to a sudden onslaught of wind, and a black thunderhead loomed above Ramsdale's white church tower when he looked around him for the last time. For unknown adventures, he was leaving the livid house where he had rented a room only 10 weeks before. The shades, thrifty, practical bamboo shades, were already down. On porches or in the house, their rich textures lend modern drama. The house of heaven must seem pretty bare after that. A raindrop fell on his knuckles. He went back into the house for something or other while John was putting his bags into the car, and then a funny thing happened. He does not know if in these tragic notes he has sufficiently stressed the peculiar sending effect that the writer's good looks, Sado-Celtic, attractively simian, boyishly manly, had on women of every age and environment. Of course, such announcements made in the first person may sound ridiculous, but every once in a while he had to remind the reader of his appearance, much as a professional novelist who is given a character of his some mannerism or dog has to go on producing that dog or that mannerism every time the character crops up in the course of the book. There may be more to it in that present case. His gloomy good looks should be kept in the mind's eye if his story is to be properly understood. Pubescent me swooned to Humbert's charm, as I did to hiccupy music. Adult Lot loved him with mature, possessive passion that he now deplores as respects more than he cares to say. Jean Farlow, who was 31 and absolutely neurotic, had also apparently developed a strong liking for him. She was handsome in a carved Indian sort of way, with a burnt sienna complexion. Her lips were like large crimson polyps, and when she emitted her special barking laugh, she showed large dull teeth and pale gums. She was very tall, with either slacks or with sandals, or billowing skirts with ballet slippers, drank any strong liquor, any amount, had had 2 miscarriages, wrote stories about animals, painted, as the reader knows. Lake Scapes was already nursing the cancer that was to kill her at 33, and was hopelessly unattractive to him. Judge, then, of his alarm, when a few seconds before he left, she and him stood in the hallway. Jean, with her always trembling fingers, took him by the temples, and tears in her bright blue eyes attempted unsuccessfully to glue herself to his lips. "Take care of yourself," she said. "Kiss your daughter for me." A clap of thunder reverberated throughout the house, and she added, "Perhaps somewhere, someday, at a less miserable time, we may see each other again. Jean, whatever, wherever you are, in minus time, space, or plus soul time, forgive him, all this parentheses included." And presently he was shaking hands with both of them in the street, the sloping street, and everything was whirling and flying before the approaching white deluge. A truck with a mattress from Philadelphia was confidently rolling down to an empty house, and dust was running and writhing over the exact slab of stone where Charlotte, when they lifted the lap robe for him, had been revealed, curled up, her eyes intact, their black lashes still wet, matted, like mine, Lolita. One might suppose that with all blocks removed and a prospect of delirious and unlimited delights before him, he would have mentally sunk back, heaving a sigh of delicious relief. Ah bien, pas tout. Instead of basking in the beams of smiling chance, he was obsessed by all sorts of purely ethical doubts and fears. For instance, might it not surprise people that I was so consistently debarred from attending festive and funeral functions in my immediate family? You remember, they had not had me at their wedding. Or another thing. Granted, it was the long, hairy arm of coincidence that had reached out to remove an innocent woman. Might coincidence not ignore in a heathen moment that its twin limb had done and hand me a premature note of commiseration? True, the accident had been reported only by the Ramsdale Journal, not by the Parkington Reader or the Climax Herald, Camp Q being in another state, and local deaths having no federal news interest. But he could not help fancying that somehow I had been informed already, and at the very time he was on his way to fetch me, I was being driven to Ramsdale by friends unknown to him. Still more disquieting than all these conjectures and worries was the fact that Humbert, a brand new American citizen of obscure European origin, had taken no steps toward becoming the legal guardian of his dead wife's daughter. "12 years and 7 months old. Would he ever dare take those steps? He could not repress a shiver whenever he imagined his nudity hemmed in by mysterious statues in the merciless glare of the common law. His scheme was a marvel of primitive art. He would whiz over to Camp Q, tell me that my mother was about to undergo a major operation at an infant hospital, and then keep moving with his sleeping infant from end to end, while my mother got better and finally died. But as he traveled campward, his anxiety grew. He could not bear to think that he might not find me there, or find instead another scared me, clamoring for some family friend, not the Farlows, thank God. I hardly knew them. But might there not be other people he had not reckoned with? Finally, he decided to make the long-distance call he had simulated so well a few days before. It was raining hard when he pulled up in a muddy suburb of Parkington just before the fork, one prong of which bypassed the city and led to the highway which crossed the hills to Lake Climax and Camp Q. He flipped off the ignition and for quite a minute sat in the car bracing himself for that telephone call, staring at the rain, at the inundated sidewalk, at a hydrant, a hideous thing really painted a thick silver and red, extending the red stumps of its arms to be varnished by the rain which, like stylized blood, dripped upon its argent chains. No wonder that stopping beside those nightmare cripples is taboo. He drove up to a gasoline station. A surprise awaited him when at the last coin satisfactorily clanked down and a voice was allowed to answer his. Holmes, the camp mistress, informed him that I had gone Monday, this was Wednesday, on a hike in the hills with my group, and was expected to return rather late today. Would he care to come tomorrow? And what was exactly, without going into the details? He said that my mother was hospitalized and the situation was grave. The child should not be told it was grave, and that I should be ready to leave with him tomorrow afternoon. The two voices parted in an explosion of warmth and goodwill. Through some freak mechanical flaw, all his coins came tumbling back to him with a hitting the jackpot clatter that almost made him laugh despite the disappointment at having to postpone bliss. One wonders if this sudden discharge, this spasmodic refund, was not correlated somehow in the mind of McFate with his having invented that little expedition before ever learning of it, as he did now. But next, he proceeded to the business center of Parkington and devoted the whole afternoon. The weather had cleared. The wet town was like silver in glass to buying beautiful things for me. Goodness, what crazy purchases were prompted by the poignant predilection Humbert had in those days for check weaves, bright cottons, frills, puffed-out short sleeves, soft pleats, snug-fitting bodices, and generally full skirts. Oh, Lolita, I am his girl as V was Poe's and B Dante's. And what little girl would not like to whirl in a circular skirt and scanties? Did he have something special in mind? Coaxing voices asked him. Swimming suits? We have them in all shades. Dream pink, frosted aqua, bronze mauve, tulip red, ooh la la black. What about play suits? Slips? No slips. Me and him loathed slips. One of his guides in these matters was an anthropometric entry made by my mother on my 12th birthday. The reader remembers that Know Your Child book. He had the feeling that Charlotte, moved by obscure motives of envy and dislike, had added an inch here, a pound there, but since the nymphette had no doubt grown somewhat in the last 7 months, he thought he could safely accept most of these January measurements. Hip girth 29 inches, thigh girth just below the gluteal sulcus 17, calf girth and neck circumference 11, chest circumference 27, upper arm girth 8, waist 23, stature 57 inches, weight 78 pounds, figure linear, intelligence quotient 121, vermiform appendix present, and God. Apart from measurements, he could, of course, visualize me with hallucinational lucidity, and nursing as he did a tinkle in his breastbone at the exact spot my silky top had come level once or twice with his heart, and feeling as he did my warm weight in his lap, so that in a sense he was always with Lolita, as a woman is with child. He was not surprised to discover later that his computation had been more or less correct. Having moreover studied a Midsummer Sale book, it was with a very knowing air that he examined various pretty articles, sports shoes, sneakers, pumps of crushed kid for crushed kids. The painted girl in black who attended all these poignant needs of his turned parental scholarship and precise description into commercial euphemisms such as petite. Another much older woman in a white dress with a pancake makeup seemed to be oddly impressed by his knowledge of junior fashions. Perhaps he had a midget for mistress, so when shown a skirt with 2 cute pockets in front, he intentionally put a naive male question and was rewarded by a smiling demonstration of the way the zipper worked in the back of the skirt. He had next great fun with all kinds of shorts and briefs, phantom little me's dancing, falling, daisying all over the counter. They rounded out the deal with some prim cotton pajamas in popular butcher boy style. Humbert, a popular butcher. There's a touch of the mythological and the enchanted in those large stores where, according to ads, a career girl can get a complete desk-to-date wardrobe, and where little sister can dream of the day when her wool jersey will make the boys in the back row of the costume drool. Life-size plastic figures of snubbed-nosed children, dun-colored greenish, brown-dotted, faunish faces floated around him. He realized he was the only shopper in that rather eerie place where he moved around fish-like in a glaucous aquarium. He sent strange thoughts from the minds of the languid ladies that escorted him from counter to counter, from rock ledge to seaweed, and the belts and bracelets he chose seemed to fall from siren hands into transparent water. He bought an elegant valise, had his purchases put into it, and repaired to the nearest hotel, well pleased with his day. Somehow, in connection with that quiet, poetical afternoon of fastidious shopping, he recalled the hotel or inn with the seductive name of the Enchanted Hunters, which Charlotte had happened to mention shortly before his liberation. With the help of a guidebook, he located it in the secluded town of Bryceland, a 4-hour drive from my camp. He could have telephoned, but fearing his voice might go out of control and lapse into coy croaks of broken English, he decided to send a wire ordering a room with twin beds for the next night. What a comic, clumsy, wavering Prince Charming he was. How some of his readers will laugh at him when he tells them of the trouble he had with wondering of his telegram. What should he put? Humbert and daughter? Homburg and small daughter? Homburg and immature girl? Homburg and child? The draw mistake. The G at the end will eventually come through. May have been a telepathic echo of these hesitations of his, and then in the velvet of a summer night, his broodings over the philtre he had with me. Oh, miserly Hamburg! Was he not a very enchanted hunter as he deliberated with himself over his box full of magic ammunition to rout the monster of insomnia? Should he try himself one of those amethyst capsules? There are 40 of them, all told. 40 nights with a frail little sleeper at his starving side. Could he rob himself of one such a night in order to sleep? Certainly not. Much too precious was each tiny plum, each microscopic planetarium with its live stardust. Oh, let him be mawkish for the nonce. He is so tired of being cynical. 26. This daily headache in the opaque air of this tumul jail is disturbing. But he must persevere. Having written more than 100 pages and not got anywhere yet, his calendar is getting confused. That must have been around August 15th, 1947. Don't think he can go on. Heart, head, everything. Lolita, 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 Lolita. Repeat till the page is full, printer. 27. Still in Parkington. Finally, he did achieve an hour's slumber, from which he was aroused by gratuitous and horribly exhausting congress with a small hairy hermaphrodite, a total stranger. By then it was 6 in the morning, and it suddenly occurred to him that it might be a good thing to arrive at the camp earlier than he had said. From Parkington he still had 100 miles to go, and there would be more than that to do Hazy Hills and Bryceland. If he said he would come for Dolly in the afternoon, it was only because his fancy insisted on merciful night falling as soon as possible on his impatience. But now he foresaw all kinds of misunderstandings, and was all a jitter lest delay might give me the opportunity of some idle telephone call to Ramsdale. However, when 9:30 a.m. he attempted to start, he was confronted by a dead battery, and noon was high when at last he left Parkington. He reached his destination around 2:30, parked his car at a pine grove where a green-shirted, red-haired, impish lad stood throwing horseshoes in sullen solitude, was laconically directed by him to an office to a stucco cottage in a dying state, had to endure for several minutes the inquisitive commiseration of the camp mistress, a sluttish, worn-out female with rusty hair. I said I was all packed and ready to go. I knew my mother was sick, but not critically. Would Mr. Hayes? He meant Mr. Humbert. Oh, sorry. Would Mr. Hayes, Mr. Humbert, care to meet the camp counselors, or look at the cabins where the girls live, each dedicated to a Disney character, or a Disney creature, or visit the lodge, or should Charlie be sent over to fetch me? The girls were just finishing fixing the dining room for a dance, and perhaps afterwards I would say to somebody or other, the poor guy looked like his own ghost. Let me retain for a moment that scene in all its trivial and fateful detail. Hag Holmes writing out a receipt, scratching her head, pulling a drawer out of her desk, pouring change into his impatient palm, then neatly spreading a banknote over it with a bright N5. Photographs of girl children, gaudy moth or butterfly still alive, safely pinned to the wall, nature study, the framed diploma of the camp's dietitian, his trembling hands, a card produced by efficient Holmes with a report of Dolly Hayes' behavior for July. Very good, keen on swimming and boating, a sound of trees and birds, and his pounding heart. He was standing with his back to the open door, and then he felt the blood rush to his head as he heard my respiration and voice behind him. I arrived dragging and bumping my heavy suitcase. "Hi," I said, and stood still, looking at him with sly, glad eyes. My soft lips parted in a slightly foolish but wonderfully endearing smile. I was thinner and taller, and for a second it seemed to him my face was less pretty than the mental imprint he had cherished for more than a month. My cheeks looked hollowed, and too much lentigo camouflaged my rosy, rustic features, and that first impression, a very narrow human interval between two tiger height beats, carried the clear implication that all widower Humbert had to do, wanted to do, or would do, was give this one-looking, sun-colored little orphan a ubitus, and even those plumbaceous umbrae under her My eyes bore freckles, a sound education, a healthy and happy girlhood, a clean home, nice girlfriends of my age, among whom, if the fates deigned to repay him, he might find, perhaps, a pretty little Magdalene for Herr Dr. Humber alone. But in a wink, as the Germans say, the angelic line of conduct was erased, and he overtook his prey. Time moves ahead of his fantasies. And I was his Lolita again, in fact, more of his Lolita than ever. He let his hand rest on my warm auburn head and took up my bag. I was all rose and honey, dressed in my brightest gingham with a pattern of little red apples, and my arms and legs were a deep golden brown with scratches like tiny dotted lines of coagulated rubies, and the ribbed cuffs of my white socks were turned down at the remembered level because of my childish gait, or because he had memorized me. As always wearing heelless shoes, my saddle Oxford looks somehow too large and too high-heeled for me. Goodbye, Camp Q. Merry Camp Q. Goodbye, plain, unwholesome food. Goodbye, Charlie boy. In the hot car, I settled down beside him, slapped a prompt phi on my lovely knee, then, my mouth working violently on a piece of chewing gum, I rapidly clanked down the window on my side and settled back again. We sped through the striped and speckled forest. "How's Mother?" I asked dutifully. He said the doctors did not quite know yet what the trouble was. Anyway, something abominable. Sorry, abdominal. Abominable? No, abdominal. We should have to hang out for a while. The hospital was in the country near the gay town of Leppingville, where a great poet had resided in the early 19th century and where we would take in all the shows. I thought it a peachy idea, wondered if we could make Leppingville before 9 p.m. "We should be at Bryceland by dinner time," he said, "and tomorrow we'll visit Leppingville. How was the hike? Did you have a marvelous time at the camp?" "Uh-huh. Sorry to leave." "Mm-mm. Talk low, don't croak. Tell me something." "What thing, Dad?" She let her word expand with ironic deliberation. "Any old thing." "Okay, if I call you that." I slid at the road. "Quite. It's a sketch, you know. When did you fall for my mommy?" "Someday, Lo, you will understand many emotions and situations, such as, for example, the harmony, the beauty of spiritual relationship." "Bah," said the cynical nymphet. Shallow lull in the dialogue filled with some landscape. "Look, Lo, at all those cows on the hillside. I think I'll vomit if I look at a cow again." "You know I missed you terribly, Lo." "I did not. In fact, I've been revoltingly unfaithful to you. It doesn't matter one bit, because you stopped caring for me anyway. You drive much faster than my mommy, mister." He slowed down from a blind 70 to purblind 50. "Why do you think I have ceased caring for you, Lo?" "Well, you haven't kissed me yet, have you?" Inly dying, inly moaning, he glimpsed a reasonably wide shoulder of the road ahead and bumped and wobbled into the weeds. "Remember, I am only a child. Remember, I am only—" Hardly the car come to a standstill than I positively flowed into his arms, not daring let himself go, not even daring let himself realize that this, sweet wetness and trembling fire, was the beginning of an ineffable life, which, ably assisted by fate, he had finally willed into being. Not daring really kiss me, he touched my hot opening lips with the utmost piety. Tiny sips, nothing salacious, but I, with an impatient wiggle, pressed my mouth to his so hard that he felt my big front teeth and shared in the peppermint taste of my saliva. He knew, of course, it was but an innocent game on my part, a bit of backfish foolery, an imitation of some simulacrum of fake romance, and since, as the psychotherapist as well as the rapist will tell you, the limits and rules of such girlish games are fluid, or at least too childishly subtle for the senior partner to grasp, he was dreadfully afraid he might go too far and cause me to start back in revulsion and terror, and above all, he was agonizingly anxious to smuggle me into the hermetic seclusion of the enchanted hunters. As we had still 80 miles to go, blessed intuition broke our embrace, a split second before a highway patrol car drew up alongside. Florid and beetle-browed, its driver stared at him. "Happen to see a blue sedan, same make as yours, pass before the junction?" "Why, no." "We didn't," said Lo, eagerly leaning across him. My innocent hand on his legs. I said, eagerly leaning across him. my innocent hand on his legs. But are you sure it was blue? Because the cop with shadow of us was he after? Gave the little Colleen his best smile and went into a U-turn. We drove on. The fruit head, I remarked. He should have nabbed you. Why me, for heaven's sake? Well, the speed in this bum state is 50, and no, don't slow down, you dull bulb. He's gone now. We have still quite a stretch, he said, and I want to get there before dark, so be a good girl. Bad girl, I said comfortably, juvenile delinquent, but frank and fetching. That light was red. I've never seen such driving. We rolled silently through a silent townlet. Say, wouldn't Mother be absolutely mad if she found out we were lovers? Good Lord, Lo, let us not talk that way, but we are lovers, aren't we? Not that I know of. I think we are going to have some more rain. Don't you want to tell me of those little pranks of yours in camp? You talk like a book, Dad. What have you been up to? I insist you tell me. Are you easily shocked? No, go on. Let us turn into a secluded lane and I'll tell you. Though I must seriously ask you not to play the fool. Well, I joined in all the activities that were offered. Ensuite? Ensuite. I was taught to live happily and richly with others and develop a wholesome personality. Be a cake, in fact. Yes, I saw something of the sort in the booklet. We led the sings around the fire in the big stone fireplace or under the darned stars, where every girl merged her own spirit of happiness with the voice of the group. Your memory is excellent, Lo, but I must trouble you to leave out the swear words. Anything else? The Girl Scouts motto I said rhapsodically, is also mine. I fill my life with worthwhile deeds such as, well, never mind that. My duty is to be useful. I'm a friend to male animals. I obey orders. I'm cheerful. That was another police car. I am thrifty and absolutely filthy in thought, word, and deed. Now, I do hope that's all, you witty child. Yep, that's all. Now, wait a sec. We baked in our reflector oven. Isn't that terrific? Well, that's better. We watched zillions of dishes. Zillions, you know, is school marm slang for many, many, many. Oh, yes. Last but not least, his mother says, now let me see. What was it? I know. We made photographs. Gee, what fun. C'est bien tout? C'est. Except for one thing, something I simply can't tell you without blushing all over. Will you tell me it later? If we sit in the dark and you let me whisper, I will. Do you sleep in your old room or in a heap with Mother? Old room. Your mother may have to undergo a very serious operation, though. Stop at that candy bar, will you? I said, sitting on a high stool, a band of sunlight crossing my bare brown forearm. I was served an elaborate ice cream concoction topped with synthetic syrup. It was erected and brought me by a pimply brute of a boy in a greasy bow tie, who eyed his fragile child and my thin cotton frock with carnal deliberation. His impatience to reach Bryceland and the Enchanted Hunters was becoming more than he could endure. Fortunately, I dispatched the stuff with my usual alacrity. How much cash do you have? He asked. Not a cent, I said sadly, lifting my eyebrows, showing him the empty side of my money purse. This is a matter that will be mended in due time, he rejoined archly. Are you coming? Say, I wonder if they have a washroom. You are not going there, he said firmly. It is sure to be a vile place. Do come on. I was on the whole an obedient little girl, and he kissed me in the neck when we got back into the car. Don't do that, I said, looking at him with unfeigned surprise. Don't drool on me, you dirty man. I rubbed the spot against my raised shoulder. Sorry, he murmured. I'm rather fond of you, that's all. We drove under a gloomy sky up a winding road, then down again. Well, I'm also sort of fond of you, I said, in a delayed soft voice, with a sort of sigh, a sort of settled closer to him. Oh, his Lolita. We shall never get there. Dusk was beginning to saturate pretty little Bryceland, its phony colonial architecture, curiosity shops, and imported shade trees, when we drove through the weakly lighted streets in search of the Enchanted Hunters. The air, despite a steady drizzle beating it, was warm and green, and a queue of people, mainly children and old men, had already formed before the main office of a movie house dripping with jewel fires. Oh, I want to see that picture. Let's go right after dinner. Oh, let's. We might, chanted Humbert, knowing perfectly well the sly tumescent devil that by 9, when his show began, I would be dead in his arms. Easy, I cried, lurching forward as an accursed truck in front of us, its backside carbuncles pulsating, stopped at a crossing. If we did not get to the hotel soon, immediately, miraculously, in the very next block, he felt he would lose all control over the haze jalopy with its ineffectual wipers and whimsical brakes, but the passers-by he applied to for directions were either strangers themselves or asked with a frown, "Enchanted what?" as if he were a madman, or else they went into such complicated explanations with geometrical gestures, geographical generalities, and strictly local clues, then bear south after you hit the courthouse, that he could not help losing his way in the maze of their well-meaning gibberish. I, whose lovely prismatic entrails had already digested the sweetmeat, was looking forward to a big meal and had begun to fidget. As to him, although he had long become used to a kind of secondary fate, McFate's inept secretary, so to speak, pettily interfering with the boss's generous, magnificent plan to grind and grope through the avenues of Bryceland was perhaps the most exasperating ordeal he had yet faced. In later months he could laugh at his inexperience when recalling the obstinate, boyish way in which he had concentrated upon that particular inn with its fancy name, for all along our route countless motor courts proclaimed their vacancy in neon lights, ready to accommodate salesmen, escaped convicts, impotents, family groups, as well as the most corrupt and vigorous couples. Ah, gentle drivers gliding through summer's black nights, what frolics, what twists of lust you might see from your impeccable highways, if comfy cabins were suddenly drained of their pigments and became as transparent as boxes of glass. The miracle he hankered for did happen after all. A man and a girl, more or less conjoined in a dark car under dripping trees, told us we were in the heart of the park, but had only to turn left in the next traffic light, and there we would be. We did not see any next traffic light. In fact, the park was as black as the sins it concealed, but soon after falling under the smooth spell of a nicely graded curve, the travelers became aware of a diamond glow through the mist. Then a gleam of lake water appeared, and there it was, marvelously and inexorably under spectral trees, at the top of a gravel drive, the pale palace of the enchanted hunters. A row of parked cars, like pigs at a trough, seemed at first sight to forbid access, but then, by magic, a formidable convertible, resplendent rubies in the lighted rain, came into motion, was energetically backed out by a broad-shouldered driver, and we gratefully slipped into the gap it had left. He immediately regretted his haste, for he noticed that his predecessor had now taken advantage of a garage-like shelter nearby, where there was ample space for another car, but he was too impatient to follow his example. "Wow, looks swank," remarked his vulgar darling, squinting at the stucco, as I crept out into the audible drizzle, and with a childish hand tweaked loose the frock fold that had stuck in the peach cleft, to quote Robert Browning. Under the arc lights, enlarged replicas of chestnut leaves plunged and played on white pillars. He unlocked the trunk compartment. A hunchbacked and hoary man in a uniform of sorts took our bags and wheeled them slowly into the lobby. It was full of old ladies and clergymen. I sank down on my haunches to caress a pale-faced, blue-freckled, black-eared cocker spaniel swooning on the floral carpet under my hand, as who would not? His heart, while he cleared his throat through the throng. To the desk, there was a bald, porcine old man. Everybody was old in that old hotel. Examined his features with a polite smile, then leisurely produced his garbled telegram. Wrestled with some dark doubts, turned his head to look at the clock, and finally said he was very sorry he had held the room with the twin beds till 6:30, and now it was gone. A religious convention, he said, had clashed with a flower show in Bryceland, and the name, he said coldly, is not Hamburg or Humbug, but Humbert, and any room will do. Just put a cot for my little daughter. She is 10 and very tired. The pink old fellow peered good-naturedly at me, still squatting, listening in profile, lips parted to what the dog's mistress, an ancient lady swathed in violet bells, was telling me from the depths of a cretin easy-chair. Whatever doubts the obscene fellow had, they were dispelled by that blossom-like vision. He said he might still have a room, had one, in fact, with a double bed. As to the cot, "Mr. Potts, do we have any cots left?" Potts, also pink, had and bald, with white hairs growing out of his ears and other holes, would see what could be done. He came and spoke while he unscrewed his fountain pen. "Impatient, Humbert. Our beds are really triple," Potts cozily said, tucking him and his kid in. "One crowded night, we had 3 ladies and a child like yours sleep together. I believe one of the ladies was a disguised man." My static. "However, would there be a spare cot in 49, Mr. Swine?" I think it went to the swoon, said Swine, the initial old clown. We'll manage somehow, he said. My wife may join us later, but even then I suppose we'll manage. The two pink pigs were now among his best friends. In the slow, clear hand of crime, he wrote, Dear Edgar H. Humbert and daughter, 342 Lawn Street, Ramsdale. A key, 342, was half shown to a magician showing object he is about to palm and handed over to Uncle Tom. Me leaving the dog as I would leave him someday, rose from my haunches. A raindrop fell on Charlotte's grave. A handsome young woman slipped open the elevator door, and doomed me went in, followed by my throat-clearing father and crayfish Tom with the bags. Parody of a hotel corridor, parody of silence and death. Say, it's our house number, cheerfully said. There was a double bed, a mirror, a double bed in the mirror, a closet door with mirror, a bathroom door ditto, a blue dark window, a reflected bed there, the same in closet mirror, 2 chairs, a glass-top table, 2 bedclothes, tables, a double bed, a big panel bed to be exact, with a Tuscan rose chenille spread, and 2 frilled pink-shaded night lamps left and right. He was tempted to place a $5 bill on that sepia palm, but thought the largesse might be misconstrued, so he placed a quarter, added another. He withdrew. Click. Alpha sous. Are we to sleep in one room? I said, my features working in that dynamic way they did, not cross or disgusted, though plain on the brink of it, but just dynamic, when I wanted to load a question with violent significance. I've asked them to put in a cot, which I'll use if you like. You are crazy, I said. Why, my darling? Because, my darling, when darling mother finds out, she'll divorce you and strangle me. Just dynamic, not really taking the matter too seriously. Look here, he said, sitting down while I stood a few feet from him and stared at myself contentedly, not unpleasantly surprised at my own appearance, filling with my own rosy sunshine the surprised and pleased closet door mirror. Look here, Lo, let's settle this once and for all. For all practical purposes, I am your father. I have the feeling of great tenderness for you. In your mother's absence, I am responsible for your welfare. We are not rich, and while we travel, we shall be obliged. We shall be thrown a good deal together. 2 people sharing one room, inevitably into our kind of, how shall I say, the word is incest, I said, and walking into the closet, walked out again with a young golden giggle, opened the adjoining door, and after carefully peering inside with my strange smoky eyes, lest I make another mistake, retired to the bathroom. He opened the window, tore off his sweat-drenched shirt, changed, checked the pill vial in his coat pocket, unlocked the... I drifted out. He tried to embrace me, casually, a bit of controlled tenderness before dinner. I said, Look, let's cut out the kissing game and get something to eat. It was then that he sprang his surprise. Oh, what a dreamy pet. I walked open to the open suitcase as if stalking it from afar, at a kind of slow-motion walk, peering at that distant treasure box on the luggage support. Was there something wrong, he wondered, with those great gray eyes of mine? Or were we both plunged in the same enchanted mist? I stepped up to it, lifting my rather high-heeled feet rather high, and bending my beautiful boy knees while I walked through dilating space with the glinter of one walking underwater or in a flight dream. Then I raised by the armlets a copper-colored, charming, and quite expensive vest, very slowly stretching it between my silent hands, as if I were a bemused bird hunter, holding my breath over the incredible bird he spreads out by the tips of its flaming wings. Then, while he stood waiting for me, I pulled out the slow snake of a brilliant belt and tried it on. Then I crept into his waiting arms, radiant, relaxed, caressing him with my tender, mysterious, impure, indifferent twilight eyes, for all the world like the cheapest of cheap cuties, for that is what nymphs imitate, while they moan and die. What's the catter with missus? He muttered, word control gone, into my hair. If you must know, I said, you do it the wrong way. Show white ray. All in good time, responded the spoonerette. Seva ascendis pulsata brulans, quetzalans, dimentissima, elevator clatorons, pausa clatorons, pompus and corridoro, honc nisi mors mihi, adamet nemo, juncia puella, ju pensavo fondissime. observa nihil quidquam, but of course in another moment he might have committed some dreadful blunder. Fortunately, I returned to the treasure box from the bathroom, where it took him quite a time to shift back into the normal gear for humdrum purpose. He heard standing, drumming, retaining his breath, his, Lolita's, oohs and gees of girlish delight. I had used the soap only because it was sample soap. Well, come on, my dear, if you are as hungry as I am. And so to the elevator, me swinging my old white purse, father walking in front, nota bene. Never behind. I am not a lady. As we stood, now side by side, waiting to be taken down, I threw back my head, yawned without restraint, and shook my curls. When did they make you get up at that camp? 1:30, I stifled another yawn. 6, yawn in full, with a shiver of all my frame. 1:30, I repeated, my throat filling up again. The dining room met us with a smell of fried fat and faded smile. It was a spacious and pretentious place with maudlin murals depicting enchanted hunters in various postures and states of enchantment amid a medley of pallid animals, dryads, and trees. A few scattered old ladies, 2 clergymen, and a man in a sports coat were finishing their meals in silence. The dining room closed at 9. The green-clad, poker-faced serving girls were happily in a desperate hurry to get rid of us. Does he not look exactly like Quilty? I said in a soft voice, my sharp brown elbow not pointing but visibly burning to a point at the lone diner and the loud checks in the far corner of the room. Like our fat Ramsdale dentist? I rested the mouthful of water I had just taken and put down my dancing glass. Of course not, I said with a splutter of mirth. I meant the writer fellow in the Dromes ad. Oh, fame, oh, femina. When the dessert was plunked down, a huge wedge of cherry pie for the young lady and vanilla ice cream for my protector, most of which I expeditiously added to my pie. He produced a small vial containing Papa's purple pills. As he looked back at those seasick murals, at that strange and monstrous moment, he could only explain his behavior then by the mechanism of that dream vacuum wherein revolves a deranged mind. By the time it all seemed quite simple and inevitable to him. He glanced around, satisfied himself that the last diner had left, removed the stopper, and with the utmost deliberation tipped the filter into his palm. He had carefully rehearsed The dining room met us with a smell of fried fat and faded smile. It was a spacious and pretentious place with maudlin murals depicting enchanted hunters in various postures and states of enchantment, amid a medley of pallid animals, dryads, and trees. A few scattered old ladies, 2 clergymen, and a man in a sports coat were finishing their meals in silence. The dining girls were happily in a desperate hurry to get rid of us. Does not he look exactly like Quilty? I said in a soft voice, my sharp brown elbow not pointing but visibly burning to a point at the lone diner and the dull checks in the far corner of the room. Like our fat Ramsdale dentist. I arranged the mouthful of water I had just taken and put down my dancing glass. Of course not, I said with a splutter of mirth. I met the writer fellow in the Dromes ad. Oh, fame, oh, femina. When the dessert was plunked down, a huge wedge of cherry pie for me, the young lady, and vanilla ice cream for my protector, most of which I expeditiously added to my pie, he produced a small vial containing Papa's purple pills. As he looked back at those seasick murals at that strange and monstrous moment, he could only explain his behavior then by the mechanism of that dream vacuum wherein revolves a deranged mind. But at the time it all seemed quite simple and inevitable to him. He glanced around, satisfied himself that the last diner had left, removed the stopper, and with the utmost deliberation tipped the filter into his palm. He had carefully rehearsed before a mirror the gesture of clapping his empty hand to his open mouth and swallowing a fictitious pill. As he expected, I pounced upon the vial with its plump, beautifully colored capsules loaded with beauty sleep. Blue! I exclaimed. Violet blue! What are they made of? Summer skies, he said, and plums and figs and great blood of emperors. No, seriously, please. Oh, just pills. Vitamin X. Makes one strong as an ox or an axe. Want to try one? I stretched out my hand, nodding vigorously. He had hoped the drug would work fast. It certainly did. I had had a long day. I had gone rowing in the morning with Barbara, whose sister was waterfront director, as the adorable, inaccessible nymph now started to tell him, in between suppressed palate-humping yawns, growing in volume. Oh, how fast the magic potion worked! And had been active in other ways, too. The movie that had vaguely loomed in my mind was, of course, by the time we water-treaded out of the dining room, forgotten. As we stood in the elevator, I leaned against him, faintly smiling. "Wouldn't you like me to tell you?" half closing my dark-lidded eyes. "Sleepy, huh?" said Uncle Tom, who was bringing up the quiet Franco-Irish gentleman and his daughter, as well as two withered women experts in roses. They looked with sympathy at his frail, tanned, tottering, dazed rose darling. He had almost to carry me into our room. There I sat down on the edge of the bed, swaying a little, speaking in dull, long-drawn tones. If I tell you, you promise?" Sleepy, so sleepy, head lolling, eyes going out. "Promise you won't make it complaints?" "Later, Lo. Now go to bed. I'll leave you here, and you go to bed. Give you 10 minutes. "Oh, I've been such a disgusting girl," I went on, shaking my hair, removing with slow fingers a velvet hair ribbon. "Let me tell you. Tomorrow, Lo, go to bed. Go to bed. For goodness sake, to bed." He pocketed the key and walked downstairs. 28 gentlewomen of the jury. Bear with him. Allow him to take just a tiny bit of your precious time. So this was le grand moment. He had left his Lolita still sitting on the edge of the abysmal bed, drowsily raising my foot, fumbling at the shoelaces, and showing as I did the nether side of my thigh up to the crotch of my panties. I had always been singularly absent-minded or shameless or both in matters of leg show. This, then, was the hermetic version of me which he had locked in. After satisfying himself that the door carried no inside bolt, the key with its numbered dangler of carved wood became forthwith the weighty sesame to a rapturous and formidable future. It was his. It was part of his hot, hairy fist. In a few minutes, say 20, say half an hour, secret as his uncle Gustave used to say, he would let himself into that 342 and find his nymphet, his beauty and bride, imprisoned in my crystal sleep. Jurors, if his happiness could have talked, it would have filled the genteel hotel with a deafening roar, and his only regret today is that he did not quietly deposit 342 at the office and leave the town, the country, the continent, the hemisphere, indeed the globe, that very same night. Let him explain. He was not unduly disturbed by my self-accusatory innuendos. He was still firmly resolved to pursue his policy of sparing my purity by operating only in the stealth of night, only upon a completely anesthetized little nude. Restraint and reverence were still his motto, even if that purity, incidentally thoroughly debunked by modern science, had been slightly damaged through some juvenile erotic experience, no doubt homosexual, at that accursed camp of mine. Of course, in his old-fashioned, old-world ways, he, Jean-Jacques Humbert, had taken for granted when he first met me that I was as unravished as the stereotypical notion of normal child had been since the lamented end of the ancient world, B.C., and its fascinating practices. We are not surrounded in our enlightened era by little slave flowers that can be casually plucked between business and bath as they used to be in the days of the Romans, and we do not, as dignified Orientals did in still more luxurious time, use tiny entertainers fore and aft between the mutton and the rose sherbet. The whole point is that the old link between the adult world and the child world has been completely severed nowadays by new customs and new laws. Despite his having dabbled in psychiatry and social work, he really knew very little about children. After all, I was only 12, and no matter what concessions he makes to time and place, even bearing in mind the crude behavior of American schoolchildren, he was still under the impression that whatever went on among those brash brats went on at larger age, and in a different environment. Therefore, to retrieve the thread of this explanation, the moralist in him bypassed the issue by clinging to conventional notions of what 12-year-old girls should be. The child therapist in him, a fake, as most of them are, but no matter, regurgitated neo-Freudian hash and conjured up a dreaming and exaggerating me in the latency period of girlhood. Finally, the sensualist in him, a great and insane monster, had no objection to some depravity in his prey. The summer behind him, behind the raging bliss, bewildered shadows conferred, and not to have heeded them, this is what he regretted. Human beings attend. He should have understood that I had already proved to be something quite different from innocent Annabel, that the nymphian evil breathing through every point of the fey child that he had prepared for his secret delectation would make the secrecy impossible and the election lethal. He should have known by the signs made to him by something in me, the real child, Lolita, or some haggard angel behind my back, that nothing but pain and horror would result from the expected rapture. Oh, winged gentlemen of the jury! And I was his. I was his. The key was in his fist. His fist was in his pocket. I was his. In the course of the avocations and schemes to which he had dedicated so many insomnias, he had gradually eliminated all the superfluous blur, and by stacking level upon level of translucent vision, had evolved a final picture. Naked except for one sock, and my charm bracelet spread-eagled on the bed where his philter had felled me. So he foreglimpsed me. A velvet hair ribbon was still clutched in my hand. My honey-brown body, with the white negative image of a rudimentary swimsuit patterned against my tan, presented to him its pale breast buds. In the rosy lamplight, a little pubic box glistened on its plump hillock. The cold key with its warm wooden addendum was in his pocket. He wandered through various public rooms, glory below, gloom above. For the look of lust always is gloomy. Lust is never quite sure, even when the velvety victim is locked up in one's dungeon. The some rival devil, or influential god may still not abolish one's prepared triumph. In common parlance, he needed a drink, but there was no bar-room in that venerable place, full of perspiring Philistines and period objects. He drifted to the men's room. There a person in clerical black, a hearty party, comme on dit, checking with the assistants of Vienna if it was still there, inquired of him how he had liked Dr. Boyd's talk, and looked puzzled when he, King Sigmund II, said Boyd was quite a boy. Upon which he neatly chucked the tissue paper he had been wiping his sensitive fingertips with into the receptacle provided for it, and sallied lobbyward. Comfortably resting his elbows on the counter, he asked Mr. Potts was he quite sure his wife had not telephoned, and what about that cot? He answered she had not. She was dead, of course, and the cot would be installed tomorrow if we decided to stay on. From a big crowded place called the Hunter's Hall came a sound of many voices discussing horticulture or eternity. Another room called the Raspberry Room, all bathed in light with bright little tables and a large one with refreshments, was still empty except for a hostess, that type of worn woman with a glassy smile and Charlotte's manner of speaking. She floated up to him to ask if he was Mr. Baddock, because if so, Miss Beard had been looking for him. What a name for a one, he said, and strolled away. In and out of his heart flowed his rainbow blood. He would give me till 9:30. Going back to the lobby, he found there a change. A number of people in floral dresses or black cloth had formed little groups here and there, and some elfish chance offered him the sight of a delightful child of my age in my type of frock, but pure fright. And there was a white ribbon in her black hair. She was not pretty, but she was a nymphette, and her ivory pale legs and lily neck formed for one memorable moment a most pleasurable antiphony in terms of spinal music to his desire for me, brown and pink, flushed and fouled. The pale child noticed his gaze, which was really quite casual and debonair, and being ridiculously self-conscious, lost countenance completely, rolling her eyes and putting the back of her hand to her cheek and pulling at the hem of her skirt, and finally turning her thin mobile shoulder blades to him in specious chat with her cow-like mother. He left the loud lobby and stood outside on the white steps, looking at the hundreds of powdered bugs wheeling around the lamps in the soggy black night, full of ripple and stir. All he would do, all he would dare to do, would amount to such a trifle. Suddenly he was aware that in the darkness next to him there was somebody sitting in a chair on a pillared porch. He could not really see him, but what gave him away was the rasp of the screwing off, and then a discreet gurgle, then the final note of a placid screwing on. He was about to move away when his voice addressed him. "Where the devil did you get her?" "I beg your pardon." I said, "The weather is getting better." "Seems so." "Who's the lassie?" "My daughter." "You lie, she's not." "I beg your pardon?" I said July was hot. "Where's her mother?" "Dead." "I see. Sorry. By the way, don't you get lunch with me tomorrow? That dreadful crowd will be gone by then." "We'll be gone too. Good night." "Sorry, I'm pretty drunk." Good night. That child of yours needs a lot of sleep. Sleep is a rose, as the Persians say. Smoke? Not now. He struck a light, but because he was drunk, or because the wind was, the flame illumined not him, but another person, a very old man, one of those permanent guests of old hotels, and his white rocker. Nobody said anything, and the darkness returned to its initial place. Then he heard the old-timer cough and deliver himself some sepulchral mucus. He left the porch. At least half an hour in all had elapsed. He ought to have asked for a sip. The strain was beginning to tell. If a violin string can ache, then he was that string. But it would have been unseemly to display any hurry. As he made his way through a constellation of fixed people on one corner of the lobby, there came a blinding flash, and a beaming Miss Dr. Braddock, two orchid-ornamentalized matrons, that small girl in white, and presumably the bare teeth of Humbert, sidling between the bride-like lassie and the enchanted cleric, were immortalized insofar as the texture and print of small-town newspapers can be deemed immortal. A twittering group had gathered near the elevator. He again chose the stairs. 342 was near the fire escape. One could still, but the key was already in the lock, and then he was in the room. 29. The door of the lighted bathroom stood ajar. In addition to that, a skeleton glow came from the Venetian blind from the outside arc lights. These intercrossed rays penetrated the darkness of the bedroom and revealed the following situation. Clothed in one of my old nightgowns, his Lolita lay on my side, with my back to him, in the middle of the bed. My lightly veiled body and bare limbs formed a Z. I had put both pillows under my dark tousled head. A band of pale light crossed my top vertebrae. He seemed to have shed his clothes and slipped into pajamas with the kind of fantastic instantaneousness which is implied when a certain cinematographic scene, the process of changing, is cut, and he had already placed his knee on the edge of the bed when I turned my head and stared at him through the striped shadows. Now this was something the intruder had not expected. The whole pill spiel, a rather sordid affair, entre nous soit dit, had had for object vastness of sleep that whole regiment would not have disturbed, and here I was staring at him, and thickly calling him Barbara. Barbara, wearing his pajamas, which were much too tight for him, remained poised motionless over the little sleep-talker. Softly, with a hopeless sigh, I turned away, resuming my initial position. For at least 2 minutes he waited and strained on the brink, like that tailor with his homemade parachute 40 years ago when about to jump from the Eiffel Tower. My faint breathing had the rhythm of sleep. Finally he heaved himself onto his narrow margin of the bed, stealthily pulled at the odds and ends of sheets piled up on the south of stone of cold heels, and I lifted my head and gaped at him. As he learned later from a helpful pharmaceutist, the purple pill did not even belong to the big noble family of barbiturates, and even though it might have induced sleep for a neurotic who believed it to be a potent drug, it was too mild a sedative to affect for any length of time a wary, albeit weary, nymphet. Whether the Ramsdale doctor was a charlatan or a shrewd old rogue does not and did not really matter. What mattered was that he had again been deceived. When I opened my eyes again, he realized that whether or not the drug might work later, in the night, the security he had relied upon was a sham one. Slowly my head turned away and dropped onto my unfair amount of pillow. He lay quite still on his brink, peering at my rumpled hair, at the glimmer of nymphet flesh, where half a haunch and half a shoulder dimly showed, and tried to gauge the depth of my sleep with the rate of my respiration. Some time passed, nothing changed. He decided he might risk getting a little closer to that lovely and maddening glimmer, but hardly had he moved into its warm purlieus than my breathing was suspended, and he had the odious feeling that little Dolores was wide awake and would explode in screams if he touched me with any part of his wretchedness. Please, reader, no matter your exasperation with the tender-hearted, morbidly sensitive, infinitely circumspect hero of his book, do not skip these essential pages. Imagine him. He shall not exist if you do not imagine him. Try to discern the doe in him, trembling in the foremost of his own iniquity. Let's even smile a little. After all, there's no harm in smiling. For instance, he almost wrote for instance. He had no place to rest his head. and a fit of heartburn, they call those fries French grandeur, was added to his discomfort. I was again fast asleep, his nymphet, but still he did not dare to launch upon his enchanted voyage. La petite dormeuse l'amant ridicule. Tomorrow he would stuff me with those earlier pills that had so thoroughly numbed my mummy. In the glove compartment or in the Gladstone bag? Should he wait a solid hour and then creep up again? The science of nympholepsy is a precise science. Actual contact would do it 1 second flat. An interspace of a millimeter would do it in 10. Let us wait. There's nothing louder than an American hotel. And mind you, this was supposed to be a quiet, cozy, old-fashioned, homey place. Gracious living and all that stuff. The clatter of the elevator gate some 20 yards northeast of his head, but as clearly perceived as if it were inside his left temple, alternated with the banging and booming of the machine's various evolutions, and lasted well beyond midnight. Every now and then immediately east of his left ear, always assuming he lay on his back, not daring to direct his viler side toward the nebulous haunch of his bedmate. The corridor would brim with cheerful, resonant, inept exclamations ending in a volley of good nights. When that stopped, a toilet immediately north of his cerebellum took over. It was a manly, energetic, deep-throated toilet, and it was used many times. Its gurgle and gush and long afterflow shook the wall behind him. Then someone in a southern direction was extravagantly sick, almost coughing out his life with his liquor, and his toilet descended like a veritable Niagara, immediately beyond our bathroom. And when finally all the waterfalls had stopped and the enchanted hunters were sound asleep, the avenue under the window of his insomnia to the west of his wake, staid, eminently residential, dignified alley of huge trees degenerated into the despicable haunt of gigantic trucks roaring through the wet and windy night. And less than 6 inches from him, and his burning life, was nebulous me. After a long stirless vigil, his tentacles moved towards me again, and this time the creak of the mattress did not wake me. He managed to bring his ravenous bulk so close to me that he felt the aura of my bare shoulder like a warm breath upon his cheek. And then I sat up, gasped, muttered with insane rapidity something about boats, tugged at the sheets, and lapsed back into my rich, dark, young unconsciousness. As I tossed within the abundant flow of sleep, recently auburn, at present lunar, my arm struck him across the face. For a second he held me. I freed myself from the shadow of his embrace, doing this not consciously, not violently, not with any personal distaste, but with the neutral, plaintive murmur of a child demanding its natural rest. And again the situation remained the same. I with my curved spine to Humbert, resting his head on his hand, and burning with desire and dyspepsia. The latter necessitated a trip to the bathroom for a draught of water, which is the best medicine he knows in his case, except perhaps milk with radishes. And when he re-entered the strange pale-striped fastness where my old and new clothes reclined in various attitudes of enchantment on pieces of furniture that seemed vaguely afloat, his impossible daughter sat up and in clear tones demanded to drink too. I took the resilient and cold paper cup in my shadowy hand and gulped down its contents gratefully, my long eyelashes pointing cupward, and then with an infantile gesture that carried more charm than any carnal caress, little me wiped my lip against his shoulder. I fell back onto my pillow. He had subtracted his while I drank, and was instantly asleep again. He had not dared offer me a second helping of the drug, and had not abandoned hope that the first might still consolidate my sleep. He started to move toward me, ready for any disappointment, knowing he had better wait, but incapable of waiting. His pillow smelled of my hair. He moved toward his glimmering darling, stopping or retreating every time he thought I stirred or was about to stir. A breeze from Wonderland had begun to affect his thoughts, and now they seemed couched in italics, as if the surface reflecting them were wrinkled by the phantasm of that breeze. Time and time again his consciousness folded the wrong way. His shuffling body entered the sphere of sleep, shuffled out again, and once or twice he caught himself drifting into a melancholy snore. Mists of tenderness enfolded mountains of longing. Now and then it seemed to him that the enchanted prey was about to meet halfway the enchanted hunter, that my haunch was working its way toward him out of the soft and sand of a remote and fabulous beach, And then my dimpled dimness would stir, and he would know that I was farther away from him than ever. If he dwells at some length on the tremors and gropings of that distant night, it is because he insists on proving that he is not, and never was, and never could have been, a brutal scoundrel. The gentle and dreamy regions through which he crept were patrimonies of poets, not crime's prowling ground. Had he reached his goal, his ecstasy would have been all softness, a case of internal combustion of which I would have hardly felt the heat, even if I were wide awake. But he still hoped I might gradually be engulfed in a completeness of stupor that would allow him to taste more than a glimmer of me. And so, in between tentative approximations, with a confusion of perception metamorphosing me into eye spots of moonlight or a fluffy flowering bush, he would dream he regained consciousness, dream he lay in wait. In the first antemeridian hours, there was a lull in the restless hotel night. Then around 4, the corridor toilet cascaded and its door banged. A little after 5, a reverberating monologue began to arrive in several installments from some courtyard or parking place. It was not really a monologue, since the speaker stopped every few seconds to listen, presumably to another fellow, but the other voice did not reach him, and so no real meaning could be derived from the part heard. Its matter-of-fact intonations, however, helped to bring in the dawn, and the room was already suffused with lilac gray when several industrious toilets went to work one after the other, and the clattering and winding elevator began to rise and take down early risers and downers, and for some minutes he miserably dozed, and Charlotte was a mermaid in a greenish tank, and somewhere in the passage Dr. Boyd said, "Good morning to you," in a fruity voice, and birds were busy in the trees, and then I yawned. Frigid gentlewomen of the jury, he had thought that months, perhaps years, would elapse before he dared reveal himself to Dolores Hayes, but by 6 I was wide awake, and by 6:15 we were technically lovers. He is going to tell you something very strange. It was me who seduced him. Upon hearing my first morning yawn, he feigned handsome profiled sleep. He just did not know what to do. Would I be shocked at finding him by my side, and not in some spare bed? Would I collect my clothes and lock myself up in the bathroom? Would I demand to be taken at once to Ramsdale, to my mother's bedside, back to camp? But his me was a sportive lassie. He felt my eyes on him, and when I uttered at last that beloved chortling note of mine, he knew my eyes had been laughing. I rolled over to his side, and my warm brown hair came against his collarbone. He gave a mediocre imitation of waking up. We lay quietly. He gently caressed my hair, we gently kissed. My kiss, to his delirious embarrassment, had some rather comical refinements of flutter and probe, which made him conclude I had been coached at an early age by a little lesbian. No Charlie boy could have taught me that. As if to see whether he had his fill and learned the lesson, I drew away and surveyed him. My cheekbones were flushed, my full under lip glistened, my dissolution was near. All at once, with a burst of rough glee, the sign of an infant, I put my mouth to his ear, but for quite a while his mind could not separate into words the hot thunder of my whisper, and I laughed and brushed the hair off my face and tried again, and gradually the odd sense of living in a brand new, mad new dream world where everything was permissible came over him, as he realized what I was suggesting. He answered he did not know what game she and Charlie played. What game me and Charlie played. You mean you have never? My features twisted into a stare of disgusted incredulity. You have never? I started again. He took time out by nuzzling me a little. Lay off, will you? I said with a twangy whine, hastily removing my brown shoulder from his lips. It was very curious the way I considered and kept doing so for a long time. All caresses, except kisses on the mouth or the stark act of love, either romantic / or abnormal. You mean, I persisted, now kneeling above him, you never did it when you were a kid? Never, he answered quite truthfully. Okay, I said. Here's where we start. However, he shall not bore his learned readers with a detailed account of my presumption. Suffice it to say that not a trace of modesty did he perceive in this beautiful, hardly formed young girl, whom modern coeducation, juvenile wars, the campfire racket, and so forth had utterly and hopelessly depraved. I saw the stark act merely as a part of a youngster's furtive world, unknown to adults. What adults did for purposes of procreation was no business of mine. His life was handled by little me with an energetic, matter-of-fact manner, as if it were an insensate gadget unconnected with him. While eager to impress him with the world of tough kids, I was not quite prepared for certain discrepancies between a kid's life and his. Pride alone prevented me from giving up, for in his strange predicament he feigned supreme stupidity and had me have my way, at least while he could still bear it. But really these are irrelevant matters. He is not concerned with so-called sex at all. Anybody can imagine those elements of animality. A greater endeavor lures him on to fix once and for all the perilous magic of Nimbets. 30. He has to tread carefully. He has to speak in a whisper. Oh, you veteran crime reporter, you grave old usher. You once popular policeman, now in solitary confinement after gracing that school crossing for years. You wretched emeritus read to by a boy. It would never do, would it, to have you fellows fall madly in love with me? Had he been a painter, had the management of the Enchanter Hunters lost its mind one summer day and commissioned him to redecorate their dining room with murals of his own making, this is what he might have thought up. Let him list some fragments. There would have been a lake. There would have been an arbor in flame-flower. There would have been nature studies, a tiger pursuing a bird of paradise, a choking snake sheathing whole-flayed trunk of shote. There would have been a sultan, his face expressing great agony, belied, as it were, by his molding caresses, helping a Calyptian slave child to climb a column of onyx. There would have been those luminous globules of gonadal glow that travel up the opalescent sides of jukeboxes. There would have been all kinds of camp activities on the part of the intermediate group, canoeing, coronating, combing curls on the lakeside sun. There would have been poplars, apples, a suburban Sunday. There would have been a fire opal dissolving within a ripple-ringed pool, a last throb, a last dab of color, stinging red, smarting pink, a sigh, a wincing child. 31. He is trying to describe these things, not to relive them in his present boundless misery, but to sort out the portion of hell and the portion of heaven in that strange, awful, maddening world, infant love. The beastly and the beautiful merged at one point, and it is at that borderline he would like to fix, and he feels he fails to do so utterly. Why? The stipulation of the Roman law according to which a girl may marry at 12 was adopted by the Church, and is still preserved rather tacitly in some of the United States, and 15 is lawful everywhere. There is nothing wrong save both hemispheres when a brood of 40, blessed by the local priest and bloated with drink, sheds his sweat-drenched finery and thrusts himself up to the hilt in his youthful bride. In such stimulating temperate climates, says an old magazine in his prison library, at St. Louis, Chicago, and Cincinnati, girls mature about the end of their 12th year. I was born less than 300 miles from the stimulating Cincinnati. He has but followed nature. He is nature's faithful hound. Why, then, this horror that he cannot shake off? Did he deprive me of my flower? Sensitive gentlewomen of the jury. He was not even my first lover. 32. I told him the way I had been debauched. We ate flavorless, mealy bananas, bruised peaches, and very palatable potato chips, and declined. Told him everything. My voluble but disjointed account was accompanied by many a droll moue. As he thinks he has already observed, he especially remembers one wry face on an ugh basis, jelly mouth distended sideways, and eyes rolled up in a routine blend of comic disgust, resignation, and tolerance for young frailty. My astounding tale started with an introductory mention of my tent mate of the previous summer at another camp, a very select one, as I put it. That tent mate, quite a derelict character, half crazy but a swell kid, instructed me in various manipulations. At first loyal me refused to tell him his name. At first loyal me refused to tell him her name. Was it Grace Angel? He asked. I shook my head. No, it wasn't. It was the daughter of Big Shot. Was it perhaps Rose Carmen? No, of course not. Her father. Was it then Agnes Sheridan, perchance? I swallowed and shook my head, and then did a double take. Say, how come you know all those kids? He explained. Well, I said, they are pretty bad, some of that school bunch, but not that bad. If you have to know, her name was Elizabeth Talbot. She goes now to a swanky private school. Her father is an executive. He recalled with a funny pang the frequency with which poor Charlotte used to introduce into party chat such elegant tidbits as, "When my daughter was out hiking last year with the Talbot girl." He wanted to know if either mother learned of those sapphic diversions. "Gosh, no," exhaled limp me, mimicking dread and relief, pressing a falsely fluttering hand to my chest. He was more interested, however, in heterosexual experience. I had entered the 6th grade at 11, soon after moving to Ramsdale from the Middle West. What did I mean by pretty bad? Well, the Miranda twins had shared the same bed for years, and Donald Scott, who was the dumbest boy in school, had done it with Hazel Smith in his uncle's garage, and Kenneth Knight, who was the brightest, used to exhibit himself wherever and whenever he had a chance, and "Let us switch to Camp Q," he said, and presently he got the whole story. Barbara Burke, a sturdy blonde, 2 years older than me, and by far the camp's best swimmer, had a very special canoe which she shared with me, because I was the only other girl who could make Willow Island, some swimming test he imagines. Through July every morning, mark, reader, every blessed morning, Barbara and me would be helped to carry the boat to Onyx or Enix, 2 small lakes in the wood, by Charlie Holmes, the camp mistress's son, aged 13, and the only human male for a couple of miles around excepting an old, meek, stone-deaf handyman, and a farmer in an old Ford who sometimes sold the campers eggs as farmers will. Every morning, oh my reader, the 3 children would take a short cut through the beautiful innocent forest brimming with all the emblems of youth, dew, bird-songs at one point among the luxuriant undergrowth. I would be left at sentinel while Barbara and the boy copulated behind a bush. At first I had refused to try what it was like, but curiosity and camaraderie prevailed, and soon me and Barbara were doing it by turns with the silent, coarse, and surly, but indefatigable Charlie, who had as much sex appeal as a raw carrot, but sported a fascinating collection of contraceptives, which he used to fish out of a third nearby lake, a considerably larger and more populous one called Lake Climax, after the booming young factory town of that name. Although conceding it was sort of fun and fine for the complexion, me, he is glad to say, held Charlie's mind and manners in the greatest contempt. Nor had my temperament been roused by that filthy fiend. In fact, he thinks he had rather stunned it, despite the fun. By that time it was close to 10, with the ebb of lust, an ashen sense of awfulness, abetted by the realistic drabness of a grey, neuralgic day, crept over him and hummed within his temples, brown, naked, frail me, my narrow white buttocks. To him, my sulky face to a door mirror, stood, arms akimbo, feet in new slippers with pussy fur tops, wide apart, and through forearm lock, tritely mugged at myself in the glass. From the corridor came the cooing voices of colored maids at work, and presently there was a mild attempt to open the door of our room. He had me go to the bathroom to take a much-needed soap shower. The bed was a frightful mess with overtones of potato chips. I tried on a 2-piece navy wool, then a sleeveless blouse with swirly clathrate skirt, but the first was too tight and the second too ample, and when he begged me to hurry up, the situation was beginning to frighten him. I viciously sent those nice presents of his hurtling into a corner and put on yesterday's dress. When I was ready at last, he gave me a lovely new purse of simulated calf in which he had slipped quite a few pennies and 2 mint-bright dimes, and told me to buy myself a magazine in the lobby. "I'll be down in a minute," he said, "and if I were you, my dear, I would not talk to strangers." Except for his poor little gifts, there was not much to pack, but he was forced to devote a dangerous amount of time. Was I up to something downstairs, to arranging the bed in such a way as to suggest the abandoned nest of a restless father and his tomboy daughter, instead of an ex-convict Saturnalia with a couple of fat old whores? Then he finished dressing and had the hoary bellboy come up for the bags. Everything was fine. There at the lobby, I sat deep in an overstuffed, blood-red armchair, deep in a lurid movie magazine. A fellow of his age in tweeds, the genre of the place had changed overnight to a spurious country squire atmosphere, was staring at me over his dead cigar and stale newspaper. I wore my professional white socks and saddle Oxfords, and that bright pink frock with the square throat. A splash of jaded lamplight brought out the golden down on my warm brown limbs. There I sat, my legs carelessly high-crossed, my pale eyes skimming along the lines from every now and then a blink. Bill's wife had worshipped him from afar long before they ever met. In fact, she used to secretly admire the famous young actor as he ate sundaes in a Schwab's drugstore. Nothing could have been more childish than my stubbed nose, freckled face, or purplish spot on my naked neck, where a fairy-tale vampire had feasted, or the unconscious movement of my tongue exploring a touch of rosy rash around my swollen lips. Nothing could be more harmless than to read about Jill, an energetic starlet who made her own clothes and was a student of serious literature. Nothing could be more innocent than the part in that glossy brown hair, with that silky sheen on the temple. Nothing could be more naive. But what sickening envy the lecherous fellow, whoever he was. Come to think of it, he resembled a little his Swiss Uncle Gustave, also a great admirer of Led de Couvert, would have experienced had he known that every nerve in him was still anointed and ringed with the feel of my body, the body of some immortal demon disguised as a female child. Was Pink Pig Mr. Swoon absolutely sure my wife had not telephoned? He was. Sure his wife had not telephoned? He was. If she did, would he tell her we had gone on to Aunt Claire's place? He would, indeedy. He settled the bill and roused me from the chair. I read to the car. Still reading, I was driven to a so-called coffee shop a few blocks south. Oh, I ate all right. I even laid aside my magazine to eat, but a queer dullness had replaced my usual cheerfulness. He knew little me could be very nasty, so he braced himself and grinned and waited for a squall. He was unbathed, unshaven, and had no bowel movement. His nerves were a jangle. He did not like the way his little mistress shrugged my shoulders and distended my nostrils when he attempted casual small talk. Had Phyllis been in the know before she joined her parents in Maine? He asked with a smile. Look, I said, making a weeping grimace. Let us get off the subject. He then tried, also unsuccessfully, no matter how he smacked his lips, to interest me in the road map. Our destination was, let me remind my patient reader, whose meek temper I ought to have copied. Let him remind his patient reader, whose meek temper he ought to have copied. Whose meek temper I ought to have copied. Our destination was, let him remind his patient reader, whose meek temper I ought to have copied, the gay town of Leppingville, somewhere near a hypothetical hospital. That destination was in itself a perfectly arbitrary one, as alas so many were to be, and he shook in his shoes and he wondered how to keep the whole arrangement plausible, and what other plausible objectives to invent after we had taken in all the movies in Leppingville. More and more uncomfortable did Humbert feel. It was something quite special, that feeling, an oppressive, hideous constraint, as if you were sitting with the small ghost of somebody you had just killed. As I was in the act of getting back into the car, an expression of pain flitted across my face. It flitted again, more meaningfully, as I settled down beside him. No doubt I reproduced it that second time for his benefit. Foolishly, he asked me what was the matter. Nothing, you brute, I replied. You what? He asked. I was silent, leaving Bryceland. Loquacious me was silent. Cold spiders of panic crawled down his back. This was an orphan. This was a lone child, an absolute waif with whom a heavy-limbed, foul-smelling adult had strenuous intercourse 3 times that very morning. Whether or not the realization of a lifelong dream had surpassed all expectation, it had in a sense overshot its mark and plunged into a nightmare. He had been careless, stupid, and ignoble, and let him be quite frank, somewhere at the bottom of that dark turmoil he felt the writhing of desire again, so monstrous was his appetite for the miserable nymphet. Mingled with the pangs of guilt was the agonizing thought that my mood might prevent him from making love to me again as soon as he found a nice country road where to park in peace. In other words, poor Humbert was dreadfully unhappy, and while steadily and inanely driving toward Leppingville, he kept racking his brains for some quip under the bright wing of which he might dare turn his seat-mate. It was me, however, who broke all the silence. "Oh, a squashed squirrel," I said. "What a shame." "Yes, isn't it?" Eager, hopeful hum. Let us stop at the next gas station, I continued. I want to go to the washroom. We shall stop wherever you want, he said. And then as lovely, lonely, supercilious grove, oaks, he thought, American trees at that stage were beyond him, started to echo greenly the rush of our car. A red and ferny road on our right turned its head before slanting into the woodland. As he suggested, we might perhaps drive on. I cried shrilly, "Righto, take it easy. Down, poor East, down." He glanced at me. Thank God the child was smiling. "You chump," I said, sweetly smiling at him. "You're a revolting creature. I was a daisy fresh girl. Look what you've done to me. I ought to call the police and tell them you raped me. Oh, you dirty, dirty old man." Was I just joking? An ominous, hysterical note rang through my silly words, presently making a sizzling sound with my lips. I started complaining of pains, and said I could not sit, and said he had torn something inside me. The sweat rolled down his back, and we almost ran over some little animal or other that was crossing the road with tail erect, and again his vile-tempered companion called him an ugly name. When we stopped at the filling station, I scrambled out without a word and was a long time away. Slowly, lovingly, an elderly friend with a broken nose wiped his windshield. They do it differently at every place, from chamois cloth to a soapy brush. This fellow used a pink sponge. I appeared at last. "Look," I said in the neutral voice that hurt him so. "Give me some dimes and nickels. I want to call Mother in that hospital. What's the number?" "Get in," he said. "You can't call that number." "Why?" "Get in, slam the door." I got in and slammed the door. The old garage man beamed at me. He swung onto the highway. "Why can't I call my mother if I want to?" "Because," he answered, "your mother is dead." 33. In the gay town of Leppingville, he bought me 4 books of comics, a box of candy, a box of sanitary pads, 2 Cokes, a manicure set, a travel clock with a luminous dial, a ring with a real topaz, a tennis racket, roller skates with white high shoes, field glasses, a portable radio set, chewing gum, a transparent raincoat, sunglasses, some more garments, swooners, shorts, all kinds of summer frocks. At the hotel we had separate rooms, but in the middle of the night I came sobbing into his, and we made out very gently. You see, I had absolutely nowhere else to go. That was the end of part 1.